Hello, my name is Prisha. I live in the United States, but I'm originally from India. Please like and subscribe. Back in India, I was so popular, and everyone thought I was pretty. Even the principal and the teachers adored me. Once when I was in the second grade, I got sick for a week during the exams week, and the principal decided to postpone all the exams until I felt better. Life was great at school, but back at home, things weren't good. I had a twin brother named Aaron, and he was my mom's favorite simply because he was a boy. Once on our birthday, Mom organized a party for him only and made me serve him and his friends, and there was no party for me. Mom was so mean, but at least I had school, my happy place. That is, until the 7th grade when my family decided to move to the States. I had to leave my amazing life and friends, and I was so sad. I always felt like a freak in the States. My skin, my accent, my clothes, everything was so different from everyone else. To make matters worse, Mom wanted me to wear the traditional clothes, a sari, to school. But Mom, if you want me to keep wearing that, why did you leave India? This is a new country with a new style of clothes. Shut up, you useless girl. We left India because of your dad's job and I didn't have any choice. And you need to wear a sari to school because I said so. I won't have you dressing like an indecent woman. I turned around to leave and found Aryan standing behind me, laughing. And then Mom told him that she got a private tutor to teach him English at home. And why wouldn't I get a teacher, Mom? What would a housewife need English for? You only have to clean and cook. Don't talk to me like that, you idiot. What are you going to do, little girl? Scream for daddy? And then I jumped on him and pulled his hair till Mom pulled me away. Mom said I was a bad girl and she decided that she'd come to school on the first day to watch me. She wasn't kidding. I wanted the earth to swallow me as we walked into school together. Mom was even holding my hand. Some girl even came and held my other hand to help me walk. She thought I was blind. When I walked into the classroom, I met the snobbiest, meanest girl in the United States, Missy. Excuse me, this is my classroom and you're hurting my eyes with the curtain you're wearing. Take off these clothes right now. Even if it makes you naked, I don't care. Because my English wasn't good, I didn't say anything and just walked to an empty seat. But Missy stopped me. Hello, I'm talking to you. This is an American school. Change your clothes. It's not Dalawi here. It's Diwali, ma'am. Huh? What are you talking about? Just leave, disappear, vanish. Go. Sit there, in the corner. I took my seat and some girls later came to me to say that I looked beautiful. I knew they were just being nice, and now with Missy around, my life would be hell. On the other hand, Aaron was having a blast. He became one of the popular kids in school only a week after we joined. He was so mean, he joined Missy in bullying me and didn't tell anyone that we were siblings. Once during a lesson, I needed an eraser, so I asked Aaron for one in Hindi. He pretended he didn't hear me, but I kept calling him until Missy said, "Oh God, why is this dummy talking to you in that weird language?" Oh, no, it's because she knows I speak her language. And to Missy he said, "Tum keso hasina." Oh God, that's so sexy. I like smart boys who can speak languages other than like American. Please, be my boyfriend? Aaron got closer to her and kissed her. Ew! I threw my pencil at his head and he yelled like a little girl. I couldn't take this anymore. The very next day, with my savings, I went to a secondhand store and bought a few cool outfits. I decided to keep the clothes in my backpack every day, and before arriving at school, I would go into a public bathroom and change. But my only problem was Aaron. To my surprise though, he didn't say anything to me. And with my new outfit, Missy left me alone, and my life was getting better. That is until one day when Aaron came to me. Wow, Prisha, you really look good. But I wonder what Mom would have to say about you dressing like an indecent woman. This is not indecent. It's a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Can't you leave me alone? Nope, I don't think so. I'm gonna tell Mom. I pushed him angrily against the wall. What will keep your mouth shut? Well. How about your weekly money? But that money is for lunch at school. You decide. Either you eat or you face Mom. What a jerk. He could dress as he wanted to go to school, but I couldn't? What an unfair world. I gave him my weekly money. I wasn't going back to being bullied for my clothes. One day I was starving and staring at a sandwich in the cafeteria when Missy and Aaron came over. "Hello, starving girl. Do you want that sandwich? I can give you money for it." You would? Thank you." As I extended my hand, Missy slapped it away. "Not so fast, loser. You'll have to do something for me. I need someone to carry my bag, and my amazing boyfriend suggested that you could work as my assistant. What a total jerk! But I needed money, so I asked her how much she would give me weekly, and she said only 50. "Oh, I want 200 weekly. Please, Aaron, talk to your girlfriend, or I will tell her about your sister and who she is." "Oh, OMG, I would love to meet your sister and your family, babe." "Oh, babe, trust me, you won't. Let's pay this loser $200. "Well, that's not happening. I'll only pay 100, and you, babe, you can pay the other 100. Aaron looked like he was about to explode. Now he was the dumb moron who would pay me to keep my mouth shut. Being Missy's assistant wasn't that bad after all. I actually gained popularity next to that dumb girl and made good money. But one day, Missy decided that we would all eat pastrami sandwiches. I don't know if you know this, but Hindus aren't allowed to eat cow's meat. They're sacred to us. But my stupid brother was eating it. Oh my God! I snatched his sandwich and threw both of ours away. "What do you think you're doing? Bring them back and eat them right now, or you're fired." "I will not eat this meat. You cannot force me. So, okay, I'm fired." "Get out of here, stinky." "Stinky you. As long as you have straight hair, you don't bathe for days. Your hair smells like trash, Missy." "You're so terrible. Just go back to your country." "Oh yeah, I'd love to, but then I'd have to take my brother with me, who happens to be your boyfriend." Aaron glared at me, but instead of being mad, Missy just pulled him close. Oh, it's so hot having an Indian boyfriend. Indian guys are the best. And they started kissing. Ugh! I just stormed off. Later that day, when I was in the public bathroom changing my clothes, Aaron was waiting outside. "Hey, dumbhead, I think now you have to pay me so I won't tell mommy about your secret." "Man, why do you always have to be so mean to me?" "I told you before, it's because you're useless and stupid." "You know that's not true." "Yeah, you know what? You're right. It's because you're the smart, likable twin. And since I can't be as smart as you, I'll ruin you. So give me my money now." "No, I'm not giving you anything. I'm sick of you and Mom. She is just crazy." When I finished saying those words to Aaron, he turned white and his eyes widened. What? That's true. Mom doesn't understand anything." My brother pointed behind me. When I turned around, there she was, Mom. And guess what? She had heard everything, and she was seeing me dressed in jeans. She looked like a bomb was about to explode. I don't know if she was going to have a stroke or if she was going to attack me, but instead, Mom only said 5 words. "Take that off right now." With my head down, I just said, "Yes, Mom." Next day, Mom told me the craziest thing. I would be engaged to someone soon and marry them after graduation. I was speechless. Mom was awful. I just ran out of the house and walked for hours in the pouring rain. I felt defeated. I came home when everybody was sleeping. The following day, I had to go to school dressed as Mom wanted. And of course, Missy was bullying me over my clothes again. "Wow, your clothes are so amazing." "You don't mean that, do you?" "Of course not. Today's not Halloween, my dear." "It isn't? So why do you have on that monster mask?" "Oops, you don't seem to like jokes." "Do you see anyone laughing? A joke has to make everyone laugh. If not, it's bullying." "Oh, shut up, you Dalawi girl." "What is that even supposed to mean?" But then Missy attacked me and everyone gathered around us. We were wrestling on the ground till someone pulled Missy away. And it was Aaron. "Don't touch my sister or else, Missy." Missy and I were shocked and we both yelled, "What?" "You heard me. And stop bullying her for the way she's dressed. You need to learn some respect." "Oh my God, are you defending this witch?" "This witch is my sister, and there is no way I would let you talk to her like that, or to anyone. This needs to stop, and you have to apologize now." "In your stupid, ugly dreams, you moron." And suddenly a boy yelled, "Yeah, you have no right to bully her for wearing a sari. Apologize now." And another girl said, not only to her, apologize to all of us for being a jerk and bullying us for stupid reasons. Everyone circled Missy and she started crying like a little baby. I'm sorry, just don't hurt me. I know you're apologizing now only because you're scared. But I swear, if we see you bullying someone again, me and my brother will make sure you regret it. Missy squealed and ran away like a little mouse. I thanked Aaron and asked him why he did this now. He said it was time for him to be man enough to do the right thing. After what Mom decided to do to you and marry you off, I knew I had to do something. You're my sister and you've always treated me well. I have to help you, Prisha. I still had another big problem, my engagement, which was a week from now. But I had a plan and Aaron was going to help me. I ran away that day and Aaron took my place. He dressed like me and covered himself with a veil and no one could recognize him. When I ran away, I bumped into someone and he looked at me with his eyes wide. I think I'm your fiancé. Oh, you're also running away? Well, yeah, obviously. I don't know why they're doing this to their own kids. Marrying someone against your will is the worst. His name was Karan, and we spent the next 2 hours talking. While back at home, people became impatient and asked Mom to hurry. So Mom just removed the veil and, well, she screamed when she saw Aaron. Everyone stared in shock and then frantically started searching for us. Everyone had left by the time I got home, but Mom was waiting for me, and she was fuming. Mom, I don't want to get engaged, and you can't make me. I love my Hindi origins, and I'm so proud to be who I am. But forcing me to be with someone I don't love is a red line. Well, you don't decide that. You're only a stupid, useless girl, and you will have to… No, that girl has grown up, Mom, and I won't allow you to control me anymore. I'm a real human being with real emotions, and you need to leave me alone or I will call child services. Do you hear me? Mom gasped as she attacked me. I pushed her away. You're not my daughter. I'm ashamed to have a daughter like you. Fine with me, and don't you ever try to touch me again.
Hi, my name is Jen. One day, I was sitting quietly in class, listening to our boring teacher ramble on and on. Miss Silva was always super strict with us, and she loved to brag about how only she understood the hard realities of life, since she had once been homeless for a whole 2 hours. When we were assigned projects, and she refused to let me do my chosen project, which was homelessness, she went too far. My dream in life was to become a social worker and help people living on the streets. Miss Silva wouldn't budge though, and she mocked me saying, Jen, with your cushy life, you can't possibly have the perspective to understand this topic. How dare she? Everyone in my class laughed. I had been known as a spoiled girl throughout high school because we were well off, and my classmates must have agreed with her. I complained about it to my friend Carol, who agreed that Miss Silva was mean and out of line. But then she said, yeah, but it was pretty funny too. I mean, you are very spoiled, and you wouldn't survive half a day on the streets. I replied, seriously, Carol? I might look spoiled to you, but I'm not. I could make it as a homeless person for a week, if not more. Carol laughed and said, sure you can, princess. If you're so confident, why not try it out? In fact, I dare you. You know what? I will do it. I'm not afraid to try. You challenged the wrong girl. Dare accepted. After that, Carol and I decided that she would film my journey of being homeless for a whole week. I was actually seriously scared about the idea. What was I thinking? A whole week! I might die from hunger, or get eaten by a predator, or get sick and die of hypothermia. But something in me wanted to go through with the dare. I wasn't gonna give up. My mom, of course, hated the idea. She even threatened to ground me to make sure I couldn't do it. She warned me that life on the streets was dangerous, especially at night. But I wasn't going to go crawling back to Carol and tell her that my mommy wouldn't allow it. I was going to do it with or without my mother's approval. My plan was that on the days when I was supposed to be at school, I would claim that I was sick. Instead, I would sit on Main Street in dirty clothes to blend in with other homeless people. But every night, I would go home and sleep in my own bed. On an early Monday morning, before school, Carol and I started packing my bag with stuff from my locker and home. I had brought way too much stuff from home, but I wanted to be on the safe side. When we were about to leave, Carol had one more dare. She wanted me to set up in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the city. At first, I refused, as I could end up in real danger. But Carol refused to negotiate. Instead, we made a deal that I could call 911 if anything were to happen. I began to feel weird about the whole thing. Some people were giving me wary looks, though most just pretended I wasn't there. The neighborhood looked pretty scary. It took a long time to decide where to set up. There was an empty convenience store that had gone out of business, so I decided to settle down in the doorway. I sat down and placed my Nike hat on the ground. Carol offered some last-minute cookies, but I refused as I wanted this to be as genuine as possible. Homeless people find their own food. Carol filmed me for a brief time and said, "This is Jen on her first day as a homeless person. Good luck!" And then she went home. Sitting in the doorway made me sore fast. I ended up leaning on the newspaper-covered door. I felt so nervous. How did homeless people do this? I tried to pass the time by daydreaming about me and my crush from school, Erin, but that only lasted a few minutes. Finally, someone dropped a few coins in my cap. I smiled and said thank you. The soreness started to become too much. Time for a stretch, I thought, getting to my feet. The minute I stood up, though, a mangy-looking, middle-aged man with a long, scraggly beard and black, glittering eyes confronted me. "That's my spot," he growled at me. For a split second, his tall, looming figure unnerved me, and I got ready to run away. The next moment, however, a voice in my head spoke up. "If you don't stand up to the likes of him now, the whole week will be your personal hell." The thought charged me, and I dug my heels in. "Beat it, old man! I was here first!" I tried to imitate his way of speaking. His frown deepened, and he raised his hand. With a flash, I swung my backpack off my shoulder and straight into his stomach. "Ah!" He groaned, doubling over. In my heart, I congratulated myself, thinking I'd won. The next minute, however, the man looked over his shoulder and yelled, "Get her, boys!" That's when I saw two equally mangy-looking boys emerge from the shadows. They both grinned evilly as they stepped towards me. Before they took another step, I threw the cap with the coins in the man's face, which caught him off guard and gave me time to turn on my heels and run. Behind me, I could hear him yelling at the boys to get to me faster. People around us were starting to stop and stare. I didn't have time to ask them to intervene. I pushed past everyone, heading towards the busy roads. I had a good head start, so I was hopeful I could get away from them. I realized, though, that they were hot on my heels, and as I passed a grocery store, I bumped into a woman with a trolley. "Damn!" I cursed as her stuff went flying. "I'm so I stopped as I saw the woman was none other than Miss Silva. "Jen?" She gasped, shocked. Before I could run away, she grabbed me by the arm. The boys had almost caught up to me now. When they saw me with Miss Silva, they assumed I'd gotten into trouble. Giving me one last look of anger, they turned around and went back the way they had came. I, however, was stuck with Miss Silva, whose shock was being slowly replaced with rage. "What in the world are you doing?" she asked sharply. I briefly explained to her the bet her insult had led to. She looked ashamed. "I'm sorry, Jen. This isn't what I wanted you to do." I gave her a quick hug and made her promise she wouldn't tell anyone. To my surprise, seeing how determined I was to get through this, she agreed. Then she asked me where I would be and promised to come check on me every day. Realizing she wasn't as bad as I thought she was, I returned to look for another spot around the same area. The next few days passed without any more fights, and I quickly learned about life as a homeless person. It's true that I still slept in my house as soon as it got dark, but during the daylight hours, I was struggling to survive. Carol came every morning at 6 a.m. to make sure I was still there. She'd make fun of me every time about the way I looked. I wasn't taking care of my skin and I started getting pimples. My hair looked bad, and I'd really started to smell. I got used to it pretty fast though. I also learned how to deal with homeless people. They weren't as bad as I'd first thought, and they were actually pretty nice to me. They shared their food with me and told me all kinds of tales about themselves. Soon enough, I had some homeless friends who were very good people. On the final day of the dare, I was already excited about going back to normal life. But that day, something weird happened. A man stopped in front of me. He had a briefcase and was dressed in a nice suit. He was eyeing me with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. He asked me if I was homeless, and I said yes. He left to make a call, then came back. He told me that I'd impressed him with my street smarts and standing my ground against that other homeless man on my first day. How did he know all that? If I wanted, he said, I had the opportunity to be on a new reality TV show that was like Big Brother, but with teens. I stared at him blankly. The man explained that this reality show wanted to give back to the community, so they were allowing 2 homeless teens on the show. I fit the picture. I wasn't sure what to say, as I wasn't really homeless, and it felt wrong. But I loved reality shows, and this was an amazing opportunity I'd never have otherwise. The man took my silent contemplation to mean yes, and the next thing I knew, I was signing an agreement to be on the show. Before I could admit the truth of my situation, he had got my cell number and was gone. I sat there in shock for a few minutes. Later that day, I went to the soup kitchen, which was packed, and had actually decent soup. Some of the ladies were nice and let me wait in line with them. However, as I was waiting, I soon saw things devolve into chaos. There were too many people who needed food and not enough staff to hand it out. It even seemed like there might not be enough food. Some of the people in line started mobbing and fighting each other to get to the front of the line. I hurried behind the counter and started handing out food alongside the volunteers and yelled at people to calm down. I managed to get everything back to normal, and quickly, everyone was happily getting served. After I went back out on the streets, I saw it was about to get a lot harder as it started to rain. All of the homeless people took cover, but I stayed where I was since I wanted to have the full homeless experience, including the very worst parts. After all, if something like that happened at night or when I was too weak or tired to move, I'd be exposed to the elements. Plus, I needed to think about what I had seen back there in the soup kitchen. It was incredibly moving and heartbreaking. Those poor people, so hungry and miserable that they were driven to get into physical fights for food. I wanted to do something, but I felt so helpless. That evening, when I got home, I didn't feel right. The dare had ended, but I still felt bad about the harsh reality homeless people were forced into. When my mom saw me, she was horrified. She said I'd been acting weird all week and that I looked like I had a terrible cold. When I admitted what I'd done, she was furious with me. Then I remembered the offer I received, but telling her about the reality TV show didn't calm her down. At dinner that night, I was quiet, and when my mom asked me why, I admitted, "We always have food, so I always took it for granted. But today, I saw people fight just to get something to eat." My mom felt bad about what I'd seen, but seemed to think that was just the way things were. I wasn't so convinced though. There had to be something I could do. That night in my room, I couldn't sleep or stop my negative thoughts from cycling around my head. Maybe it was because of all the homeless friends I'd made and how frustrating it felt not being able to help them. So, in the middle of the night, I made up my mind. I'd go on the reality show so I could win money to help my friends. When I told my mom, she was supportive, although she was worried. "You never know what crazy stunts these reality TV shows will pull." I told her not to worry, that I'd be able to fend for myself. Besides, I had to do this to help my friends. It was lucky that I called the director when I did, because they were just about to start filming the show. As it turned out, my mom was right about the show. For some reason, the director decided to focus on me and encouraged me to be mean to the other contestants. He wanted me to do things like steal their food and even call them names. I guess they wanted to paint me as a villain or something. At first, I went along with it, because if I won, I could help so many of my friends. But the director kept pushing me further and further. And the worst thing was, he'd smile his creepy smile and say, "You know you want to." Ew, no, I didn't. Finally, when we were on the streets filming one day, they got me to pick a fight with a girl who was sleeping under a plaid blanket. I almost said no, but I knew the director would boot me off the show if I argued. So I went for it and shook her awake. When the girl came out, sleepy and disoriented, my jaw dropped. It was one of the friends I'd made while I was living on the streets. "You jerk!" I exploded at the director. "How dare you torment homeless people when you know how vulnerable they are? You're sick!" The crew put down the camera, and my friend hurried away before I could explain myself. Meanwhile, the director's face was beet red, and he said with a sneer, "The award had your name on it, but now you're getting nothing." And that was that. I was booted off the show. At least my conscience was more or less intact. I was livid. The show had been completely corrupt. It made money off homeless people who didn't know any better and were desperate for money. When I called Carol, she agreed that the directors and the crew were complete psychos, but brought up how she had filmed me. That gave me an idea. On the day that the show was to premiere, we decided to take our revenge. Some of my tech-savvy friends helped us post the videos Carol had made of me on social media. Now the whole homeless reality show was ruined, as it was revealed I was never actually homeless. The show was publicly criticized, and the director received threats from angry people, and he tried to sue me for his losses. Luckily, Carol's mom was the top lawyer in town and represented me. The case got a lot of press, and big lawyers got involved. But in the end, I won. All the judge had to see was some footage of the show and how it took advantage of homeless people, and she ruled that the entire show was unethical and misleading. Best of all, though, was what she ruled would happen to their profits. All of it would go to help the homeless. So, in the end, I did receive some criticism for pretending to be homeless. It was a risk posting those videos, but one I definitely didn't regret. The most important thing was that I helped my friends and other homeless people too. Hi, I'm Angelina, and my story? It's kinda crazy. But please know that My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends to subscribe now. My mom worked as a maid at the mansion of a wealthy family, and because she couldn't afford to send me to school, I went with her to work. By the time I was 8, I was helping her with small chores around the house. The owner was a really rich CEO who was never at home, and his wife was really self-obsessed. She left her daughter Maddie with the house staff to get beauty treatments so often that when Maddie was little, she called my mom her mom. I didn't mind because even though she was a couple of years younger than me, she was my best friend. One day, Maddie and I were just settling down to watch a movie in her room when someone flung the door open. It was Maddie's mom, and she did not look happy to see me. "You girl, what do you think you're doing in my daughter's room?" "Mom, don't talk to her like that. She's my friend." Her mom gave me a glare and walked away. The next day, Maddie's mom called me to her chambers, and I just knew I was in trouble. When I walked in, she got up and said, "I can see you're spending so much time in my daughter's room when she's at school. So I've decided to enroll you in her school too, and you can work afterwards. No need to thank me. Close the door behind you." School? I thanked her and went to tell Maddie the great news. She seemed excited too. But when we got there together, she asked me to walk a few steps away from her. And once she met her friends, she disappeared. What was going on? I found out soon enough. When I was sitting alone in the cafeteria at lunch, a group of girls walked up to me and put a big backpack on the table. "You're Maddie's maid, right? She said we can ask you to do anything. After school, carry this to my car. I'll be waiting. Take these assignments with you. I expect them to be ready by tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow morning, get me a latte and a donut. Here's the money. Keep the change." What on earth? I ran off to look for Maddie and found her in the girls' bathroom. "Maddie, why are you telling people that I'm your maid? I thought we were friends." "Oh, Angelina, of course we are, but only at home. I have a reputation to maintain here. And I can't mingle with someone like you in public. You get it, right? See you at home, bestie." She walked away while I stood there, shocked. Was this the same sweet Maddie I known my entire life? Maddie and her friends were always dumping their homework on me and making me run around for errands, and I was getting exhausted. I didn't even get time to study for a big math test and ended up with a big, fat D. Later that day, when Maddie and her gang walked up to me and handed me a list of errands for our party, I tore it up. "I've had enough. You guys have hands, don't you? Do this yourselves." "Oh, that's rich. Coming from someone as poor as you. You know I pay for your school, right?" Before I could reply, I heard a boy's voice behind me. "Cut it out, Maddie. You don't pay for anything. Now buzz off before I tell Dad what a brat you've been." It was Dwayne, Maddie's older brother. I'd seen him around the house, but he mostly kept to himself. Maddie looked furious and stomped off angrily. Dwayne smiled at me. "Sorry, she can be a jerk sometimes. Don't let her push you around. And since you're new here, let me know if you need help with something." "Well, actually, there is one thing. Are you any good at math? Because I'm really sucking at it." He started tutoring me at home, and by the time 7th grade ended, I was getting straight A's. But my grades weren't the only things that changed. As I grew older, I seemed to be catching the attention of a lot of guys. One day, I wrapped up my chores quickly for a movie date with a really cute guy. And just as I was leaving, Maddie screamed, "Oh, Angelina!" When I reached her room, I wanted to pull her hair out. She had dumped every single pair of footwear she owned on the floor and handed me a toothbrush. "These are really delicate shoes, so take your time and clean them with this. I need them all by tomorrow morning." "How many shoes are you going to wear at a time? Can't I do the rest later?" "Mom! Angelina and her mom might need to be let go." I had no choice but to do as she said. My date got canceled, and well, this was the first of many. Maddie always found some way to ruin things for me, and slowly all the boys stopped asking me out. One day when Dwayne and I were studying, I caught him looking at me. What is it?" "You know Maddie is just threatened by you, right?" "Threatened? By me? Why? You're smarter, prettier, and so much nicer than her. You don't think she knows that?" I could feel myself blushing hard. Just then, Mom called me to help with the dishes, and I floated away on cloud 9. A little later, Maddie appeared, throwing a letter on the kitchen table. "This friend of mine really likes you. God knows why. He's really shy, so he asked me to give you this." "And why are you suddenly being nice to me?" "I just said he's my friend, didn't I? I'm not doing this for you. Just write a response quickly so I can hand it to him tomorrow." When I opened the letter, I felt really flattered, but also cringed a bit. "Dear Angelina, or should I call you my angel? I wish I could talk to you, but your beauty just makes me speechless." I wrote back and kept an eye on her the next day to see who she handed the letter to. But she was surrounded by so many boys that it was impossible to tell. The next week, she gave me another letter. "Hi, my angel. I think I have the courage to face you. Meet me behind the school tonight at 7 p.m. I was really curious about who this guy was, so I decided to go to the meeting spot. Half an hour went by, and it was getting chilly. Suddenly, Maddie and her friends jumped out of the shadows, laughing hard and recording me. You thought someone was interested in you? How dumb are you, maid? What? This was all you guys? Duh! Just because some losers asked you out doesn't mean you're something special. Gosh, you're so pathetic. Poor Cinderella, waiting desperately for Prince Charming. I was almost about to attack her when suddenly someone took my hand. It was Dwayne. He pulled me away and we started walking back home. I overheard Maddie telling her friends how she wrote those letters to play this dumb prank on you. She's so immature. She and I used to be best friends. I don't understand why she hates me so much. As tears poured down my face, Dwayne put his jacket around my shoulders, pulling me a little closer. I don't know why anyone would want to lose you as a friend. You are something special. Before I knew it, he leaned in for a kiss, and it was amazing. Even though the video of me waiting for a non-existent boy was making the rounds at school and everyone was making fun of me, I didn't really care. Dwayne and I had secretly started dating, and the next few weeks were bliss. Dwayne and I were making out in his room one day when suddenly, Maddie barged in, looking down at her phone. The parents are out and I'm having a party. Can you invite some of your hot friends? Wait, what is she doing here? Angelina is my girlfriend, you idiot. Now get out. He shut the door on her face and we heard a tiny crack. Do you think she broke her nose? Doesn't matter. She's been getting it changed at the plastic surgeons for years. We laughed and started kissing again when we were rudely interrupted again a little later. But this time, it was his mom, with Maddie grinning behind her. Dwayne, seriously? You know all the richest girls in town and you choose this maid? I mean, if this is only for fun and not public, then fine. Do whatever, but be careful. She's probably only after your money. Mom! Listen, lady. Dwayne asked me out. I didn't. And your money doesn't give you the right to treat anyone like garbage. If you want to be respected, you have to treat others with respect too. Just then, Mom came running, looking pale as a ghost. What have you done? How can you talk to Madam like that? Apologize right now. But I didn't. Needless to say, my mom was fired, and I was taken out of the school. When I was packing up my stuff, Maddie walked in and threw some old dresses of hers at me. Here's a parting gift. They were going in the trash anyway, so same difference. What happened to you, Maddie? Why did you turn into this awful person and just forgot that we were best friends? Oh, please. I was only bored at home, and you were hired to entertain me. And then you forgot your place. We were never best friends. We never could be. Well, good luck finding true friends then, Maddie, because the ones you have right now are just here for your money. And I never cared about that. With that, I picked up my bags and left. Dwayne kept texting me, but I didn't have the heart to reply. It was better this way, probably. We were worlds apart. Soon after, Mom found a job as a waitress, but it wasn't enough to make ends meet, so I managed to get a job as a cashier at a local bookstore. And one evening, Dwayne walked in. Angelina, I'm so sorry about everything my mother said. I really love you. Please give me another chance. I won't ever let her say anything mean to you again. The next day, I walked into the mansion, and before his mom could say a word, I stopped her with my hand. I'm not your maid anymore. I'm an independent girl dating your grown-up son, and you can't do anything about it. Her jaw fell to the floor as I walked into Dwayne's room holding his hand. We dated for the next few years, and I graduated high school. I started working at a local cafe, and the old lady who owned the place grew really fond of me. But one day, she suddenly passed away. I had barely registered the news when a man in a suit came into the cafe and asked for me. The owner has left the business to a girl called Angelina. Where is she? Oh my god, what? She had left the entire cafe to me? And with that, life changed forever for me and my mom. We both started working together and turned the place around. It became one of the most popular spots in town. One day, Maddie and her mom walked into the cafe, and a few minutes later, I heard Maddie screaming at a waitress. Are you stupid? So what if it's not on the menu? Just go ask your chef to make me a salmon salad. I walked over to their table, and their eyes almost popped out. Ladies, please leave the cafe immediately. We refuse service to ill-mannered customers. Oh, and you? Another waitress is allowed to talk to me like that? Call the management and I'll have you fired right now. I am the management, and I will have you thrown out now. As my staff escorted them outside, the humiliation on their faces was epic for me. with all the money I made. I opened 3 new cafes in the next 2 years, and by the time Dwayne came back from university, there were 4 more. One day, as I was leaving work, I noticed a bunch of paparazzi outside. Suddenly they parted, and Dwayne walked towards me with flowers and a ring. Angelina, will you do me the honor of marrying me? Yes, of course! All the journalists snapped pictures and cheered as we kissed. How does it feel being engaged to the richest boy in town? It's not a big deal. I'm rich too, you know. Dwayne and I flew away to a private beach to get married amongst friends. And Mom, of course. Naturally, his family did not come. We have our own home and 3 cats, and we're all very happy. I got my fairy tale ending after all.
Hi, I'm Zoe, and I'm from Australia. Please like and subscribe. Both my parents were born geniuses. My dad was a scientist at a pharmaceutical company, and my mother became the youngest principal in the world. So when I was born, they thought I'd be the next Einstein. But unfortunately, I wasn't even close. They'd try to teach me how to read and write, and I would shred all the books and papers to pieces.
Look at that, Mommy! Airplane!
Oh, that's my research for the last 5 years. What did you do, kid? Relax, honey. Look at her building planes from such a young age. She's no less than the Wright brothers. But Mom's bubble burst soon after when I turned 3. They bought me all the different puzzles in the world. But to their surprise, I broke them instead of fixing them. What is wrong with this child? I'm sick of her stupid activities. Sometimes I wonder if she's mine or… How dare you? Don't blame it on me. It's your stupid family's genes that have her acting all weird. Yep, they pretty much fought about it all the time until my little sister Susie was born. And unlike me, she was a genius. She could solve puzzles from a very young age and speak 4 different languages by the time she turned 7. And although I was low-key proud of her, she hated me for some reason. Once we had some guests over and she recited all the theories and laws proposed by Newton, word by word. Everyone was super impressed with her, and I said, "Susie, that was awesome. I could never do that."
Yeah, that's because you're a loser, Zoe.
Ugh, such a mean kid. Because of her excellent skills, she got promoted to 4th grade when she was just 7. When she joined my school, I offered to walk her to class, but she just pushed me away.
What are you doing? Get away from me.
But I'm just trying to…
Ruin my reputation? I don't want the kids knowing my sister is a failure.
Oh my God, what is your problem? I'm just trying to be nice here, but you keep on being a brat.
No one asked you to. Now get out of my face, loser.
Ugh, she was unreasonable. But why not? Mom had her back both at school and at home. But Mom would ignore my existence entirely, especially at school. Mom! How many times have I told you not to call me Mom in school? But Susie does it, and everyone knows she's your daughter. Yeah, that's because I'm proud of her. And about you, I'm just confused. Now off you go and stop wasting my time. This was it. I was gonna show her. There was an upcoming debate competition Susie was participating in, and I signed up just to tease her and Mom.
You gave your name for the debate competition? Are you crazy? Do you want to embarrass us that badly?
I want to win it and prove to Mom and Dad and you that I'm not useless. Are you scared?
As if. And you must be crazy to think you can win against me.
Well, I really wasn't sure that I would, but surprisingly, the judges felt that my points were more real and reasonable, and I won the competition. Both Mom and Susie's jaws dropped when they saw this. And the next day, I found Susie pulling stuff out of a girl's locker and stomping on it. Before I could even ask what she was doing, the girl came running at her angrily and pinned her against the wall. Hey, what do you think you're doing, punk?
Mind your own business, witch. I'm trashing my sister's locker, and I'm a little busy, so buzz off.
Your sister's locker? I don't know who that is, but that locker is mine. And with that, she started pulling Susie's hair, and I couldn't stop laughing. She mistakenly broke into the girl's locker thinking that it was mine. That was hilarious. Just then, Mom arrived on the scene and pulled the 2 apart. And then she started screaming at me. You were just standing there like a moron and laughing? Why didn't you stop this bully? Why should I? Susie deserved getting her butt kicked. And you can defend your little princess yourself. Mom was furious. She gave the other girl detention and she suspended me for a week. Mom, are you crazy? You're suspending me for what? Laughing? And what about Susie? She started the whole thing. She gets no punishment at all? I don't want to hear anything. Susie is the smartest kid in the school, and she's being promoted to your class because she's a genius. Do you think I'll let you ruin it? How could my own mother be so evil? I stormed out of her office in anger. A few days later, Mom threw a huge party on Susie's birthday, and I prepared to get revenge on her. As I was getting ready, Susie came into my room and suddenly hugged me.
Oh, sis, I'm so sorry. I've been so mean to you. I realized you won because of your own smartness, and you're as smart as me. Please, forgive me for everything.
Really? What changed your mind?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe just because it's my birthday and Mom threw me this huge party and I realized how lucky I am to have everything. So you can have this one little victory. I feel generous.
Gosh, she was so annoying. I almost didn't want to go to her party now, but she dragged me off and I decided to let things go. But soon after I walked in, everyone was staring at me and started laughing like crazy. What was happening? Suddenly, I saw my reflection in the mirror and my face was all swollen, like I'd been stung by 100 bees. And Susie was cackling like a witch. I was certain she'd mixed something in my makeup. Susie, you psycho! I'm gonna kill you! I ran off to Dad's bathroom and grabbed his shaver. I came running back and pounced at Susie, knocking her to the ground. And I started shaving her head as she screamed. Just then, Mom came into the room and went all ballistic on me in front of everyone. Oh my God, Zoe! What are you, an animal? What have you done to your poor sister? On her birthday? You're grounded for life. That's enough, Mom. You never listen to me. You just care about Susie all the time. Can't you see what she's done to my face? All she ever does is make me miserable. How can you be so blind? But she just looked at me blankly, and I knew it was useless to say any more, so I ran back to my room. But later that night, I heard someone screaming. I ran down to find Susie in the lounge, and all around her were broken picture frames, and on the wall was something written in red spray paint. Finish Susie off. Smarty Pants needs to die. Susie grinned at me and let out another shrill scream, and just then my parents came running in.
Mom, Dad, look what Zoe did. She ruined all our family pictures, and she wrote this on the wall. She hates you guys, and she hates me, and she wants to kill me. She's a psycho. She needs help.
What? These were all crazy lies. She was such an evil person. But Mom and Dad bought her lies and instantly took me to a doctor. There, he ran all kinds of tests on me and declared I had ADHD. It is an attention disorder where individuals can't always focus on things like other kids and have unusual motion problems. But it doesn't mean that she's any less smart. In fact, Albert Einstein himself was diagnosed with it. Well, I always knew something was wrong with me, and this explained all the reasons why I could never focus on my studies. I thought Mom and Dad would understand me now, but surprisingly, they looked at me like I was some kind of monster. Later, when we got home, I heard my parents secretly talking about me, and it just broke my heart. I never thought Zoe would be such a burden to our name, and now this weird disease. We're doomed. Maybe we should send her away. Yeah, you're right. It feels like she's not even our daughter. And with everything she did to Susie, we need to send her away. I couldn't believe it. How could they? After all this while, I tried to make them feel proud of me, and they thought I was some burden. I stormed in to confront them. How could you guys think of me like that? You call yourself smart and educated? Well, you're just mean and blinded by your love for Susie. You can't even see all the things she's done to me, and you think I'm the psycho? Well, you'll regret it, and I hate you guys. I went to my room in tears, but this was it. I was proud of the way I was, and I wasn't letting anyone put me down. I started putting more focus into my work and taking some online classes on the internet to work on my issues. Soon, we had a big project coming for the finals, and I was preparing my best for it. Susie was being helped by Mom so that she could win the competition and then get the International Science Scholarship. On the day of the presentation, I was super excited. I went onto the stage and gave the best I could. But just as Susie got onto the stage for her turn, her model broke and fell apart. Suddenly, she had tears in her eyes, but Mom went all ballistic on her. "What are you doing? Stop crying like a baby here. Just stop." She went on stage and grabbed her by the arm. "Stop embarrassing me in front of everyone. Isn't it bad enough that you ruined this in the first place, and now you... Ugh." But suddenly, Susie yelled,
"Mom, just shut up! Shut up! I did everything you asked for. I always tried so hard to be the best, and I failed this one time. So what?"
Mom was shocked and tried to hush Susie, but she pushed her away and left. I was shocked, but secretly happy that Mom was embarrassed in front of everyone. But later when the results were announced, Mom went all gaga hearing my name in the first place. She started hugging me and kissing me like crazy. She was such a drama queen. I wasn't buying her act for a second. Later when we got home, Mom went ballistic on Susie. "Listen here, you stupid girl. I made you. You are what you are because of me. Learn something from your sister. Look at her. She's left you behind and won it. You should be ashamed of yourself, you ungrateful brat."
"No, you're a monster, Mom. Do you even realize how stressful it's been for me all these years? Always trying to please you guys so you won't treat me like Zoe?"
Well, yeah, Zoe is dumb. Dumb kids should be bullied until they decide to change. Oh my God, how can a principal say such things? You're absolutely horrible, Mom. Mom stepped closer to slap me, but Susie pushed her away.
"Stop it! I don't want this. I just want a happy family like everyone else I know."
That's enough, Mom. I know what you guys did, and I know how selfish you people are. You don't need kids, you need robots who can work on your instructions and make you feel good about yourself. Zoe, how dare you? No, Dad, how dare you? You ruined both of our lives by putting us in this stupid competition and burdening us with your expectations. It's all your fault, and I'm not gonna let you do this to me or Susie anymore.
Yeah, and we know who to contact if you keep treating us like that. Like child services, for example. And you will regret the moment you gave birth to us."
And to me, she said,
"Oh, Zoe, I never wanted to hurt you, but I was afraid Mom and Dad might hate me too. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Please forgive me."
"It's okay, I guess. I just want you to know that I never hated you. And we have another chance to make up for lost time. I forgive you."
Hi there, my name is Penny. I'm 13 years old, and over summer break, my whole life changed. All because I found a way to get anything I wanted off of Amazon for free. Alright, I think I should start by mentioning that I've always been poor. Like, sometimes my mom and I are homeless kind of poor. And I'm pretty sure it's part of why I've always been super unpopular at school. Anyways, we were recently kicked out of our last spot and moved in with my aunt, which is great for me because at her house, I always get my own room with a TV and a computer in it and everything. Well, one day, I was on my computer surfing around on YouTube when I came across an interesting video. The title said, "How to Get Everything for Free from Amazon." I didn't really think it would work, but I was interested. I clicked in and began watching. "If you're watching this video, you must be ready for your whole life to change," the guy started. I was hooked. "This video is brought to you by a bug in Amazon's system." The guy continued with a sly wink. As he went on, I followed along, making sure to copy each step exactly. The whole process didn't take long at all, and before I knew it, I was at the last step. Enter. Nothing seemed to happen. Just as I figured. I sighed. It must have been some weird hoax. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit bummed. I had tried not to get my hopes up, but I mean, after living a whole life of having nothing, the thought of being able to get anything I wanted delivered to me for free, on demand, was like a dream. While I was already on Amazon, I figured I might as well order some new school supplies. School was just around the corner and I would be going into the 8th grade. Like every other year, I wouldn't be able to afford the new cool clothes that all the popular kids would have. But my mom always saved up just enough so that I could buy some brand new school supplies. She felt it was important, and it was special for me. "Education is your golden ticket to creating a better life for yourself, Penny Pie," she would always say. Now, don't get me wrong. I loved learning, but I hated going to school. I was always mocked for wearing the same clothes or looking like I hadn't showered, which, to be fair, I often hadn't after a night of sleeping in Mom's car or something. Anyways, I browsed around Amazon, putting things in my shopping cart, careful to stay on my budget of $15, which for us is a lot. Once I had found everything I needed, I went to pay. But where there should have been a price, there was only the word free in all caps. No way, I whispered to myself. I couldn't believe my eyes. Had it really worked? My heart was racing a little bit with some newfound excitement. Carefully, as I might mess something up if I moved too fast, I dragged the mouse to where it said confirm order. Click. Off my order went, and up came a notice saying that my package would be delivered in 2 days. Only 2 days? I looked at the top corner of the screen and noticed that I somehow had Amazon Prime. I checked on my subscription, and it said my Prime membership had just been activated for $0 per month. The code must have automatically given me free membership. Suddenly, my mind was filled with all of the possibilities, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself or get my hopes up just to be let down. So I decided to place another order for a slightly bigger purchase, and I knew exactly what I wanted. It was a super trendy backpack that I knew all the cool kids would have this year. I had seen it while browsing for supplies, but it was $50, so I didn't even bother clicking on it. Until now. I found the exact backpack I wanted, and I picked my favorite color, which made the price jump up to $57. It felt weird not to care. I went to pay, and there again was the word free where the price should have been. Click. Order confirmed. 2-day delivery. Woohoo! I was ecstatic. I wanted to go bonkers, ordering everything my heart desired. But I figured it would be best to wait and make sure the orders actually arrived first. Sure enough, 2 days later, while my mom and aunt were out job hunting for my mom, there was a knock on the front door. I opened it up to see 2 packages by my feet and an Amazon Prime truck driving off. I could hardly contain my excitement. I quickly grabbed both packages, slammed the door shut, and raced off to my room. I wanted so badly to just tear them open right then and there, but this moment was too sweet. I looked the packages over and ran my fingers over my name. My name on a package sent to my house. Well, my house for now at least. But still, it was something that I couldn't recall ever experiencing before. After taking it all in, I slowly unsealed the first package and pulled out each item. First, it was the pencils and school supplies. There it was, the smell of fresh plastic and the subtle squeak of newness in my hands. I opened the next package and slid the backpack out. For a moment, I was just frozen, staring at the thing that symbolizes so many things I had always wanted. I hugged the backpack and cried. At first, I cried for all of the things I had never gotten, for the pain I had felt for being made fun of and isolated. And then the tears turned into tears of happiness, and I began to laugh just thinking about how different life would be from here on out. And then, in a craze of emotion, the real shopping spree began. I bought new clothes and jackets, cool accessories and makeup, hair extensions and fake nails, all the latest gadgets and tablets. Whatever I wanted. I would go to school this year as a whole new person. Nobody would even recognize me. I suddenly had a new confidence about me that I had never known before. On the first day of school, sure enough, nobody recognized me at all. Not even my best friend Claire. She couldn't believe it when I told her it was me. We walked together in the hall and everyone stared, even the cool kids. At lunch that day, one of the most popular girls in school, Jade, even sat down next to us. "Hey, new girl," she said. "Cool backpack. I have the same one, but in Jade, which is my name. What's yours?" I laughed and said, "Jade." "It's me, Penny." As she looked at me with recognition, I started to feel self-conscious. "Penny? No way," she said, her whole demeanor changing. "I seriously didn't even recognize you. What happened?" She said it in a way that I knew very well. It made me feel small. I wanted to curl up and hide, but then I remembered the reflection I had seen in the mirror. I held my chin up high as I replied, "Things have changed for me, Jade. It's a shame that I can't say the same for you." Both Jade and Claire's jaws dropped. This gave me even more confidence. "Anyways, I have a new connection. I can basically have anything I want, just like that," I said as I snapped my fingers. No biggie. This got both of their attention, but Jade was now taking over the conversation, asking all sorts of questions. I just acted cool, calm, and mysterious, and answered with super short responses to keep her guessing. She called a couple of her other cool friends over to the table and filled them in. When they all started to chime in, asking questions too, I hooked arms with Claire and said, "This is a little annoying, don't you think? Let's go." As we walked away from the most popular girls in school, who were all staring in awe after us, we laughed as we turned the corner. Just like that, we were the girls the popular girls wanted to talk to. Once we were completely alone, I explained everything to Claire. And after school that day, she came to my house so we could order a bunch of cool new stuff for her. Soon enough, we were both the most stylish and trendy girls in the whole school, and I started to love going. Every day, the popular kids all wanted to hang out with us. Just to keep them happy, I even bought some things for them. And you should have seen how happy and grateful they were. They were practically bowing down to me as their queen. Within weeks, I was receiving between 20 to 30 packages a day. On some days, the other kids would even line up in gym class as Claire and I would sit on the bleachers. passing out gifts like a modern-day Lady Santa Claus. Of course, while school life was getting better and better, things were becoming more and more difficult back home. As my mom and aunt became more suspicious, I had to lie and tell them that all the packages were for a job I had found on Amazon. I told them that companies were paying me to test out all sorts of products in exchange for my raving reviews. I almost felt worse when they believed it, but I couldn't stop now. I was the happiest I had ever been. That is, until one day, when along with around 35 packages, I received a letter from Amazon. It was laid out for me on the kitchen table when I got home from school. I guess my mom had gotten it first, but it was still sealed. She trusted me too much. I was nervous as I opened it. Amazon had never sent me a letter before. I read in horror as the letter explained that I had been the biggest spender that month. They were wanting to know how I had been receiving all of those shipments, stating that they were unable to track any of the receipts. In a panic, I tore the letter up into tiny little pieces and buried them deep in the bottom of the trash can. My whole body felt like it was in knots, but I tried to shake it off and tried to get it out of my head. There was no time for worrying about that now. Not when I was the most popular girl in school and had the life of my dreams. But I couldn't just ignore it completely. Amazon was obviously onto me, and I was worried that my free-for-all shopping spree could soon come to a halt. So that evening, I started buying some of the big-ticket items. I wanted to make sure I had all of the best and most expensive things that I knew I may never be able to afford again. I ordered laptops, expensive watches, beautiful porcelain chandeliers, and even spendy decorations for my room. I even bought all sorts of nice things for my aunt's house and nice jewelry for my mom. I had been too nervous to shop for them before, but knowing that this may be my last chance, I went wild and would just tell them that they were also given to me for reviews. To no real surprise, within just 2 days, I logged in to find that I no longer had all free access. I didn't even have Amazon Prime anymore. And just a day after that, I got another letter in the mail. This time, Amazon told me that they had found the bug in their system and fixed the issue, and that they would be in touch soon. I honestly didn't think about it too much. I was just happy that I had gotten all the really expensive stuff before it was too late. Well, let's just say that my happiness about that pretty quickly turned into a total freak out, because now I was getting tons of letters from Amazon every day. Between 20 to 30, as a matter of fact. They were all receipts for every single purchase I had made, along with the occasional letter threatening a lawsuit if I didn't reimburse them by the end of the month. Now that I was no longer receiving packages and only letters, I had to come up with another lie for my mom and aunt, who were becoming more and more suspicious. I told them they were just thank you letters from people I had written reviews for, or more people asking for my endorsements. I also told them I had decided to quit my job and asked if they could just throw the letters away if they saw them. But one day, I caught my mom starting to open one of the letters when I got home from school. I caught her just in time and she apologized for almost invading my privacy. "I'm just worried about you, Penny Pie," she said. "Something just seems off with you lately." I told her that everything was okay and that I was sorry for making her feel worried. And I meant it. "You don't have to worry anymore, Mom," I said. I told them to stop sending me stuff and that I quit for good, so we shouldn't get any more letters or packages anyways. Of course, this wasn't anywhere close to true. I had an unimaginable amount of money to still make in a very short period of time before they would stop sending those letters, but I had to deal with one thing at a time. I knew I would really be toast if my mom ever found out, so I made that a priority and started skipping my last class every day, just to get the mail before my mom or aunt could. In the meantime, I was selling everything I could on Facebook Market and Craigslist, anywhere I could think of. I even explained what was happening to Claire and all of my new friends, and how I was in serious trouble. I asked if they could give back the stuff I had bought for them so I could make back that money. Of course, Claire did this without any hesitation and even helped me sell some of it, but everyone else just laughed at me. Jade even called me pathetic in front of everyone. "I knew you were an imposter," she said, and then she started to chant, "Penny is a loser!" And all of the other cool kids, who I thought were now my friends, joined along. But at that moment, I was too worried about getting the money back to even care. At this point, Claire and I had scrounged up a whopping $1,000, which was practically a nickel compared to what I had spent. And to make matters even worse, when I got home that day, after skipping class to get the mail, my mom was on the phone with the principal. Now I was in real trouble. Surely he would be informing her of all of my recent absences. I had to think quick. She hadn't heard me come in the house, so I snuck upstairs and quietly shut my bedroom door. I had nowhere else to turn. So I hopped on my computer, I wrote in the search bar, "How to make money fast." The first video I saw was one that said, "How to make money fast with a Craigslist scam." I was totally desperate and freaking out.
Hi, I'm Rue from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My mom was a renowned doctor and loved me to bits, but when I was 6, I fell from a tree and hit my head. And even though I recovered fine, Mom went crazy. She never let me out of her sight after that. When I started school, she hugged me and cried like a baby at the gate, and she'd even drop by during recess to check on me. Blood? Oh my God, what happened? She picked me up and started running to the hospital.
Mom, put me down. It's just ketchup.
And suddenly, we both went crashing into the food counter. By the time I was in 8th grade, I was super popular and a star player on the basketball team. Once during my match, I fell and bruised my knee, and Mom leapt out of the audience, screaming hysterically. It was so embarrassing. And then she forced the principal to grant me 1 month's leave to recover. Ugh! I spent the next week in bed watching MSA videos about crazy moms like mine. But a few days later, it was my friend's birthday party, and I felt well enough to sneak out. But just as I was about to kiss this cute guy there, Mom barged in and smashed the music system. That music's loud enough to hurt my baby's ears. Mom, are you crazy? How did you even find me? Apparently, she had a tracker installed in my phone to always know my location. On the way home, we had a huge argument. If you ever do something like that again, I'm gonna leave for good, and I'll throw away my phone, Mom. You won't be able to find me. And surprisingly, that worked. She kinda backed off, and I was relieved to be back at school soon. Guys, I'm back! I was hoping for an awesome welcome, but to my surprise, no one bothered to say hi. And just as I was about to sit, someone pulled my seat and I fell on my butt. You can't sit there. It's Sally's seat. Wait, what? This is my seat. And who's frickin' Sally anyway?
Me. I'm Sally. And you are?
I turned around to see a tall blonde girl offering me a hand. I'm Rue, and I think you're new because I've never… Oh, Rue, the one with the crazy mom. It's nice to finally meet you. I just joined this month, and it's okay. You can take this seat. She smiled and went to another seat, and all the kids followed her. What the heck? A new girl had taken my place while I was gone for just a month? After that, I noticed how everyone was just too pleased by her, even the teachers. Oh, Miss Olsen, did you get a new haircut? It looks so nice on you. Thanks, Sally. You're the only one to notice. You aren't just smart, you're kind too. And she helped the other kids with their homework too. Guys, I got this. You can copy from my assignment as long as you change some things. Sally, you're the best. Well, I doubted that. She was just too good to be true, and just happened to appear out of thin air and take my popularity. But I wasn't gonna lose to her. A basketball match was coming up and I was gonna show her who the real champ was. But on the day of the match, I could see Sally cheering for me with everyone else. In fact, she was cheering the loudest. Woohoo! It's nice to have the champion back. Go Rue! Just then, I slipped on the basketball court and fell flat on my butt with a sprained ankle. OMG, someone help me pick her up. She's hurt. Sally made me lean on her and took me to the nurse's room. She stayed with me the whole time the nurse attended to me. And I was beginning to think I'd misjudged her. She really was quite nice. Later when I reached home, Mom came running and hugged me tight. Oh my God, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital right now. Ugh, Mom, I'm fine. It's just a small sprain. That's enough. You're not gonna play that stupid game anymore. Mom grabbed my shoes to throw them away, and that's when I noticed grease all under my shoe. Oh my God, someone did it on purpose to make me slip, and I knew in my bones it could be none other than Sally. But since I had no proof, I decided to play nice for a while and keep an eye on her. A few days later, there was a big selection quiz for the nationals team, and I saw Sally mixing something in the free juices for all the contestants. Minutes later, the kids were clutching their tummies and running in and out of the bathroom. Ah, that evil witch! Of course she was selected for the finals, but I knew what she had done and decided to confront her. I followed her to the girls' washroom and pushed her to the wall. I'm not fooled by you, Sally. I know what you did there. I saw you mixing something.
Oh, Rue, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting me?
And saying that, she slapped her own face really hard and started crying loudly. What? Suddenly, some girls came out of the washroom cubicles and pushed me aside. Gosh, Rue, look at her face. You slapped her so hard. It's all red. We're gonna tell the principal that you're bullying Sally.
No, don't do that. I don't want to cause trouble. We should give Rue a chance to fix this. If she says sorry to me, I'll let it go this time.
What the freaking frogs? Me? Say sorry to her? Ugh, no way. I pushed her harder this time and stormed out of there. But now I knew she was a cunning fox, and I had to play smarter than her. Soon, the elections for the new school president were announced, and I was super excited to participate. But guess who else was running for president? Sally! She already had loads of kids working for her campaign and making her posters. One day while I was in the library working on mine, I heard some noises. I went ahead to check, and I was shocked to see Sally bullying a kid. What do you mean you didn't complete my assignment? I need it back within an hour, or I'll kick your butt, you moron. She took his glasses off and threw them on the ground and crushed them. The guy looked terrified as Sally walked away. Just then, I had a mind-blowing plan. I quickly went in and picked up the guy from the floor. Hey, you don't have to be scared of her, okay? I'll help you get rid of her, but you'll have to help me too. You just have to speak the truth in front of everyone, and I'll make sure she never lays a finger on you again. Deal? The guy looked at me with teary eyes and nodded. A few days later, we had an event where each candidate had to speak up in front of the entire school, and I was all set to see my plan in action. Minutes before Sally was about to come on stage, I was so happy to see the guy she'd bullied standing there already. Sally's whole act was about to be exposed. Yippee! I need to tell you all something. One of the candidates here is a chameleon who pretends to be your friend, but in reality, she's a bully. And saying that, he pointed at me. What in the father-frickin' world? That's her, Rue. She even smashed my glasses the other day and put my head inside the toilet. She's a bully. What? Have you lost your mind? What are you talking about? It was Sally, can't you remember? She smashed your glasses. Who's Sally? And please, don't kill me. Please, someone save me from her. Saying that, he ran and hid behind the other kids, and all of them went bonkers on me. Rue, we already knew you could be a bully, and now you're blaming Sally for this? Everyone knows Sally would never do something this horrible. Yeah, we saw what happened in the washroom the other day. You're the bad person here, and you don't deserve to be the president. And they all started throwing paper balls at me. I ran out of there to save my butt, but I was so gonna kill Sally now. After the event was over, I followed Sally and saw her kissing that jerk who betrayed me in front of everyone. That's how she turned him on her side. She was such a devil. I heard them laughing and talking about how they'd humiliated me in front of everyone. I couldn't take it anymore. I went ahead and kicked him in the butt. You're such a world-class jerk. You lied in front of everyone for a wicked lizard like her. Watch your mouth, Rue, or I'll tear off your tongue. Whoa, look at that. Finally, your true colors are coming out, Sally. But guess what? I've known from day one that you're a witch, and soon I'll prove it to everyone. You recorded us? Oh, yes, I did. You know, I'm tired of pretending to be nice to you. I wish you had slipped and hit your head that day, but you just got away with a little sprain. But today, I'm gonna kill you, squid face. Saying that, she charged at me like a mad bull, and we broke into a wild fight. Within minutes, the cheating jerk came in and held me by my hands. Let go of me, you idiot, or I'll put your face in the toilet seat for real this time. I tried to fight them both, but they locked me inside a small janitor's room. No one's going to come here till tomorrow, Rue, and I'm gonna be the next student president by then. And your little phone? I'm gonna destroy it. Both of them left, and I tried to break open the door, but nothing worked. When I'd almost given up, I suddenly heard a loud thud on the door, and it flew open. Mom! Oh God, I can't believe you found me. I hugged her tight. Are you okay, sweetie? What happened to you? Wait, Mom, how did you find me here? Oh, honey, after you said you were gonna throw away your phone the next time you run, I may have put a tracker device in all of your shoes. Mom! Okay,
sorry, but see, it helped. I was able to help you today after you didn't come home for so long. She was unbelievable. I immediately ran out to find Sally and saw she was making a bonfire in the school backyard, and she had my phone in her hand. I went in and hit her from behind, and the guy ran away, seeing Mom with me. What are you doing? Let go of me, you witch! I'm gonna kill you this time. Oh, you can try, but you're not getting away with anything now. This time, I tied her and made sure she didn't run away until we called the principal and her parents. Oh, we are really sorry, but she has a histrionic personality disorder. Because of that, she wants to be noticed and praised all the time. We kept it out of her records when she joined this school. Oh, God. I didn't know I was taking such a dangerous kid. But you've been really brave, Rue. I'm gonna announce you as the next student president tomorrow. No, I'm the best one. I'm the best. She's nothing. Saying that, she broke the ties and leapt towards me. I'm gonna burn this entire school with you in it, loser. Thankfully, the principal had called security and they took her away. After everything was over, I turned to Mom thinking she'd go all crazy again, but she hugged me. Oh, honey, are you okay? I was so scared. I'm fine, Mom. Thanks for saving my life today. I love you, but no more tracking devices, please. A large chair swiveled around to reveal a tiny, skinny guy.
What? You think all mafia bosses are tall, fat, bald, and wear gold rings? Sorry to disappoint you with my looks, but trust me, I am every bit as ruthless.
Something about his steely gray eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I believed him. His name was Pierre Soufflé, which was obviously a lie, and the job he had for us was to steal a priceless painting from a museum and replace it with a fake. That's the painting? It's, tiny.
What's your problem with tiny things and people?
It's also kinda stupid. What is that? A raccoon eating a cheeseburger?
It's worth $10 million, so the joke's on you, dummy. Now, the owner of the painting has allowed the museum to borrow it for only 3 days, so we don't have a lot of time.
Wouldn't it be easier to steal it from the owner's house?
Everyone, look at Lady Einstein coming up with brilliant ideas. Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
Happy to help.
Of course we thought of that ourselves! Trust me, the museum is easier.
Why choose us?
It's a very stupid security measure, but the museum's floors are activated by pressure sensors at night. Anything above 55 kilograms and they go off. I haven't been able to find a boy who weighs less than that. Ellie, get the weighing scale.
Meredith weighed 52 kgs, while I weighed 55.1. How is this possible? You eat so much more than I do.
What can I say? I got all the good genes.
Okay, you're out, fatty. Meredith, you're my leading lady.
The plan was to enter the museum through its large air ducts, carrying the fake painting with us. We first had to make a stop in the security room and disable all the cameras and alarms. Then we'd crawl back through the ducts till we reached the exhibit area, and I'd lower Meredith down along with the painting so she could switch them out. As Meredith made it to the bottom, I dropped the painting to her, and she missed it, and we heard a loud crack. Oh my God, did you break the frame?
Me? It's your fault. Who told you to throw it like that?
I was expecting you to catch it, but what was I thinking? You made us lose the Frisbee tournament in 8th grade because you're so bad at catching things, unless it's someone's boyfriend.
Seriously? You were so distracted by that hot boy on the bleachers, your throwing skills were completely off. FYI, that boy was totally into me.
Why are we even talking about Frisbees and boys right now?
You started it.
No, I didn't. Okay, shut up. Let me think how to fix this. Are you trying to glue it together with your saliva?
You got a better idea?
Any idea would be a better idea than that. Look, it's a museum. They must fix broken, ancient things here all the time, right? I'm looking at the floor map, and there are some offices in the left wing. I'll go get some glue. It took me an hour to find glue and return to our spot, and I found Meredith eating a bowl of ramen. Where did you get that?
I brought a packet of instant ramen with me, and you were taking forever, so I went to make it in the staff kitchen. There was someone's chicken sandwich in the fridge, so I used the meat from that. And there was also some tofu, and I added a dash of oyster sauce.
I'm so happy you chose this moment in your life to become a gourmet chef. Just send the painting back up so I can fix it. I tried to fill in the crack as best I could, then sent it back down to Meredith, who took the real one off and put the fake one on the wall. But just as she started walking back, the whole floor lit up suddenly and a blaring sound went off.
Oh my God, what's happening?
I don't know. Is the painting heavier than the fake one? Just hurry up. We gotta get out now. I pulled up Meredith and the real painting and closed the opening in the ceiling seconds before security burst in. We crawled down the ducts and out of the building as fast as we could. We ran a few blocks down where Pierre's van was waiting for us, and we sped away.
Oh, I would have preferred if you hadn't alerted all of New York about the break-in. Now I'll have to move this painting around with cops crawling all over the city. Ugh, never mind. Here's your check, and Claire, try to lose some weight. Au revoir.
And without warning, we were dumped on a dark street. We scrambled to our feet, headed for the subway, and made it home. It was all over the news the next morning that someone had broken into the museum and switched off all the security systems. But apparently, nothing had been stolen, except a chicken sandwich and a block of tofu from the staff kitchen. You ate the entire block?
Hey, I'm not the one who needs to watch her weight.
I do not need to. Whatever. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
It'll have to wait. I got a hair appointment. We'll talk over dinner?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna tell Meredith that I wanted a break from this life, and I wasn't sure how she'd react. As I sat in a cafe later, I suddenly found a cute guy next to my table.
Mind if I sit here? There are no other empty seats. I won't disturb you. I promise.
We actually ended up talking for over an hour, and I found him sweet and charming.
I'd love to meet you again if you're free. I don't live in New York, but I come every weekend.
You come here for work?
No, actually, I came to visit my mom who's admitted in the hospital here for a medical trial. She has some rare brain issue that sent her into a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has she been in a coma?
6 years now. It's been the toughest thing I've ever dealt with. Actually, she was part of this other really promising clinical trial before, but that didn't work for her. He was in a hospital in Connecticut.
As he kept talking, I suddenly felt like I was spinning around very fast, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My chest felt heavy, and I could barely breathe. I don't know what I said to the boy, but I just ran out of there and didn't stop till I got to our hotel room.
Hey, I was about to call you. What's wrong? Claire, are we in trouble?
I am a terrible person.
Hey, you're not that terrible, just a bit ugly. You don't have cops after you, do you?
Meredith, I met someone.
It's not a cop, is it?
No, I met a random guy in a cafe, and his mom was in a clinical trial.
I hope this gets interesting at some point.
In a hospital in Connecticut.
Oh my God, the same hospital Mom was in? And the same trial? What a small world.
No, it's not the same trial. It's a different hospital, too.
Okay, I'm bored again. The coincidence made me interested for a bit.
Meredith, his mom's been in a coma for 6 years. We did that to someone.
Didn't you just say it's not the same trial?
Yes, but for a few seconds, I thought it was the same trial. And I just realized for the first time today that we did something awful to someone out there. When we switched the patient files, we took away someone else's chance to get better.
You realized this just now? Are you dumb or something? Of course that's what we did.
I mean, I never really thought about it like this. It was just a name on a file. But meeting someone who's going through that with their mom for years, it just made it so real. We're really bad people.
Not really bad, if you consider all the bad people in the world. Okay, look, we didn't have a choice. If I had to do something like that to save Mom all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so we did that to save Mom, but what about everything else? We had a choice to not continue living this life, but we didn't stop, and I want to stop.
What's the big deal, man? It's not like we're stealing from poor people.
It doesn't matter who we steal from. It's not about them, it's about us and the people we've become. I don't want to be this person anymore.
Look, just calm down. I'll get you a pina colada and everything will seem better.
But I pushed her away angrily and she landed on the floor. She looked up at me, stunned. No, I am done. Meredith and I barely spoke over the next few days, and I had no idea what was going through her head. But I'd made my decision. I was gonna go home. I sent Freddie a text to say I'd be coming next week, and he called me back.
Hey, I'm actually in New York with my parents for the weekend. Can we catch up?
The moment I saw Freddie, I just burst into tears, and he hugged me tight. As we talked over dinner, he assured me that he'd talk to Meredith and try to make her come home too. We had just stepped out of the restaurant and walked 2 blocks down when suddenly a black van screeched to a halt beside us, and some men pulled us in, handcuffing and blindfolding us. When our blindfolds came off, I realized we were in Pierre's quarters, and I found Meredith there too. What's going on here?
Welcome. We just gathered here to discuss a teensy-weensy, itsy-bitsy issue. Now, Meredith, go ahead and tell them the moronic thing of titanic proportions that you just did.
Apparently, Meredith had found her way to Pierre's headquarters and stolen the real painting from him. She had then tried to sell it to a buyer she'd arranged, and while the exchange was about to happen on the docks, the cops had showed up. Meredith had barely managed to escape, but the buyer and the painting were in police custody.
The police didn't let it get out in the news, but they knew the real painting had been stolen and replaced with a fake. They were probably watching every dock, airport, and train station to see if someone would try and move it out. And your sister practically handed it to them.
What were you thinking?
It's your whole quitting the biz talk that made me do it. I did it for us, so we could sell the painting and retire to Bora Bora for good. And what the heck is Freddie doing here?
Hi guys, I'm Freddie. Old friend. Nice to meet you. Not terrified at all.
You made me lose a fortune, and you double-crossed me. And Pierre does not take betrayal well. Harry! Sam!
Yes, sir!
You know what to do.
Boss? I'm not really sure how I feel about punching a girl.
Yeah, boss, I am not really comfortable with this. Maybe we can just punch the boy.
I'm not really a boy. I used to be a girl. Ask Claire and Meredith, we practically grew up like sisters.
Please don't hurt him. He has nothing to do with this.
Silence! You buffoons! I didn't say hurt anyone yet. I just wanted you to threaten them. But of course, you're useless. I'll do myself. Torture Harry and Sam after this meeting. Now, get lost.
Then Pierre shifted his cold gaze to me.
That painting is everything to me, and I want it back. And now the only way we can get it is from the owner himself. You, Claire, will be executing this mission. The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire. And you will get to know him, become his girlfriend, kiss, cuddle, yada yada. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you'll steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me. You will do this if you care about your moron sister and this girl/boy and his family and your mother and your stupid husband and your whole neighborhood.
What if I fail?
I don't think you want the answer to that. But once you succeed, I'll give you two enough to go to Bora Bora and never return. I'd be ecstatic to never set eyes on you annoying girls again.
I had my eyes on the target from across the street. As soon as I saw him walk towards the cafe, I headed for the entrance. Just as he opened the door, I bumped straight into him, spilling coffee all over his shirt. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. His arm rested gently on mine.
Hey, it's okay. It was an accident.
I looked up into his bright green eyes.
In fact, you're the one who's without a coffee now. Can I get you a new one?
Sure, I'd like that. Can we also start over? Hi, I'm Christina.
Hello, I'm Eric.
Hi, I'm Joy from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My parents always loved to call me a unique child. When I was little, I was always making toy buildings out of random stuff. Seashells, bottles, cereal boxes, anything I could get my hands on. I was also kinda shy and found it more fun to help out with chores at home than play with other kids. One day, Mom was teaching me how to make pancakes when she suddenly stopped and stared at me. Sweetie, what's the matter? Am I going too fast for you?
No, Mommy, everything's fine.
But you keep blinking a lot, like there's something wrong. I hadn't even realized it, so Mom took me to a doctor, and I got diagnosed with an excessive blinking condition. It was nothing serious, but in school, kids started making fun of me for it, and I'd mostly just stay away from them and sit alone. One day in 3rd grade, I was making a presentation and this stupid boy kept interrupting.
Miss Brown, why does Joy blink so much?
Just keep quiet and listen to Joy's presentation, please.
But how can I listen when Joy's eyes are doing all the talking?
The whole class burst out laughing. Just then, this kid Martin walked over to the annoying boy's table.
Hey, don't talk about Joy like that. Oh yeah? Who are you, her boyfriend?
Martin jumped on him and the two started wrestling like crazy. They both ended up in detention for a week. So after school, I snuck into the detention room and sat next to Martin.
Hey, thanks for sticking up for me. I hate when people tease you. You're like the awesomest, smartest girl in our class.
I joined Martin for detention every day, and after that, we hung out all the time. It turned out he even lived in my neighborhood. I'd always been a loner, but for the first time, I had a best friend, and it was amazing. Having Martin in my life made me less shy, and I changed a lot. We stayed super close through the years, but when we reached high school, Martin gave me some news one day. My dad's business really took off, and we're moving to another neighborhood. I'm also going to a private school. Wow, that's super cool, but I'll really miss you. Hey, why don't you apply for a scholarship? Then we can still be at the same school. My parents were happy for me to try to get into a better school, so I applied for the scholarship, and I got in. Little did I know that it was the worst decision ever. On the first day of 9th grade, I almost fell over when I saw Martin there. He was dressed head to toe in designer clothes and was wearing a gold watch? Who are you, and what did you do to my friend? And how much gel is in your hair, dude? This is just how the cool kids dress nowadays. You didn't know that? No. Should I? Yeah, you should. You need a makeover, girl. I just laughed and punched his arm. Later at lunch, a bunch of rich kids walked by our table.
Hey, Martin, I've seen you around my neighborhood. Want to come to my party this Friday?
Sure. Can I bring Joy with me?
She'll have to buy new shoes first.
I bet the one she's wearing right now came from a garbage dump. Hello, I'm right here, and I love these shoes. Joy, she's joking. Calm down. The girl walked away with her minions, and I felt so annoyed at Martin. How could he think that comment was a joke? Apparently, there were lots of kids at school who lived in Martin's neighborhood, and it seemed like he was becoming friends with them overnight. That next Monday, I didn't see Martin until lunchtime, with his arm around a really pretty girl. Hey, saved a seat for you at our usual table. Actually, I have a girlfriend now, so I'm gonna go sit with her. Oh, okay. Well, have fun. I went to sit by myself and watched Martin from afar. He looked happy, but he just wasn't acting like himself. As weeks went by, Martin got super handsome and muscular and really popular. I missed my friend, but I gave him his space. But one day, I caught Martin and his friends surrounding a younger kid, and Martin was reading his diary out loud. Stephanie Twain, the love of my life since 5th grade. I ran forward and snatched the diary from him. What are you doing? What? I'm just here to entertain people. Reading idiots' diaries is my opening act. Martin, why are you acting like this? Just because you're rich now doesn't mean you have to be a jerk. You know what? I think you're just jealous, because I have other friends now and I'm not a nerdy loser like you.
Look at me. I'm Joy and all I do is study in the library because I have no life.
Then Martin started blinking really fast and shaking his head. Are you making fun of me? Before I could stop myself, I slapped Martin hard across the face and ran away from there. The whole rest of the day, I had to fight from crying. What a jerk! But when I got home, I forgot my troubles when I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, looking really worried. What's wrong, Mom? Joy, your dad and I are in serious debt. If we don't find a way to get some money soon, we could lose the house. Lose the house? Are we gonna end up homeless? No, I shouldn't have said anything. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it, honey. But I did worry about it. I watched MSA videos on YouTube to take my mind off of things, but I didn't get much sleep that night. Weeks went by and things kept changing. I just focused on my studies and saw Martin from a distance, turning into a completely different person. Then one day, a new guy named Cameron arrived at school. He looked like Harry Styles, and based on his Lamborghini, he was clearly rich. All the girls were drooling over him, but I just rolled my eyes and walked away. He was probably just another snooty brat. But I was surprised when Cameron came and sat next to me in my robotics class. He seemed super impressed with the robot hand I was building. I've been working on it for almost a year. Are you like a genius? You can tell me the truth. You don't have to be modest. I laughed and ended up sitting with Cameron for lunch, and he never once made fun of my blinking or even asked about it. We were having a great time until Martin walked over. Dude, what's a guy like you doing with someone like Joy? I'll introduce you to my friends. They're more your type. Martin, why are you such a... Sure, I'll come and say hi right now. Cameron leaned over to me and whispered, trust me, you just sit back and enjoy the show. I wondered what he was up to as he walked over to Martin's friends. And when Martin introduced his girlfriend, Cameron suddenly took her hand and kissed it. I'm heading to a yacht party tonight. I'll offer you $500 to be my date. His girlfriend instantly pushed Martin away and put her arm through Cameron's. You got yourself a deal, cutie. Wait, what the heck? I thought you really liked me. Cameron pulled away from Martin's girlfriend. Your friends really are something. I just wanted to show you that. And I don't like hanging out with fake people. Don't ever come near me or Joy again, okay? Cameron walked back to me, and I saw Martin's face had turned really red as he stormed off furiously. I hoped he'd had some sense knocked into him. Later that week, I got some amazing news. My teachers wanted to enter my robot hand into a huge science fair with a big cash prize. If I won, I could help my parents out. Your hard work is finally gonna pay off, Joy. I wish I were as talented. Wait, what if you enter the science fair with me? You can help me with the finishing touches. Are you serious? You're the coolest girl ever. Cameron and I worked hard on it all month. The night of the fair, I reached the venue before Cameron, who was bringing the project, but hours passed and he just didn't show up. I called and texted frantically, but he wouldn't answer his phone. I was called to the stage empty-handed. The judges couldn't wait any longer. I was disqualified. But just as I was leaving the venue, Cameron showed up. Oh my God, where were you? How could you let me down like that? Joy, I'm so sorry. When I left the school with the project, all my tires were flat 10 minutes later. I couldn't even call you because my phone wasn't in my bag. I don't know who stole it or slashed my tires, but I can make a guess. Martin? I was burning with rage. The next day when I saw Martin in school, I walked up to him and grabbed his collar. You heartless jerk! You did that to Cameron, didn't you? Hey, back off. And yeah, I did. But why are you so worked up? So your lover boy had to wait on the road for a while. Big deal. It's not just about him. Martin, I missed the science fair because of what you did. You know I've been working on that project for a year. Doesn't that mean anything to you? For a second, he looked taken aback, but then he just shrugged. How was I supposed to know all that? Anyway, I did you a favor. You've been a nerdy loser since I met you. It's time you found a new hobby, Blinky. I sprung forward and pushed Martin to the ground. I'm just through with you. I used to think you'd be the last person to ever hurt me, but I don't even recognize you now. You're just a big jerk bully. I turned around and fled from there. At that moment, I hated him so much. A few days later, I was studying at the library for exams and realized it was really late. As I walked out of the building, I heard laughter coming from the back alley. I went over to see what was going on and nearly fell backwards. Martin and his friends were spray painting the principal's brand new car. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Ugh, what are you doing here, Joy? Martin, just please stop this. You could get in so much trouble. As if you care. Just keep walking and pretend you never saw this. I had no choice but to leave. But seeing him this way was so frustrating. The next day when I went to school, all everyone was talking about was how the principal's car was wrecked, and he was raging mad. But in the third period, I was shocked when I was called to the principal's office. I saw on the CCTV footage that you were on the premises last night when my car was destroyed. But sir, I had nothing to do with it, I swear. Oh, I know that, but I think you saw who did it. I just stared back at him and then spoke. It was really dark. I wouldn't be able to tell you who it was for sure. Joy, you're here at this school on a scholarship. If I don't have a name by Monday,
you'll lose it for next year. I suggest you be smart and think about your future.
I walked out of the principal's office in shock. Just then, Cameron caught up with me.
Joy, what's going on? Why were you called to the principal's office?
I told him everything that had happened.
You can't just throw away your scholarship like that. You have to turn Martin in.
How can you even suggest that? He used to be my best friend, and I'm not a snitch.
He's not your best friend anymore. He's a jerk, and he deserves this. If he was a nice guy once, he's changed, Joy.
But I didn't change. I just can't do this, Cameron. I won't do this. I'll go to another school. It won't be as great as this one, but I'll be okay. Tears stung my eyes. I thought about the colleges and opportunities I'd never have now, but I was doing the right thing. That Monday, I went to the principal's office with a heavy heart, ready to lose my scholarship, but he told me the most shocking news. Martin had come to his office and confessed to destroying his car. So what's gonna happen to him now?
He's already expelled, of course.
I couldn't believe it. Why did he suddenly confess? And he even took the fall for his friends. I found the other two brats who were with him that night snickering in the hallway, and I asked them,
"We don't know why that loser did it. We'd all gotten away with it. It wasn't his idea. He just does whatever we tell him to, always trying so hard to be one of us."
I've known Martin for years, and trust me, he's 10 times better than all of you. I shoved them aside and left. I was totally off the hook, but Martin was gone for good. My head was spinning, but when I got home that day, I found my parents in the living room with huge smiles.
"Joy, we have the most wonderful news. We're not in debt anymore."
Are you kidding? That's amazing. But how? Some anonymous donor paid off all the money we owe for the house. We have no idea who did it. It was probably Cameron. He's an amazing friend. I just know it was him. I rushed to my phone to call Cameron and thank him, but suddenly, I realized Cameron didn't know my landlord or anything about my house. There was only one person outside my family who did. The next morning, I took a bus to Martin's new place and knocked on his door. Hey, I have a weird question. Did you pay off our mortgage?
Yeah, I did. But hey, don't worry about it. Our moms ran into each other, and your mom told my mom everything. I told my parents I'd help them out at work every weekend if they paid your loan.
Martin, I don't understand. I thought you hated me now.
Why would I hate you? Cameron told me what you did for me. After how horrible I've been, you were gonna give up your scholarship and ruin your future for me. I guess I'm not really surprised, because that's just who you are. The best friend one could ask for. I couldn't let you do that, though. I got expelled because I deserved it. And I'm really sorry about everything.
I was so touched to see Martin's teary eyes. Hey, don't make me cry, bro. It's okay, and thank you for apologizing. I'm just glad to see my old friend back.
Me too. And for the record, Cameron's a really good guy. You have my blessing to be with him.
Yeah, I didn't ask for your blessing, but thanks anyway.
She started crying, like a little girl. "Don't leave me," she said. I rolled my eyes. If she believed what I said, that's her problem. But then again, I wasn't really surprised. Girls are always like this. They believe me every time. I left her house, then headed back to mine. There, I saw my parents fighting. Again. Mom was holding up her phone and showing Dad a picture. It was Dad, with a very hot girl. "Who is she?" my mom yelled. She wanted to know the details every time Dad so much as breathed near another woman. "Give a man some space to breathe," my dad yelled back. I defended him. I was always by his side. He was the coolest and smartest man ever. "Well, for God's sake, Mom! You're being dramatic for no reason. He's not cheating. Just get over it." Mom looked at me, coldly, and then said that I was just like Dad. With that, she walked out. "Thanks for the compliment," I called out after her. Then Dad turned to me and said, "Now that she's gone, son, I have a very important task for you. I'm going to meet a very important man." He said that this person was one of the most important businessmen in the state, and that he wanted to convince him to become his business partner. Now, this man has a very lonely child who he loves a lot, and your mission is to make her fall madly and deeply in love with you. You have to make her convince her dad to sign the deal. I grinned. "Piece of cake, Dad. Consider the deal sealed." The next evening, we went to a restaurant. My dad had created the most romantic atmosphere. He really wanted this. My parents met her parents cheerfully, and I tried to flirt with her. But damn, she was ugly. Her mom, though, she was gorgeous. To make matters worse, Dad kept elbowing me and winking at me to approach the girl. He even told her mom we'd make a great couple. Ugh, there was no way I was doing it. She also kept batting her eyelashes at me. I was really creeped out. Just then, Josh, a close friend, walked into the restaurant with his parents. As soon as he spotted my date for the night, he really couldn't stop grinning. This was so bad for my reputation. "Hey," he said, walking over to our table. "Introduce me to your lovely new girlfriend." Gross, Josh. She's not my girlfriend. She's, my sister. Her stupid smile disappeared in a second, and she looked like she was about to burst into tears. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, but instead, I just slipped out of the back exit. What did they expect setting me up with someone like that? I called up one of my girls, and we met to party. When I got home, my parents were in the middle of a fight. "I saw the way you were looking at her." She was yelling at him, but just then, Dad saw me and turned his anger on me. He was furious and said that I embarrassed him. "If you really want to make the deal, why don't you go out with her? Why set me up with her?" I yelled at him. "It's just one stupid deal." And she was too ugly. My mom was stunned as she figured out what we were talking about. "Oh, so this is how it goes." Dad told her to shut up, and things really escalated between the two of them. Mom kept saying that Dad was a monster, and Dad kept telling her to shut up. Then Dad said, "Get out of my house! Both of you! Leave! Now!" At first, I thought he wasn't serious, but in a few days, we moved into a small apartment. I knew that I pissed off Dad, but I was sure he would take us back. At least, he'd take me back. I didn't really care about Mom, but days turned to months, and we heard nothing from him. Mom didn't talk to me either. She said she was ashamed of me. "I'm just letting you stay because I feel sorry for you. You're an embarrassment," Mom said. Well, yeah? Who cares? I did the only thing that made me happy. Going out with girls. I called my friends over. We had a wild party. Mom got really mad and kicked everyone out. One day, Dad called and said he misses me and wanted me back. "I have so many important tasks for you," Dad said. I was thrilled, but he said he didn't want my mom. "I'm tired of that ugly woman," he said. I know, right? I grabbed my stuff and left to live with him. There, I saw something that thrilled me. He had a new maid. She was around my age. She was gorgeous. Her name was Stella. I was sure Stella would fall for me in no time. So I flashed her my most charming look. "Hey, how are you doing?" I asked. She looked at me and then looked away, like she'd seen a car crash or something. For a moment, I didn't know what happened. Had she just ignored me? She probably doesn't speak English, I thought. But then she said something to the housekeeper in fluent English. I gasped. Was she ill then? Terminally ill? But the way she worked, I knew she wasn't. Then what is it? I couldn't stop wondering. Meanwhile, when I wasn't completely distracted by the gorgeous Stella, Dad kept giving me all these missions to make wealthy men's daughters fall for me. I did it every time, and I gained my dad's trust again. But I just couldn't stop thinking about Stella. I saw her everywhere. Every brown-haired woman reminded me of her. She even popped up in my dreams. I kept trying to talk to her, but all she did was look at me like I was an idiot. One day, Dad called me into his room. He looked deadly serious, as he told me he had a crucial task for me. "There's this man from New York, and he's willing to make $1 billion investment in our company," he said. That was great news. Why did Dad look so worried? He said that the trouble was this man's daughter. She was really nosy and always trying to influence her dad's decisions about the company to favor her boyfriends. Her dad listens to everything she says. I knew my job without him having to say anything else. "Don't worry, Dad," I said. "I won't embarrass you again. The girl I was supposed to flirt with was pretty and all, but man, she was insane. She was super, super jealous. The most jealous girl I've ever been with. She was so crazy. She would come to my house without telling me. And when I asked why she didn't call before coming, she would say, 'I just wanted to surprise you, babe. I missed you, and I needed to touch you.' Well, that was a lie. She came over to make sure I wasn't cheating on her. She didn't know that she was dealing with an expert. One night, she came over unexpectedly. I was with another girl. She caught me and started screaming like a banshee. 'We're so over!' She yelled over and over again. 'Whatever, just leave,' I said. I was so tired of her drama. But then she looked at me with her big eyes and said, 'Aren't we going to make up? Damn, we love each other.' Ugh, I didn't want to deal with this crackpot right now. Just then, Stella came in with some soda. My super crazy girlfriend took one look at her, and she freaking blew up. She just went insane. She grabbed the can and threw it at Stella, saying, "What the actual hell are you doing here? You disgusting gold digger!" Stella looked shocked as my girlfriend kept saying she was planning to steal me from her. I jumped to my feet and yelled at my girlfriend to stop and told her that Stella has nothing to do with this. But my girlfriend wouldn't stop yelling and pushing Stella away. Suddenly, Stella looked super pissed, and she pushed her back. My girlfriend fell to the floor. Damn! Stella was so hot. I loved a girl who could fight. "Get out of my house right now," I said to my girlfriend. She looked so shocked. She got to her feet and threatened me, saying that her dad wouldn't be happy about this, and she left. I approached Stella and gently told her that I was sorry for my crazy girlfriend's behavior. Then I made an offer I knew she couldn't resist. "Would you like to spend the night hanging out with us?" She looked at me and rolled her eyes. "No," she said. Damn. She wanted me all alone for herself. I turned to the other girl and said, "You heard her. She doesn't like sharing. Get out." But Stella said, "God, no!" Again, what was wrong with this girl? She tried to walk away, but I grabbed her hand. "Are you into girls?" I hope she was. At least, that would make me feel better. But she looked at me like I was a dumb kid and said no. I asked her if she had a boyfriend, but she said no. With that, she pulled her hand away and left. I stood in shock as she coldly walked away from me. This was the first time I'd been rejected, and I had to admit it. It broke my heart. I was devastated and lost. I went up to my room and slept early, thinking about my beautiful, cold-hearted Stella. In the morning, Dad burst into my room, screaming and threatening me. "I knew you were stupid, but I never thought you'd be such a royal idiot," he yelled. I told him that my ex was a pain, and that I just couldn't deal with her. "Is that why you got her pregnant?" My dad suddenly started to laugh. "What?" He was thrilled and said he was kidding about me being dumb. "You're the smartest kid in the world. They're signing the deal right after you two get engaged." I was so confused for a minute. I couldn't understand what he was saying. He saw my confusion and figured I was too sleepy. Then he explained how my girlfriend had told her dad that I proposed to her. She said that since she was pregnant, she'd say yes. Both our dads were thrilled. When I tried to tell my dad she was lying, he wouldn't believe me. I called her, and she laughed. "You're mine now." For a few weeks, she made my life hell, as she dragged me around to shop for our engagement. On the day that they threw us an engagement party, she said, "Are you ready to be my slave for life?" Suddenly, I flipped and started screaming at her. I told everyone that she wasn't pregnant, and especially not by me. "I have no plan of marrying this nightmare," I yelled at Dad. Everyone stared at me in horror. Her dad had me and my dad kicked out as she burst into tears, crying about how I could say such terrible things. "You're the one having an affair with your maid," she sobbed. I tried to deny it, but no one believed me. Dad didn't speak to me the whole day. The next day, I couldn't find Stella anywhere. When I asked my dad about her, he calmly said, "I fired her." I was furious. "How could he do that? I'm not your freaking employee. You don't own me," I yelled. I told him that I've had enough of him, and I was leaving. I went to my mom's. To my surprise, I found her with another woman. "Meet my girlfriend, Anna. She lives here now," Mom said. I asked her what the hell was wrong with her, and she said that Dad had made her hate all men. As much as Mom loved Anna, she was a real pain in my butt. She didn't like me, at all. Apparently, Mom had told her what I used to do with girls, and she thought I was a jerk. And man, was she crazy. "You're the scum of the earth," she said to me every time she saw me. She would go into my room when I wasn't around and leave notes on the desk, mirror, walls, every freaking where, saying that I was a cheater, a player, a rat. This one time, she said she had a surprise for me. I thought she was finally warming up to me. She gave me a jacket that had the words, "I am a rat," printed on it. Mom thought it was hilarious. A few weeks later, one of my girls came over. I was so psyched because I really needed to stop thinking about Stella. As I was getting ready in my room, my mom's girlfriend told my girl that I needed to change my clothes every 2 hours because I sometimes soil my pants. I had just stepped out when I heard her say it. The girl looked at my new clothes, and with a very disgusted look, she left. "Mind your own freaking business!" I yelled at Anna, but Mom jumped in to side with her. Shut up! Don't talk to my girlfriend that way. This is my house, and here we respect women, she yelled. I was so incredibly pissed. I wanted to leave, but I had no place to go, so I decided to try to reason with my mom's girlfriend. I'm really not as heartless as you think I am, I said, with the biggest puppy dog eyes I could manage. I told her she didn't know what it was like to grow up with parents who were always fighting. And you think I can't love? Oh, I've loved. I've loved and lost. I said my heart was broken, and all these girls were just soothing balm for my aching heart. I kid you not. I saw some tears in her eyes. She said she would do anything to help me find Stella. So she suggested I go to the police. They'll help you find her. I have a friend in the police. I'll talk to him, she said. I went to the police station and asked about Stella's address. The guy helped me, and in no time, I was outside her shabby little apartment. Her crazy father opened the door. He immediately figured out that I was some rich guy. He took one look at me and said, "Wrong address. Leave." "I know Stella," I said, just as he was about to slam the door in my face. He was surprised and looked at me again, more carefully. Behind him, I was able to see Stella with a lot of kids. She was trying to calm them down while she chased after them. She was feeding one and scolding another. Apparently, they were her siblings. "Stella!" Her dad screamed and demanded she come over. She came to the door, and immediately, her dad went inside. But I could see him trying to eavesdrop from behind the door. I took her hand and said, "I am so sorry, Stella, for everything. I love you. Will you be my girlfriend?" She pulled her hand away and shut the door in my face. I heard her dad yelling, "You crazy brat! Are you out of your mind? He's rich! Marry him!" He opened the door again. Stella looked at me and said, "I can't be with someone like you, no matter how rich you are. I want a guy who will love and appreciate me and stand by my side no matter what." Then she closed the door. Again, I couldn't believe it. For the first time, I cried. I headed back home. I knew my heart would never be the same again. But while I was walking along the street, I saw a very beautiful girl. She had black hair, gorgeous legs, and when she spoke into her phone, I could hear her lovely accent. Man, she was hot. I wiped my tears away and gave her my charming look. She smiled back. I headed straight over to her and offered her my hand.
Hi, I'm Anna Sorokin, aka Anna Delvey. Con artist? Maybe. Opportunist? Definitely. Icon? Obviously. Anyway, I grew up in a drab, working-class Russian town where I fantasized about a completely different, much more glamorous existence. I refused to turn out like my boring, generic parents. Nope, I was going to pursue fame and fortune, no matter the cost. In high school, I got pretty good at designing my own clothes. And honestly, people noticed. Compliments were flying left and right. But then, when I was 16, my parents decided to move us to Germany. I thought my new classmates would totally vibe with my unique style, but nope, they roasted me for being different.
What? You didn't get enough attention in Russia?
I couldn't even understand what they were saying. I was still learning German, but the pointing and snickering I heard loud and clear. Can you free me the ketchup, please?
Sure.
What the heck?
You said free the ketchup!
Just then, I grabbed my harmonica bottle, taking a sip before casually playing a tune on the Cap's built-in harmonica. I wasn't even thinking about it, just something I did. But suddenly, all eyes were on me.
Wait, what was that?
What was what?
The bottle. You played it like a harmonica.
Oh, yeah. It's a water bottle and a harmonica, obviously.
That's insane! I need one.
By the next week, I had ordered a few bottles for them from Amazon. They acted all grateful. For a while, I thought, maybe this is it. Maybe they'll start being nice to me. Then, a few days later...
So, there aren't any left from the ones you gave us? Can I have yours? It's for my sister.
I hesitated, but handed it over, thinking this has to be a turning point. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. They stayed mean. By the way, grab your harmonica bottle from the link in the description, guys. I was holding back tears. No way could I let them see me cry. They'd tear me apart. So I bolted to the bathroom and and let it all out. But as I sat there, staring at the same ugly black loafers peeking out from the stalls, it hit me. They're the ones who have it all wrong. Just small-town sheep with zero taste. Me? I had the big dreams. They didn't hate me. They were just jealous. When I was 18, I was accepted into the prestigious Central St. Martin's Art School in London. But my first class was boring. The professor had no charisma, no sense of style, and his voice sounded like listening to paint dry. I can't take it. How do you expect anyone to learn anything when you're more dull than the subject matter? Everyone stopped and stared at me, dumbfounded. I didn't belong here either. Russia was too drab, London too stuffy. It was time to go to a place where people weren't afraid to stand out from the crowd. Berlin. I got an internship at a PR company where I learned that everything in this world is built on image, money, power, and success.
Darling, are you wearing polyester to a client dinner with a fashion company? I cannot have your poor taste reflecting poorly on me. Where do you shop?
I make my own clothes, actually. It's cheaper.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I could tell my boss totally lost respect for me after that. No one takes a poor person seriously. Ugh, I quit the internship before I could get fired. I was ready to fake it till I made it. It was time to inhabit the successful fashionista I would one day become. I moved to Paris with $20 in my pocket to pursue an internship with Purple magazine. My great aunt was the first woman in our family to wear a tube top in Russia. She was so counterculture. Let me bring that love of the bold to your magazine. You won't regret it. It worked. I was hired on the spot. But Paris was expensive for a 20-year-old, and $400 a month wasn't enough to fake being glamorous. So I asked for a job and didn't get it. I begged my parents for money to help me finish my internship, but let's just say I spent it on trying to make a name for myself. Dinners at Paris's finest restaurants, nights out mingling with the rich and beautiful at the most exclusive clubs. But soon, I ran out of money.
You owe me 2 months' rent, Anna.
I had no way of keeping up rent, so I decided to flee the country and move to America. 48 hours later, I arrived in New York City and checked into the chicest hotel in Manhattan. I used my Purple magazine ID badge to gain access to an exclusive event at New York Fashion Week. And with my blazing blue power suit, I arrived on the red carpet, confidently posing for pics. People seemed to believe I was someone, because suddenly, click, 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 photos were being snapped of me left and right. The taller I stood, the more interested people were to know me. A woman a little older, maybe 23, with perfect hair, started chatting me up.
Oh my gosh, I love your blazer. Where did you get it?
Custom made by moi.
Oh, I think I detected an accent. Where are you from, if you don't mind me?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm from Germany, Berlin.
Oh, no way. I have friends in Berlin. What's your last name?
Delvey. Okay, I lied. But I was trying to reinvent myself. I didn't want to be seen as the poor, working-class girl from Russia.
Your badge says Sorokin and I don't see you on the list. Can I see ID?
Ugh, sorry. I'm going through a divorce and I keep forgetting it's not finalized.
ID.
If I showed my ID, the woman would know I wasn't on the list, and Rachel would know I wasn't from Germany. So I rifled through my purse, pretending to look for my wallet. Oh my gosh. Ugh, I think I left it at home. I can't go back there. He's there. I can't see him. I'm sorry. It's been... And then I started weeping, a skill I practiced back in Russia.
Oh my gosh, honey, don't cry. Your makeup is going to smudge.
Rachel must have actually believed me, because soon she was lying to the check-in woman.
She's with me. It's okay. My guest canceled. Please, she's clearly going through a lot.
The check-in woman looked at me pitifully, and then stoically nodded, letting me through. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you.
Of course. I know how hard divorces can be.
You've been through one?
I feel like I have. I just watched Eat, Pray, Love, and what Julia Roberts goes through in that movie, I can't imagine.
Rachel was perfect. She was bubbly, energetic, and was a photo editor for Vanity Fair. She knew everyone who mattered in Manhattan. Her best trait, though, was believing everything I told her, including that I was a German heiress who was looking to launch the Anna Delvey organization, a private art foundation where all the best creators and entrepreneurs in New York could feature their work and foster a like-minded community of tastemakers. Rachel loved it.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Well, I could use some help. I'm looking for investors.
I can introduce you to some people. You deserve something good after what you've been through.
She was right. I did deserve something good. And the more the idea of my organization looked like it could become a reality, the more more obsessed I became with making it happen. I opened 5 new credit cards and followed Rachel's lead. She showed me where to eat, where to party, and where to be seen. And through her, I met the upper crust of young, successful New Yorkers. DJs, chefs, architects, artists. But finding investors was taking longer than expected. Within weeks, my credit cards were almost maxed out. I needed to go big or go home, literally. So, I hosted a swanky party in the Hamptons and invited the wealthiest people I knew. But on the day of the party, there was a slight hiccup.
What do you mean your credit card isn't working?
My ex-husband must have accidentally canceled it or something. Ugh, now the venue is saying they won't let us have the party. 1 second. I took out my phone and pretended to be on hold with my credit card company. Hello? Yes, I'm here. What do you mean I have to wait 5 to 7 days to use it? My party is today. It's in 10 minutes, actually.
Anna, it's okay. I can cover it for now. You're good for it, right?
Oh my gosh, of course. Thank you. And I was planning on paying her back. But rich people are very protective of their money, and I couldn't find investors. I tried securing a loan, but the bank wouldn't give me money unless they saw I already had some. The system was so rigged. So I forged some bank documents, saying I had a great deal of funds in a Swiss bank, and managed to get a nice little loan of $22 million, just as long as I paid the legal fees up front. Let's just say I had to figure out how to get $10,000 overnight. If you lend me this money, I promise I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Just email my financial advisor if you don't trust me. They did email him. Luckily, it was me who created the email address of this fake advisor and sent a message back to them ensuring Anna was good for the money. And it worked. I secured my $22 million loan, but I was hasty and made one fatal error. I accidentally told the bank I was born in Germany, even though my passport said Russia. I couldn't even keep up with my own lies. So the bank pulled my loan, and I was back at square one. Instead of bailing, I decided to go bigger, to create a reputation no one could ignore. I checked into a fancy hotel in Soho, bought an entirely new wardrobe, changed my hairdo, and started seeing a personal trainer named Casey. I also befriended the concierge at her hotel, Neff. You know Neff. Me and you aren't that different. I once knew what it was like to be close to the wealthy, but unable to reach them.
I thought you were an heiress.
Oh, well, it's complicated. Hey, how about you come with me to that new 5-star French restaurant on Park? My treat. I treated the staff members to spa days and fancy dinners, sparing no expense. But soon, I ran out of money. The hotel owner threatened to kick me out if I didn't pay up. I didn't know what to do. I needed time and space, so I booked a little vacation. With what money, you ask? Oh, just some fake checks in the amount of $80,000 that wouldn't bounce until after I went with Rachel and Casey to Morocco. But when we arrived at the hotel, my credit cards were declined.
Anna, what is going on with your finances? You said you own a yacht and you can't even pay for a Caesar salad?
It's just a glitch with the credit card company. I promise I'll pay you back. I have the cash back in New York. I'll give it to you first thing when we get there. And I meant it, truly. But when we returned to New York, I was shocked to find that my hotel key wasn't working. Neff? What's happening? Why can't I get in here?
You're getting kicked out. They said you owe them $30,000.
I have the cash. I just need to go get it from the room.
Your stuff isn't in there. They're keeping it and selling it. They gave you a lot of warnings, Anna. And why do you have $30,000 in cash? Who even are you?
Who am I? After everything I did for you? So ungrateful. Luckily, this country loves to give away credit cards like candy, so I just got a brand new one and checked into the Beekman Hotel, continuing my business plan with a renewed desperation. My strategy was this: get a loan from one bank and pay off the debt at the other bank. When the second bank realized I couldn't pay, I opened up a new account at a new bank and got a loan. It worked as long as I kept moving. Unfortunately, that meant I couldn't stay at any one hotel long enough to make an impression on the money-hoarding elite. By the end of 2017, I had lived in more than 7 hotels on credit alone. By my 8th hotel, my credit card was declined and I had to leave. But when I tried to get a new credit card, I was denied. Overnight, I was homeless, sleeping in my car on the side of a loud Manhattan street. Okay, I have friends. It'll all be fine. I always figure it out.
Anna, where have you been? Where is the money you owe me?
Rachel, I'm sorry. My life has just been crazy. I'll tell you all about it at lunch. Just meet me tomorrow and I'll bring the money. Promise.
You sound freezing. Are you okay?
I thought about telling her the truth. I really did. But I didn't want to hear it myself. Never better. At dinner, Rachel was staring daggers at me from across the table. I'll have the braised short rib. Thank you.
Who's paying for this?
Don't worry about it. I've got it.
You don't look so good, Anna.
Really? Is it my bangs?
No. Where is my money?
So, look, I'm still working on...
Anna, do you have my money or do you not?
Please, Rachel, I need a place to stay. I promise I will get you the money. But right now, I'm sleeping on the streets.
I don't believe anything you say anymore.
Wait!
If you try reaching out to me again, my lawyers will be the ones answering.
I was speechless, and I totally lost my appetite. With my head heavy, I walked to the bathroom. But as I was opening the door, a big, burly hand grabbed mine. I looked up and saw the gruffest, nastiest-looking cop glaring down at me.
I need you to come with me.
The cop slapped his handcuffs on me, dragging me out of the restaurant. He shoved me into the back of his cop car. When I arrived at the police station, they tossed me in a cell like a criminal. Hey, you can't do this. I want my lawyer. I get a phone call, don't I?
You owe a lot of people a lot of money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Consider this a warning. You're gonna spend the night for attempting to dine and dash.
What?
And if you don't pay your debts within 30 days, the FBI is coming for you. 4 hotels are threatening to sue, 6 restaurants, 4 clubs. Should I go on?
I think I might have growled at him. He slammed the metal bar doors. At least I had a place to sleep for the night, I guess. Ugh, this sucked. I had to admit it. I had failed. The next morning, I decided to cut my losses and leave New York City. But as I was taking the subway to the airport, an advertisement caught my eye for a fancy rehabilitation center in Los Angeles, like the place celebs would go to. I Googled it, and it was totally that place. It was like a sign from above telling me what to do next. I needed to go to Malibu for rehab, so I booked a ticket with my credit card and arrived at the beautiful beach resort. But a month later, the rehab said my credit cards weren't working and gave me the boot. You're just going to kick me to the streets? What kind of rehabilitation place is this? I didn't even meet any celebrities there, and none of the rich people would invest in my foundation. The whole thing was a flop. As I watched the waves crash into the shore, I felt empty. Maybe it was time to admit I'd never win this game. It was rigged in favor of the rich, and I'd always be just poor. I was all alone, with nothing. Tears started pouring out of me, and then I got a phone call. Rachel?
Anna, I'm sorry I abandoned you and said such horrible things. I heard you're not in a very good place. Can we meet for lunch? I want to make it up to you.
I was actually relieved to hear someone's familiar voice, but still livid, obviously. I don't know. You treated me very cruelly, but I guess one lunch couldn't hurt.
Great. Meet me at the 5-star sushi spot you love. See you tomorrow night.
Wait, tomorrow night? I was in Los Angeles, but I had no one else to turn to and nowhere else to go. And maybe this would be my chance to start over the right way. So I took a cab to the airport and bought a red-eye to New York. On the plane, I made a list of all the ethical ways I would try to achieve my dream. Hey, maybe I had learned something in rehab. I arrived the next morning, enthusiastic to start my new life. And when I met Rachel for sushi, she actually appeared happy to see me. I told Rachel about all the celebrities I'd met in rehab and all the new life lessons I'd learned.
Wow, you were only there for a month, but sounds like it was really good for you. I'm so happy. I just gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Okay. Honestly, it felt nice to have a friend again. Plus, she offered to cover the bill. She was taking a while in the bathroom, though. I got up to check on her, but a man was blocking my way. Wait, it wasn't just a man. It was that horrible cop again. Excuse me?
Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to come with me.
Ma'am?
You're under arrest for failing to pay over $150,000 in debt to credit card companies, hotels, and your peers. You have committed a federal offense. Anything you do or say will be held.
The officer slapped handcuffs on my wrist and kept reading me my rights. I was so caught off guard. On my way out, I saw Rachel emerge from the bathroom, smirking. Rachel, help me. Tell them they're wrong.
Anna, I'm the one who called them. I did some digging, and I know you were never married. And I know you're not an heiress. And I don't know what else you've been lying about, but I know this for sure. You're a crook and a fraud.
Traitor! The cops dragged me out of the restaurant in front of celebrity diners, fashion designers, models, all of the people I had spent years trying to impress. Everyone was staring. It
It was humiliating. And outside the restaurant, the scene was even more chaotic. Paparazzi were snapping photos left and right. Apparently, Rachel had gone to the press with a juicy story about a fake heiress. I was devastated until I came to a realization. People were taking my photos. They were looking at me. When I got to the police station, I saw my story being televised on primetime news.
Anna Delvey, a self-proclaimed socialite and heiress from Germany, swindled her way through New York City. She is now standing trial for her crimes.
Rachel didn't realize it, but she had finally gotten people to pay attention to me. I started bursting out laughing. I couldn't control myself.
What are you laughing about?
I did it.
Are you confessing?
What? No, I did something else. I got famous. Over the next few weeks, I sat in my prison cell sketching ideas for all my fabulous trial outfits. I even got my attorney to arrange a wardrobe styling. I had the chicest outfits for every day I'd be sitting in that dreary courtroom. And if any of the other prisoners were rude to me, I wouldn't let them get away with it. Not anymore. One day, someone called me a fraud and spat in my food. I tackled her to the ground, and we got into a full-on slap fight. The guards pulled us apart and shoved me in solitary confinement. Thank God, I can finally focus on my sketches without all the noise. I had been getting more attention than ever before. I was all over social media, magazines, and TV. The fake heiress, the chic scam artist, the sly socialite. There was even an Instagram dedicated to my courtroom outfits. When a reporter asked if I felt guilty, I simply said, I'd be lying to you and everyone else and to myself if I said I was sorry for anything. I'm just a girl from a poor family who wanted the American dream. Some people get handed money when they're born. Not me. Why should the rich get all the opportunities? I didn't hurt anyone. I just wanted more for myself. And I meant it. What was the point in lying? I had done that enough. I was tired of it. After 2 days of jury deliberation, the verdict was announced. I was on the edge of my seat.
Anna Sorokin, aka Delvey, is charged with 2 attempts of grand larceny, larceny in the 2nd degree, and theft of services, and sentenced to 4 to 12 years in prison.
4 to 12 years? I thought only murderers got that kind of time. I guess I'd have to make it worth it. I spent my prison sentence keeping to myself and writing my biography about the fake heiress who went to prison. It was a compelling story after all, and Netflix agreed. While I was in jail, they paid me almost $500,000 to consult on a television show about my life. 2 years later, in 2022, I was released from prison. I had made enough money to rent a flat in Greenwich Village in New York City and was able to serve the rest of my sentence there. I was neighbors with all the greatest creative minds of this century, working on my art, getting the finest food delivered to my door. What else can a girl ask for? Oh, how about a gallery show and $500,000 in sales for my artwork? And let's not forget my latest stint on Dancing with the Stars, though that didn't go over so well. After all I've been through, you're probably wondering, was it all worth it? Well, my criminal years are behind me, I'm a household name, and people are still writing stories about me, and paying me for it. And also you, watching my story right now. So yeah, it wasn't the most conventional route, but I think I pulled it off. Hey, I'm Anna, and I have a crazy story to tell you. But before I do, please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in an orphanage, and ever since I was little, I was surrounded with people who loved me. They said I had the prettiest blue eyes, and my smile could brighten up a room.
I'm sure you'll get adopted by someone amazing, and you'll live like a princess. I wish, but I don't want to leave you guys too.
I loved my life there, but I wanted a real family too. My wish came true when I turned 5, and a rich supermodel, Clara, adopted me. She traveled a lot for work, and I became her favorite travel buddy. When I turned 16, I started a YouTube channel documenting all my travels, and within 2 years, it had more than 20 million subscribers. Life was great, but then one day, everything changed. I was in the cafeteria when my best friend Candace came running to me. We'd been friends ever since I got featured on her channel where she pranked people. You've gotta see this, Anna. There's a girl who looks exactly like you. Candy, is this another one of your dumb pranks? I still haven't forgiven you for stuffing fake spiders drawers in my locker. Girl, I'm not fooling around. Trust me. Now get up. Just then, a girl swooshed past the crowd and hugged me. And when I saw her face, I almost passed out. We were identical. Holy mother of toads. Told ya. It's really you, Anna? Yeah, but who the heck are you? And why do you look like me? The girl told me her name was Jamie, and she was my twin sister. My head spun in 1,000 directions as I pulled her to the side to talk. Okay, tell me everything. Our parents are from Hawaii, and that's where I grew up. It's a beautiful place. You should visit. Oh, wait, I'm sure you've already been there since you've been everywhere. Get to the point, Jamie. Sorry. So I didn't know I had a sister till I saw your videos. I am so happy to have found you. How are you so sure I'm your sister? Maybe we're just two people who look exactly like each other. When I saw you, I confronted our parents, and they told me that they gave you up because they couldn't afford 2 kids. That makes no sense. Listen, I get it. I look like a homeless person, and you're, well, a queen. I know it's difficult to trust me, but we can get a DNA test to confirm it. And we did take the test. When the results came out, I was shocked. She really was my sister. I was happy and hurt at the same time. The next few days, Jamie and I hung out a lot. She told me she was here on scholarship and was living in some shabby hostel. So I asked Clara if she could live with us. I don't know. I mean, please, you're so busy these days, and I could use some company. But you hardly know her. She is my sister. Clara eventually caved, and Jamie moved in. We set up a room and stayed up all night talking. Slowly, we got close, and Jamie even helped me shoot my videos. One day, we were shooting in the schoolyard when Liam, the hottest guy in school, walked up to me.
Wow, and here I thought you couldn't look prettier.
Yeah, says the guy who has the whole town drooling over his looks. Did you get a new haircut?
She noticed.
As Liam left, Jamie smirked at me. You totally like him. No, I don't. I mean, he's cute and all, but I don't know. We've been friends for so long. Okay, that was a total lie. I've had the biggest crush on Liam, but I wasn't sure if he liked me that way. So I kept my feelings to myself till I found a good time. The next few weeks, I took Jamie with me everywhere, and Candace wasn't too thrilled. She's always around. It's annoying. Give her some time. You'll warm up to her. Now let's get this video started. Our fans are waiting. Just then, Jamie walked in with drinks, tripped on the cords, and sent the soda splashing all over the computer screens. Get off me! You ruined everything! Do you know how much money went into the system? I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. I slipped. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'll get a job and replace all of this. Should I sell my phone? I'll even sell my hair. Oh shoot, Jeez, Jamie, chill out. Accidents happen. Candy, I'll replace your stuff. Let's not make a big deal out of this. Candace left angrily, and Jamie cried all day until I took her out for ice cream, and she finally shut up. We even decided to stay home that weekend because Jamie was so bummed out. But then Liam invited me for a party, and I couldn't say no. I asked Jamie to tag along, and she reluctantly agreed. But my jaw dropped when I saw her dressed up. Wow, you look, well, like me. It's nice, right? I wanted to make an impression as your sister. Can't let your reputation stink just because I do. Don't say that. You look great. We were having a blast at the party, and thankfully, Candace was in a good mood, and she and Jamie made up. I was getting some drinks when Liam tapped on my shoulder.
I'm glad you showed up.
How could I not? It's your party.
Listen, I've been wanting to tell you something, but I was waiting for the right time. I like you, Anna, like a lot, and something tells me you like me too.
Liam, Anna, we have to— Oh my god, I'm interrupting something, right? I'm so stupid. Are you mad at me? I think you are. Maybe I should leave. Or no, wait, I don't have a car or money for a cab. It's okay. I'll hitchhike with some stranger. Hopefully he won't be a kidnapper or a weirdo. Oh my god, Jamie. You know what? Let's just leave together. I'll talk to you in school, Liam. We left, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed with Jamie. But when we reached home, Jamie's phone rang and she went to take the call. But when she came back, I could tell she was crying. What's wrong? Our parents want me to pull out of school and come back home immediately. You know, Anna, I've never had a friend because Mom and Dad just wouldn't let me leave the house. I hate them. They're crazy. It can't be that bad, Jamie. They chose you over me, so I guess they do love you. I just wish I could ask them why they had— That's it. We should switch places. You'll get your answers, and I'll get some time to think about how to convince them to let me stay here. I don't think that's a very good idea. Sure it is. Aren't you even a little bit curious about them? I was curious about my parents, and maybe going as Jamie wasn't a bad idea, but I couldn't tell Clara. What if she didn't like the idea of me meeting my birth parents? And definitely not Candace, because she would just talk me out of it. We decided to do the switch over the weekend since Clara was out of town. Soon, I was on a plane to Hawaii, quickly, and when I reached Jamie's house, I kinda teared up seeing my birth parents, but they looked terrified. Quick, come inside, now, before someone sees you. Hello? No, hi, how are you?
Oh, I really hope no one saw you. Just go and clean up and we'll talk.
That was weird. I figured out which room was Jamie's and started to unpack. I was just wondering what to say to them when they walked in. Jamie, how are you? Are you okay? We wanted to talk to you about that money, but you're probably tired. Let's do it in the morning. Here's some food. With that, Mom put the plate on the floor and ran faster than a bullet. Jamie was right. These people were crazy. I wanted to confront them immediately, but I was too tired and fell asleep. But the next morning, I woke up to loud banging noises.
We know she's in there. Open up. You can't hide her forever.
What's happening, guys?
You shouldn't have come back, Jamie. Why are you here?
Stop yelling. And I'm not Jamie. I'm Anna. You know, the daughter you once had.
What? Did you stop your medication again? Just go inside and let us handle these people.
My birth parents went outside to calm the crowd. An hour later, we sat down, and I told them everything about me being Anna, them being my real parents, the adoption, everything. They looked completely stunned.
Anna, this is not true. It is true that Jamie's our daughter, but she's adopted.
What do you mean? You're not my birth parents?
No, we took Jamie in when she was just 2, and the adoption agency did tell us she had a twin, but we could only adopt one kid, and she was really sick, so we decided to take her in. We loved her and did everything to make her happy, but she was always looking for more. She stole from us and borrowed from everyone in town and never paid anyone back.
That explains all the angry people this morning.
Yes, we had to sell whatever we had to pay them back, but it wasn't enough. When she told us she wanted to go to New York to study, we thought maybe she'd changed for the better. But now you're telling us she found you and she's in your home? She's not fine, Anna. You need to go back, now.
I immediately packed my stuff, but as luck would have it, Hawaii got hit by a hurricane. Thankfully, it was a small one, and flights were cleared to go after 2 days. I tried reaching out to Clara, but she was shooting in a remote location and my calls weren't going through. Just then, I saw in my Insta stories that Candace was having a party and Jamie was there too, so I headed there. But when I reached the party, my heart fell to my stomach watching Liam making out with freaking Jamie. Get off him, you freak! Oh my god, you're back. I thought you were gone for good. What? Have you gone completely crazy, Jamie? I'm Anna. No, you're not. I am. Really? Then why are you dressed like that? Babe, make her leave, please. Candy, you know me. I'm Anna.
Okay, Jamie, you need to leave before I call the cops.
Anna told us how you stole from her and how she kicked you out.
You can't make a fool out of me.
Clearly not, since you're already acting like one. Candace pushed me away and I was shocked beyond words. Crushed, I went home only to find out that Jamie had told the guards not to allow me in my own house. This was officially the worst day of my life. Thankfully, I had my credit card, so I booked a hotel room. The next day in school, I was stunned to see that Jamie had taken over my life completely and had all my friends wrapped around her fingers. I had to do something to expose her before it got any worse, so I set my phone to record and waited until Jamie was alone. Do you really think you can pull this off? No one will believe you. Jamie, please, what do you want from me? Stop torturing me. She took the phone from my pocket and threw it away, breaking it to pieces. Don't act smart with me, or I'll be your worst nightmare. Jamie smirked and left. I had to outwit her, but how? No one believed me. I skipped school for the day and went back to the hotel. Just as I put my bag down, someone knocked on my door. Clara! Anna, thank God you're okay. I just landed and tried to call you, but I couldn't get through. Then I saw you'd used your credit card and booked a place here. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have listened to you and not trusted Jamie at all. Clara calmed me down and I told her everything. I thought she'd scold me, but instead she hugged me and took me home. She even told the guards not to allow Jamie in and informed Jamie's parents. Obviously, that didn't go down well with Jamie. What is happening? You! I did you a favor by not throwing you in jail for robbing me, but after this? What? You'll tell everyone that I'm you and you're me? You can fool my friends, but you cannot fool my mom or your own parents. Suddenly, Jamie saw her parents walk in and turned white as a sheet. Is this some kind of joke? Who are these poor people? Get off me!
Jamie, let's go home, honey. Enough of this.
What home? This is my home. Listen, girl, you're not my daughter, so pack your stuff and leave, or I'll call the police. Jamie tried to protest, but she knew it was pointless. She left soon after, and I didn't press charges. I only wanted my life back, and jail time would have ruined Jamie's life. She was a witch, but she was still my sister. A week later, I went back to school and Candace walked up to me. Babe, I'm so sorry. I should have known. It's cool. I just want to get past everything. Candace and Liam apologized, and a few months later, Liam and I started dating. He even joined me on my travel adventures, and things went back to normal. Or so I thought. A year later, I was in Italy with Liam for a shoot. It was pretty late when I got to the hotel, but as soon as I entered, I realized someone was in my room. My blood froze to see Jamie grinning at me. How did you get in? We're identical, remember? It wasn't difficult to get the master key from the manager. Tell me, are you enjoying living my life? What do you want? I want what's rightfully mine. I should have been the one adopted by a rich family, but instead, I got thrown into a dump while you're living like a princess. You have everything. The big house, the perfect mom, the golden boy. That's just not fair, is it? Jamie stared at me with murder in her eyes. I tried to say something, but words just fell out of my mind. Suddenly, I heard a huge crash and Liam rushed in with the police.
Are you okay, Anna?
Liam told me how someone on the hotel staff had seen Jamie come in, and then I walked in 5 minutes later.
They were confused and called me since you weren't answering. It wasn't hard to guess it was Jamie.
He's lying. I am Anna. Enough. Stay away from my guy and my life. I can't believe I ever called you my sister, you psycho. Rot in jail for a long, long time. The police took Jamie away, and I never saw her again. It took me a while to get over the episode, but with therapy and support from friends and family, I'm better and thriving. Hi, I'm Ariel, and I live in California. Please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll find a surprise on the third shelf of your closet tomorrow. Believe me, it works. I wasn't born in California. For most of my childhood, I lived in a small town where everyone knew everyone. I wasn't popular, but I was friendly and loved my life. It was perfect, except for one little thing. My mom was obsessed with making me a star. Wear pink, it brings your eyes out. But I like black, Mom. It's a cool color, and I even have matching shoes. You do as I say, or I won't allow you to play at all. She tried everything, like putting me in the most adorable kid contests and posting me all over social media. I never won anything, but that never stopped her. She made me sing, but I was so bad that my instructor quit after my second lesson. I tried learning a musical instrument, but that only led to me being banned from music class. When I turned 12, she pushed me to become a ballet dancer so I could get the solo in the Nutcracker. Even though I had 2 left feet, I tried my best to make her happy. Mom, this is so difficult and my feet are killing me.
Oh, come on. You're not trying hard enough. Don't you want to be the best, Ariel? The most famous person on the planet?
Yes, Mom.
Then try till you can. Here, take this. This will always remind you to be strong and determined.
I looked at the bracelet with a massive picture of Mom, and while I thought it was kinda creepy, I wore it because I didn't want to disappoint her. That evening, I practiced till I tripped and hurt my ankle. I couldn't dance and had to walk on crutches for days. It was embarrassing, but I'd do anything to make my mother proud. While Mom was crazy, Dad wanted me to be what made me happy. They fought about it a lot, which only made me more miserable. When I got to 9th grade, I finally figured out what my dream thing to do was. I ran home from school and couldn't wait to tell my dad. Dad, I love looking at the stars. I think I want to be an astronomer.
That's great, honey. I know you'll be amazing at it.
That same day, Dad got me my first telescope and all the posters of meteors, planets, and stars I could ever want. It was all really expensive, but he said he was happy to get it because it made me happy. But all the excitement got wiped away as soon as Mom saw the telescope.
What were you thinking, John? She won't become famous by looking at planets. There are so many other things you could have gotten her and you chose this? You're hurting her. Don't you see that? She's just a kid and you've loaded her with dumb expectations.
Mom and Dad fought a lot, and the following day, Dad left. I was hurt to see how upset Mom was. This was all my fault. My mom just wanted the best for me, and I couldn't get anything right. Soon after Dad left, Mom and I moved to California, and she enrolled me in one of the best schools in the city. I promised myself things would be different. I changed my hair color, bought fancier outfits, and even enrolled in ballet classes. Hey, Mom, look, no more tripping over my feet.
That's nice, dear, but Just not tripping over your feet isn't star ballerina material. Do you remember that little nutcracker incident? I want you to focus on yourself so you won't humiliate me like that again.
You're right, Mom. No more loose ends. I'll be my best version. I pushed myself to do better, and soon, I became everything Mom dreamt of. The student body president, head cheerleader, and the best student in school. I had a busy life, and sometimes the pressure to keep up was a bit too much. But then I saw how proud Mom was, and everything felt better. One day during cheer practice, my best friend Maisie and I were performing cartwheels, but we just weren't getting it right. When suddenly, I was interrupted by Declan, the smartest guy in the whole school.
You're doing it wrong.
Really? Then show us the right way.
Suddenly, Declan put his books aside and did the most amazing cartwheel and backflip. I was blown away. And that's how you land the perfect flip. Wow, I could have never guessed a nerd would be so, what's the right word?
Flexible?
You don't know a lot of things.
Like what?
Like, I've had the biggest crush on you and would love to take you out on a date.
Suddenly, I felt my cheeks on fire.
Declan was a nerd, and although he was cute,
I didn't know if we were a good match.
Think about it. You know where to find me.
Declan walked away, and Macy jumped on me with excitement. I could see the sparks fly. You should totally go for it. He's kinda cute. You think?
Mom would never allow me to date a geek.
Forget about your mom for once and just do what you really like. And for the love of God, take that hideous bracelet off your wrist.
No way. Mom would kill me if I took it off. And I'll think about the date. I didn't think. I called Declan the moment I reached home, and the next day, we went out.
He was fun and cute, and I had a great time. For weeks after that, we went out on several more dates, till he asked me out and we became an official couple. Things were fine, till one day the school announced the annual cheerleading competition, and I was selected as the team representative. I was constantly practicing at school and at home. Mom made me practice extra hours. One day before the competition, Mom was teaching me a few moves, but I was tired to the bone.
Your formations aren't good enough. You know what you need? A good energy drink.
No, Mom, can I please go to bed now?
Mom agreed.
I went to bed, but a few seconds later, Declan texted me that he was outside of my place. I sneaked out and found him standing with my favorite ice cream. You're the best. The best!
I know you needed that. You've been practicing too hard.
Yeah, try telling my mom that. Declan and I spoke for a few minutes and he kissed me goodnight. But when I went inside, I saw my mom fuming.
I thought you were too tired to practice, but here you are eating useless calories and being blind in love.
It's not like that, Mom. He just came for a few minutes to surprise me, and he's a nice guy.
You need to focus, and all this love and drama will only mess with your brain. Gosh, you're such a kid, Ariel.
It made me sad to see Mom being so angry, but I didn't want to make things messy, so I simply nodded and went up to bed. I woke up extremely exhausted the next day, but I felt confident and decided to focus my energy on the right thing. I was excited to show off my new cheer that I'd come up with. My mother waved at me and pointed to my mouth. I could read her lips.
Smile big. I'm recording this for your portfolio.
I smiled as wide as I could and started to lead the other cheerleaders. The crowd was going wild, and even my mother and Declan were cheering for me. I got all the way to the top of the pyramid when I felt my heart beating as if it would pop out of my chest. I started to feel wobbly. Are you okay, Ariel? Yes, I'm just perfect. I wasn't. And the last thing I remember was tumbling from the top of the pyramid and the sound of the ambulance. When I woke up, I was in the hospital with my mom and dad, who had flown all the way to California when he heard the news. I didn't have any bruising or anything, but I still didn't feel well. The doctor came in and looked at the clipboard that had all my information on it.
What is the last thing you remember?
I was cheering, and then my heart started beating really fast. Then I heard the ambulance and I woke up here. Did I fall? Great, I ruined everything, didn't I? The doctor said that I'd fainted because of dehydration, exhaustion, and stress. He said that I needed to slow down and rest for a few days or I would get sick again. I was so shocked. I had no idea that stress could make someone sick. Before I could say anything though,
My mom made this loud scoff. Please, that is totally nonsense. When I was her age, I had twice the workload she does, and nothing like this ever happened. Ariel is going to be a star one day, and stars don't burn out. If she wants that, then she has to work harder and get used to a hectic schedule. My dad looked like he was ready to blow a gasket, but I beat him to it. I can't believe you! I'm in a hospital bed and you still won't quit. I left my passion and did everything you asked me to, but nothing's working anymore. I'm tired and exhausted, Mom. I don't want to be famous or perfect. I just want to be me. Why can't you love me for me? Oh, don't be so dramatic now. You know this is all just a phase. We'll be out of here soon and you'll be just fine. Mom tried to help me up, but I shrugged her away. Just leave, Mom. Seriously. Also, take this stupid thing with you. It makes me feel like I've lost myself to make you happy. I couldn't stop crying after Mom left. I spent another week in the hospital and got a lot of rest. Dad visited me a lot, but my mom never came back. It made me sad because all I wanted to do was tell her I was sorry for yelling at her. My dad dropped me off at home and promised that he would see me again before he left. But just as I unlocked the door, I saw Mom running toward me, and all the trauma came rushing back. On second thoughts, Dad, can you please take me with you? I can't stay with Mom and live up to her crazy expectations anymore. I want to live my life the way I want to. Are you sure? Yes. I am not ready to forgive her yet. But sweetie, I have a surprise for you. I've even bought you a welcome cake. The look on Mom's face crushed my soul, but I was too mad at her for all the years she'd ignored my happiness. Dad rented a small apartment next to the school so I wouldn't have to skip studies, and thanks to Declan and Maisie, I started to feel better. I needed to learn how to love myself again before everything else. I started reading my astronomy books and fell in love with science again. I was finally feeling like myself. I even landed a scholarship that week to one of the best colleges in the country. I was super excited to tell Dad, but he had something bigger waiting for me. It was a letter from my mom talking about her story, how she could never live up to her parents' expectations and never felt good enough. And along with it was a drawing from when she was a kid. For the first time ever, I could relate to Mom. I saw her as a young girl struggling to keep up with everything, and it broke my heart. I knew I had to see her, so I decided to pay her a visit that weekend. The house was open, so I went in, and when I saw my room, I was overwhelmed thinking about all the nights I'd spent crying in there. I turned around to leave, but Mom was right behind me. I'm so happy to see you, Ariel. Did you get my letter? Yes, I did. Why didn't you ever tell me all that before? I was too ashamed to show you my weak side. Parents are supposed to be strong. But Mom, what you did to me was no different than what happened to you. You made me slog day and night, and I left everything, all the stuff that I liked, just to make you proud. I am so sorry I put so much pressure on you. I guess I wanted you to be what I never was, but I didn't realize how awful and stressed that made you feel. You're the best daughter, and you make me proud every day. I love you. I love you too, Mom. That's all I really wanted to hear you say. And Mom? Yes? Can I have my bracelet back? I was wondering if you'll ever ask.
Hi, I'm Ashlyn from Argentina, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. My brother Carter is my twin. We don't look anything alike, but we've always been competitive. On the day we were born, we even fought to be the one to come out first. My dad was a professional soccer player, and my mom was a really successful business executive. They were both super competitive and encouraged us to be the same. Everything was a competition. My brother and I competed to see who could crawl the fastest, who could walk first, hold their breath the longest, and draw the best picture. The winner always got a reward. At the time, it was friendly and fun. We just loved to try and outdo each other. Sometimes, the boy next door, Nico, would come over and be the judge. He had a cool camera and loved to take photos, mostly of me making weird faces. Carter thought he could make even weirder faces. So, of course, it became a competition. And Carter wins again! What? Come on, Nico, why are you always siding with Carter? That wasn't even close, and you know it! You heard what Nico said. I won. We always play fair, sis. Whatever. Carter and Nico became best friends and loved teaming up against me, which was so annoying. Still, I loved my brother. He meant the world to me, so I was always a gracious loser. But Carter, not so much.
You cheated! I did not. I beat you fair and square.
It only got worse as we got older. My parents pushed us to compete with each other even more.
Winning is everything. If I don't win, my team loses. And if I don't win, my company will fail and I'll be out of a job.
But does that mean that everything has to be a competition?
Of course it does, dummy.
I just wanted to have a normal relationship with my brother, where we didn't always have to prove that we were better than each other. But whatever I did, he had to do it better. I even let him win just so he wouldn't hate me. Not again! I guess you're just better than me. What can I say? Then one day, he crossed a line, and everything changed. When we were in the 10th grade, I was getting straight A's, I was captain of the girls' soccer team, and got the lead in the school play. Carter got B's, didn't even make the boys' soccer team, and only got a tiny part in the play with no lines. He hated that I was doing better than him. He stopped speaking to me in school unless it was to say something mean in front of his friends. Hi, Carter. You want to eat lunch together?
Wow, you guys smell something? Someone really needs to take a bath.
I could tell that Nico didn't like it, but he never stood up for me. When I announced that I was running for class president, Carter ran against me.
Vote for me if you want longer lunch periods. Vote for Ashlyn if you want twice the homework.
And then he humiliated me in front of the entire school.
You can't be class president if you have secrets, and my sister has a huge one.
What are you talking about, Carter? I don't have any secrets.
That's not what your diary says.
My body froze like an icicle. I did have one big secret, and in that diary, I must have drawn Nico's name 10,000 times in every color, shape, and size. Carter opened one of the pages and held it up so everyone could see. The entire school burst out laughing, and I just exploded. I attacked Carter with all the strength that I had, and it took 5 teachers to pull me off. We were both disqualified from running for president and suspended for a week. I was removed as captain of the soccer team, and they gave the lead in the school play to another girl. I was devastated. I couldn't get over how my own brother could betray me, and now so much of my hard work had gone down the drain. Even my parents were furious with us, but I knew that Carter was secretly happy. In his mind, we were equals again. My life was ruined, and my grades declined. It just wasn't fair. Then one day, I was crying by my locker when I felt a hand on my shoulder.
You okay?
I turned around to see Nico. My heart started pounding in my chest. I was so embarrassed I tried to run away, but I tripped over my shoelace and fell. But Nico caught me. For a moment, I just lay there in his arms, staring into his big blue eyes.
Ashlyn, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Listen, don't be embarrassed about the diary. Carter was a jerk for doing that, but the truth is, I only started coming over to your house in the first place because I had a crush on you.
Really?
Yeah, and when I would go home, I'd print out the photos I took of you and just stare at them. Kinda creepy, right?
About as creepy as having your name written all over my diary. Over the next few weeks, Nico and I spent a lot of time together. And at first, Carter tried to ignore it, but I could tell that it was driving him crazy. I was happy again. My grades went back up, and the girl who took my role in the school play got sick, so I got it back. I even scored the winning goal in our soccer championship game and was awarded Most Valuable Player. Carter finally couldn't take it and confronted Nico and me in the hallway.
Nico, you can either be my best friend or hang out with my loser sister, but you can't have it both ways. What's it gonna be?
Everyone stopped to watch. I was too terrified to speak. I just stared at Nico, who looked like a little boy lost in the woods. But then he made his decision and walked over to Carter. I rushed up to Nico and grabbed his hand. Nico, this is stupid. There's no reason you have to choose.
But he does, and he did. Sorry, sis.
Nico shoved me away, and my heart shattered into a million little pieces. What a jerk! That night, I burst into Carter's room and confronted him. What is wrong with you, Carter? Why do you always treat me like I'm your worst enemy?
Because I have to, Ashlyn.
What do you mean? It's Mom and Dad and the stupid competitions they make us do, isn't it? You're worried that you're gonna disappoint them.
I never said that.
I know that's what it was. Look, I forgive you for everything, but let's stop this right now before it completely destroys our relationship, please. For a moment, it looked like I was getting through to him. He seemed so vulnerable. I swear I thought I saw a tear in his eye. It's just what? But then his body tensed back up like he was suddenly possessed by a demon. It's just that you're a loser and I will always beat you. Now get out. The play was coming up in a couple of weeks, so I made a point of staying away from Carter. I knew he would try to sabotage it for me. Then one day, as I was rehearsing my lines, Nico walked over.
Hey, Ashlyn.
What do you want?
I want to apologize for my behavior. Carter is my friend, but he has no right to control who I talk to. I went with him that day because I wanted to help him see that what he was doing was wrong. But I was a real jerk, and if you never want to talk to me again, I deserve it.
At that moment, I realized how much I truly loved Nico. So I let my anger go, and from that point on, Nico and I were inseparable. On the night of the play, I heard that there was going to be a huge talent agent in the audience. This was my big chance, but when I got up on stage, I completely forgot my lines. I had been so lost in my thoughts about Nico that I lost focus on the play. The theater was silent, but I could see Carter sitting all the way in the back next to Nico, and he was laughing. Then it hit me. This was his plan the whole time. He sent Nico to distract me. I was furious, but I wasn't about to let Carter win. So I gathered myself, took a deep breath, and suddenly, I remembered my lines. I poured all of my anger into the performance, and when the play ended, I got a standing ovation. I couldn't believe it. As I was leaving, the talent agent ran up to me.
You were fabulous up there. I think you could be a star.
Me? Really?
Yes, you, Ashlyn.
As she handed me her card, I looked for Carter, not because I wanted to rub it in his face, but because I wanted to share it with him. For just a moment, I thought maybe he would be happy for me, but he was gone. I felt like such an idiot for even thinking that. Then Nico came up to me.
You were amazing up there.
No thanks to you and Carter, you tricked me.
I didn't know about his plan until tonight, I swear. When he told me I should spend time with you, I thought he had changed, but it was just a plan to distract you. I'm done being his friend.
Why should I believe you, Nico?
Because I love you, Ashlyn.
And then he kissed me. I nearly melted right there in the middle of the theater. But then I caught a glimpse of Carter in the doorway. He looked sad. Over the next few months, I started going out on auditions, and right after graduation, I booked my first movie. Overnight, I became a huge action star. Nico was there for me every step of the way. Every time I booked a new role, Nico would come and visit me on set, but I barely ever saw Carter. He started staying out late at night and skipping school so he didn't graduate. After that, Carter moved to another city. Life was good, but I hated not having Carter around. I worked so hard to get where I am, Nico, and while I should be happy with my success, still, I can't stop thinking about Carter.
He's an adult, Ashlyn. He chose to act the way that he did. Instead of trying to make himself better, he tried to tear you down, and it didn't work.
I know, but I don't think it's all his fault. My parents turned us against each other from the day we were born. They taught us to be this way. A couple years later, Nico asked me to marry him. I wanted to invite Carter to the wedding, but no one had heard from him or knew where he was. I had an old number for him, and I often left him messages, but he never returned my calls. Then I got nominated for a prestigious acting award for one of my action movies. I was going to be on TV in front of millions of people at the award show, so every designer wanted me to wear their fancy dresses and their really expensive jewelry. I chose a stunning yellow diamond necklace that was worth millions of dollars. I left a message for Carter telling him about the great news. I wasn't sure if he would ever receive it, but it felt good to hear his voice. The night of the award show, something crazy happened. Nico and I stopped at my parents' house so my mom could help me get ready before the show. As Nico and I were walking to our limo, a robber wearing a mask jumped out in front of us. He shoved Nico to the ground and snatched the yellow diamond necklace. I sprang into action and used the kung fu moves I'd learned from my movies. I punched the robber in the face, kicked him in the stomach, grabbed the necklace, and then pinned him to the ground.
Ouch, that hurts.
I recognized the robber's voice. I snatched off his mask. It was Carter. My parents heard the commotion and ran outside. Carter, what are you doing?
I'm so sorry, Ashlyn. I should have listened to you. But I was so obsessed with winning that I ended up losing everything. And now look at me. I haven't eaten in days. So when I heard your message about the award show and the necklace, I decided to steal it. It was a dumb idea.
It's okay, Carter.
No, it's not. I was a horrible brother and a worse friend. I hope that one day you can forgive me. This is all our fault. We were wrong to always push you two to compete against each other. We didn't realize the damage that we were doing.
We are so sorry. We've always been so incredibly proud of both of you. I forgave Carter and my parents. Carter and Nico held my hand as the host took the stage. Then, the host called my name. Get up there, Ashlyn. You won. I walked onto the stage to accept my award. When I looked out and saw Carter, Nico, and my parents smiling up at me, I couldn't help but cry. It was a dream come true. Hey, I'm Sakura, and I was born to the coolest parents ever. Before I go on, please hit like and subscribe. My parents were immigrants from Japan who built a successful business in America and gave my brother Dean and me the best life ever. Growing up, I was a straight-A student, and my dad always said I'd be a great doctor someday. It was his dream, only I knew the real reason. He loved Grey's Anatomy. I was too young to know what I wanted, but I loved making different sculptures out of anything I could find around me. When Mom noticed how good I was, she took me to the best workshops. Once when I was 6, we went to Spain for a vacation. I dragged everyone to see the famous Memel sculpture. It was the best day of my life. Oh my God, why would anyone make such a big spider? Yeah, I'm surprised you like it even though you're terrified of everything that crawls.
I know, but I think it's beautiful. At least that's the meaning of it. It shows how the spider protects her babies, even though she looks so delicate because of her thin legs.
People around me who heard me were surprised, and the tour guide told me that my observation was correct. Dad looked so proud at that moment. See? My Sakura is so smart. And you both thought it was just some ugly spider. You should spend your free time with her and learn facts like this. While Dad treated me like a princess, we all know who the real royalty was. Dean. And he knew that as well. He was 10 years older than me and always got on my nerves. One time when I was 8, Dean caught me eating cookie dough and started to laugh like crazy. Your mouth. You stuffed it all in your mouth. You look like the panda from the movie Kung Fu Panda. Mom, Dean's making fun of me. He called me a panda. Then stop stuffing your face like that. And stop blaming your brother for everything. Now help me in the kitchen, will you? He always makes fun of me and you never tell him anything. It's like you don't love me at all. It's not that she doesn't love you. She just loves me more than you. Dean snickered in the corner, making ugly faces at me, and I felt so mad. He was annoying, just like every older brother. But he was also very protective of me and cared for me. Once I was getting ready for school when I saw the biggest lizard ever and let out an ear-splitting scream. Sakura, are you all—
Lizard! Lizard! Big, fat, staring at me! Lizard! It's so creepy! Get it out! Save me!
Really? Did you howl because of a lizard? And you liked that creepy spider statue? Wow. He did chase the lizard away, but kept making fun of the way I had screamed for days. When I was in the 4th grade, it was time for Dean to go to university, and Mom was a sobbing mess. I'll keep visiting Mom, don't worry. And before you know it, I'll be here for Christmas. You better get your gift ready because I already have yours. Dean and I had a tradition of exchanging Christmas gifts on the roof with a cup of hot chocolate. When he visited for the holidays, I was over the moon. I was so looking forward to opening gifts with my brother. But 2 days before Christmas, I heard something crash in my parents' room. I ran upstairs and saw Dad and Dean having a yelling contest while Mom cried inconsolably. You have ruined my name. This family's name. You brought him up and this is how he turned out. Don't talk to Mom that way, it's not her fault. You have the nerve to talk back to me? You— Dad stopped mid-sentence when his eyes met mine. Seeing me, Dean rushed out of the room, but I followed him. Why were you fighting with Dad? It's nothing, Sakura. I failed my exam, so Dad was angry. I tried to talk to Dean after that, but he shut himself in his room. I knew what would make him happy, the present. I waited for him on the roof, but he didn't show up. The next day when I went to his room, Mom told me he'd left for his university while I was asleep. I couldn't believe he'd broken our tradition. How could he do this? I immediately called him. You left without saying goodbye. I'm sorry, Panda. Something came up, but I'll make it up to you, okay? With the best gift ever. Yay, cool! But what about your gift? Keep it safe with you for now. I'll take it when I come back home next. Deal? Deal. But Dean never came back. I waited every year for him, but he missed all the occasions. Every time I called him, he said he was busy. It broke my heart. With time, I got used to not having Dean around and started concentrating on making Dad proud. Soon, I was 18 and going to medical school. I was excited, but not as excited as my dad. He was over the moon. I tried my best, but being a medical student was tough. And before I knew it, I was failing my classes. Dad was gonna be so mad. I remembered how he was fuming at Dean for failing. My fear got the best of me, and I asked my tech-savvy roommate to make me a fake report card with an A+ grade, and she did a fab job. I wish I had this talent. That weekend when I went home, Dad looked at me with a poker face as he saw my result. Dad, look, I'm the smartest in my class.
You could have done a better job, Sakura.
I'll do better and get better grades, don't worry.
No, I mean with this Photoshop work.
Blood drained from my face as I saw Dad looking like he was going to explode.
Your professor called me and told me you failed your semester exams. I got your original report card a few days ago.
Dad, I'm so sorry.
You better be. Do you know how much money I spent for you to get into that college? Not only did you fail, you're also lying. How could you?
I flinched at how loud Dad's voice had gotten and saw Mom run into the room. It's just, medical school is really tough, and I knew you'd get mad at me if I failed. I got stressed out, Dad. I don't think I'm made for this. I want to drop out.
Drop out? Have you lost your mind? Life is tough, Sakura. If I had to quit every time I was stressed, we would be homeless now. And what would you do if you quit medical school?
I could get into sculpting. I'm really good at it. If you could just see that, maybe you'll agree with me too.
You want to make clay dolls? No way. You better get your grades up soon. Listen to me carefully, Sakura. If you decide to leave med school, you will not come back to this house. Understood?
His words really angered me, and I snapped. Loud and clear, Dad. Loud and clear. With that, I packed my stuff and went straight to my aunt's place. Aunt Lexi was my mom's younger sister. She was the cool aunt of the family and lived by herself in a big villa. I told her everything, and she gave me a big hug and sent me to my room. When she called me for dinner, my jaw dropped at seeing Dean sitting in front of me. Dean, what are you doing here?
Hi, Panda. I missed you so much.
Dean hugged me while I cried.
Ew, you're getting your snot all over my shirt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dean. I then told Dean about what happened, and he looked sad for me. But I had only one question for him. Why did you stop coming over?
I told you, I was busy with uni and stuff.
It was because Dad and you fought, right? About your…
What? Oh, yeah, because I failed my exams, yeah.
The following week, Dean helped me get admission into the art college I wanted, and I was finally free from med school. Art school was everything I dreamt of, but I was still upset that I couldn't share this joy with Mom and Dad. Dean and Aunt Lexi always tried to cheer me up with visits to museums or art galleries and yummy food every night, but I still missed my parents. One night, I couldn't get any sleep and decided to get some water. As I tiptoed my way to the kitchen, I heard my aunt and Dean talking, and what I heard knocked the wind out of me.
Dean, did you try talking to your father? I'm really worried about Sakura. She misses both of them so much. I know, Aunt Lex, it's just, you know how Dad can be. He's not answering my calls. I think he still hates me. I hope he finds it in his heart to forgive me someday.
Forgive you? He should be the one to realize his mistake. How could he just kick out his own son for falling in love with a boy? He did what? Hearing my voice, Aunt Lexi and Dean turned to me with wide eyes. You're lying, right? Dad wouldn't do that. He even helped his assistant come out to her family.
That's just for the world to see, Sakura. He's always been like this. He pretends to be this modern person, but he's not. It's just the way he was brought up, these traditions.
My whole world came crashing down. I couldn't believe that my dad was capable of doing something like this. He was a completely different person for me now. I was furious, so I went home with Dean the next day to confront my parents. When Mom saw Dean, she hugged him tight.
My Dean, I missed you so much, son.
Just then, Dad walked into the house, and Dean moved away from Mom immediately.
How dare you come back?
I brought him here. Yes, I know you kicked him out. How can you be this two-faced person, Dad? You go around supporting others and being this modern person, but here you are, holding back your own children. Sakura, you have no right, but I do, Dad. He's my brother, and you kept him away from his family. How did you have the heart to do this to your own son? He was ready to ruin the name of this family. He is not my son. How can you say that? Why, it's the truth. Ask him or your mother. When I looked at them, they looked pale. What are you doing? You promised never to bring it up. He left me with no choice. He is breaking apart this family. I loved him and brought him into this house from that orphanage. And this is how he repays me. What in the father-freaking world? I looked at Dean and instantly knew that Dad was telling the truth. You're adopted? Why did you never tell me? I found out the day you were born, and you'll always be my little sister. I couldn't hurt you. And Dad, I never meant to hurt you either. But I won't apologize for being who I am and falling in love. I can't believe you still have the nerve to stand in my house and talk to me that way. Get out. His words made my head spin, and it was then that I heard Mom yell, for the first time. You are such a cruel person. Congratulations. You yourself broke this family apart. I'm going with my children. You can have all the traditions and your wealth and business, but we are going to live a better life, where we can breathe. Saying that, Mom took mine and Dean's hands and stormed out of the house. I'd never seen her this angry. We stayed without Lexi for a while until we could figure out what to do. One day, Dean introduced us to his boyfriend, and we loved him. He was kind and yelled at Dean for teasing me and calling me a panda again. I liked this guy. One afternoon, the doorbell rang as we sat down to have lunch. Aunt Lexi entered the room with Dad right behind her. He looked like a mess. Can I talk to you all, please? We have nothing to say to you, and I doubt we would want to listen to you. Mom. Dad then began sobbing, and it broke my heart. Dean went and held him. Dad turned and hugged Dean tight. Son, I'm so sorry. I was rude to you and I shouldn't have done that. I thought what I was doing was right, but it wasn't. You're my son, the future of my house and business. But before all that, you are my son. And then you came along and my world was complete. I hope you'll forgive me. Please forgive me. I ran toward my dad and hugged him as well. Of course, Dad. We're so glad that you found your way back to us. Everyone in the room was a sobbing mess. Dad agreed to meet Dean's boyfriend one day, and to everyone's surprise, they bonded really well over sports and the fact that they dislike ice cream and loved Grey's Anatomy. Weird. Our family was nowhere close to perfect, but it was much stronger, and that's all I could ask for now.
Hello, I'm Annabelle from Maryland. Please like and subscribe. My parents were both computer specialists who worked from home, so they were always around to shower me with their love. They'd throw me big birthday parties in our backyard and invite the whole neighborhood. Everyone around liked us because my parents were kind and friendly. I looked a lot like my mom, but I took my dad's curly hair, which I loved. But once in first grade, some mean girls started teasing me about it.
Hey, Annabelle, how many birds live inside that nest on your head? Oh, God, you have spiders coming out of your nose again. What? No, I don't, but I made you look.
The other kids started to laugh, and I kind of became popular after that. People thought I was funny. My life in Maryland was good until one day in the 4th grade, I got home from school to find my parents running all over the house and packing. Annabelle, go upstairs and take only your most important things.
What? Are we going on holiday?
Annabelle, just go. I packed my favorite sweater, some gadgets, and my favorite book. I fell asleep reading in the car while Dad drove miles away from our home. Hours later, I woke up in a cabin deep in the woods. Where are we? This is our new home. Huh? Yes. And tomorrow, you'll be starting a new day at your new school. What? I was so confused and angry. My parents had just moved without even telling me. All my friends were back in Maryland, and I left without saying goodbye. When I asked my parents why we moved so fast, they just said it was related to their work and left it at that. The next day, I joined my new school, and I made new friends, and my life went on. Until one day in the 7th grade, Mom and I were in the grocery store when I spotted a man who kept looking at us. I tried ignoring him, but then I saw him making a call, and I heard those words.
I found him.
Mom, see that man in black? He's been following us.
Her face went pale, and suddenly she took my hand and ran out the door. I saw the man chase us, but we managed to escape. And that night, we had to move again.
Are you guys gonna tell me what's going on?
The kind of work we do, it makes us special.
What do you mean?
We're like undercover detectives.
But detectives are always out searching for things, and you two are always at home on your computers.
Then we're computer detectives.
I knew he was lying, which made me more frustrated. And my parents even told me not to become close friends with anyone now. I didn't see the point anyway, since we'd probably just move again. One day in 10th grade, I was putting stuff away in my locker when this pretty girl leaned against the wall and kept staring at me. Can I help you with something?
Hi, I'm Leela, your neighbor. We just moved in next to you.
I think you're mistaken. I don't have any neighbors.
Yes, you do. We moved into the old abandoned cabin.
Oh, that place? I thought it was haunted.
The ghost of the haunted cabin would like to be your friend.
I laughed, and we started hanging out after that day. I could guess from her worn-out shoes and bag that she wasn't well off, but she always knew who was wearing which brand and seemed to be really into fashion. Her dream was to be a big designer in Paris one day. One day at recess, I caught her looking at the necklace I was wearing, and I asked her if she'd like to try it on.
How does it look?
Better on you than me. It really suits you. Keep it.
Really? Oh, thank you so much.
A few days later, we were walking home when I felt someone was following us. I turned around to see a really cute guy walking a few steps behind. Do you think that guy is stalking us?
Oh, him?
He's my brother, Kyle. Wow, he's cute.
Not you too.
Please, promise me that you'll never fall for my brother like the other girls.
He's such a douchebag.
I promised I'd ignore his existence, which was hard because he was drop-dead gorgeous. Just as Leela and I got to my house, my parents appeared at the front door.
Who is this?
She's my friend from school, and we're also neighbors. Mom and Dad looked at each other, then pulled me inside, slamming the door in Leela's face.
We have to move again.
What? No way! I'm not moving anymore until you guys tell me what's going on. And this time, I want the truth. Don't treat me like a kid. My parents finally told me everything.
We are in witness protection. I testified against some mobsters when you were younger, and that's why we've been on the run ever since.
What? So we're in danger?
Not if we stay clear from people. We just can't trust anyone right now.
My mind started spinning, and I couldn't even eat dinner. The thought of being in danger made me sick. Later that night, I was half asleep when I heard some noise downstairs. I quietly crept to my parents' room, but it was empty, and I found the front door wide open. Mom? Dad? My heart was beating like crazy when suddenly Leela's brother walked in. What do you want? What did you do to my parents?
What? My dad's van got stuck in the mud and your parents are outside helping him. They sent me to get a crowbar?
Oh, it's by the fireplace. I followed him outside and saw Mom, Dad, Leela, and her parents pushing the van. Once it was done, everyone came to our house for coffee. My parents didn't look so scared anymore, so I guessed we were staying. Just then, Leela sprung up and asked me if we could go to my room. And when we entered, she threw herself on my bed.
Oh, your bed is so comfortable.
Okay, don't you have one? No, I sleep on the couch and my stupid brother gets the bed because he's older than me. I knew they were poor, but I didn't know things were that bad. Why do you hate your brother so much?
Because he gets everything,
and my parents are always favoring him. Since Leela started opening up to me, I decided to open up to her too, and I ended up telling her my parents' secret.
Wow, so you and your parents are like special undercover people?
Yeah, you could say that.
That is so cool.
Just then, Kyle came to my door and said they were going home. He looked directly at me while I spoke to Leela, and I blushed. Leela clearly noticed it because as she was leaving, she whispered in my ear, "Remember your promise." The next day at school, the principal had a shocking announcement to make. She said that someone had broken into the cheerleaders' locker room the day before and stolen many wallets, watches, and cell phones. We have a hooded figure caught on the security footage, and when I identify the culprit, he or she will be expelled. But if you come forward and confess, I'll be willing to consider another punishment." It was all anyone could talk about. Later that day, I was in the library trying to reach a book when suddenly Kyle appeared next to me and took it down. I mumbled a thank you and turned to leave, but my charm bracelet got caught in his sweater. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I'll get it out.
While he tried untangling it, I couldn't help looking into his blue eyes. What's going on here? My bracelet got caught into Kyle's sweater. He's just helping me out. After Kyle was done, Leela walked with me quietly down the hallway, but then she suddenly stopped. "I have to tell you something, Annabelle. I think Kyle stole all the things the principal was talking about." "What? Why do you think that?" "Because he's done it before in our old school." I was shocked. Leela stayed back for some after-school club that day, and as I was walking back home, Kyle suddenly joined me.
We could walk together, if you don't mind.
Okay, if you insist. He tried striking up a conversation, but I kept my answers really short. Just then, I tripped on a rock and he caught me before I hit the ground, but I quickly pulled away.
Annabelle, did Leela say something about me?
As a matter of fact, she did. Did you steal all that stuff from the cheerleaders?
Gosh, no. I'd never do that. Listen, Leela hates me because our dad left her mom for my mom. She's been making my life miserable since forever by making up awful stories about me.
He looked so genuine that I couldn't help believing him. We took a walk by the riverside and spoke some more, and I felt butterflies every time he looked into my eyes. And when he dropped me home, he gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. I couldn't stop thinking about him the whole night. But the next day at school, Leela approached me looking upset. "I thought you were a good friend, but I guess you're more desperate to be with my brother." "Yeah, I came home early and I saw that kiss." "Wait, Leela, please." But she stormed off and ignored me the whole day. After school, I saw her by her locker and walked up to her, and she looked startled. Before she could shut her locker, a couple of watches fell to the floor. "Where did you get these? And what else do you have in there?" "They're mine, of course, and none of your business." "You stole those from the cheerleaders." "No, I didn't. I found these things in Kyle's room, and now I'm returning them before he could sell them. And I'm covering his butt. See what a good sister I am? Stop lying. If you don't confess to the principal, I'll tell her." Suddenly, Leela dropped to her knees, crying. "Okay, yes, I took them. I have a problem. I can't help it. I want to be able to afford beautiful things, and sometimes when I see the girls here with their branded stuff, it makes me feel crazy. I know it was wrong, and I'll go to the principal tomorrow, okay? But please don't tell anyone yet, especially Kyle." I promised that I wouldn't, and I said I'd go to the principal with her. And everyone had to bring their parents for the first class. As my parents explained their fake computer job to my classmates, Leela suddenly spoke up. "You're computer specialists? Well, that's not what your daughter says. In fact, she makes up these tall stories about how you're undercover detectives who testified against the mobsters and now you're on the run. Clearly, Annabelle has a lying and attention-seeking problem." My parents' faces turned white, and I just couldn't believe Leela had announced my secret. They signaled at me to come out, and Leela leaned over and whispered, "See you never again." My parents were furious that I told Leela everything. "I'm so sorry. I thought I could trust her." We frantically started packing, but just as we were leaving, we heard a screeching car coming towards our house. But it was a police car.
"We were alerted by someone that you might be in danger, but we came here to tell you that the threat to you guys is gone. The mobsters who have been after you were arrested earlier this week, and just today they were sentenced to life in prison. You're safe now."
My parents and I were overjoyed. We didn't have to run anymore. But I certainly had some business to take care of in school. I went back and marched straight to the principal, and moments later, she ordered Leela to open her locker. All the stolen items were found. Her parents were called in, and she was expelled. She turned furiously to her dad. "It's all your fault. You made me crazy by leaving Mom and by always giving everything to Kyle and not me."
"Your mom and I got divorced because that's what we both wanted. And Kyle works 2 jobs to help me. He has things because he earns them, while all you do is complain."
As Leela was storming off, she suddenly leapt at Kyle, but I pushed her back. Her dad took her away, and soon after, I found out that Leela had been sent to live with her mom. Kyle asked me out and we dated all throughout high school. After we graduated, I was gonna study abroad. A few hours before my flight, I met Kyle at our favorite spot by the river.
I got you something. Close your eyes.
He put something around my wrist, and I saw that it was a silver bangle with our names carved on it. Wow, this is beautiful.
Yeah, no more charm bracelets. I don't want you getting stuck on another boy's sweater.
Never. I like being stuck right here, and I'll be coming back to you, Kyle. Hi, my name is Mary. Please like and subscribe. I never knew my parents, but I grew up with my cranky old grandma who didn't even send me to school. So when I was 8 and she left me at an orphanage, I was ecstatic. As I joined the other kids at dinner and introduced myself, they all stared at me. And then a girl started laughing.
Look at that mop on your head. Maybe the warden can use your hair to clean the floors. How about I try first?
As she came towards me, a tall girl suddenly stepped in. Get away from her, or I'll knock your teeth out.
Ooh, Mommy, I feel so scared.
Not. And with that, the bully pushed me to the ground. The tall girl attacked her, and they were both fighting when someone shouted that the warden was coming, and everyone ran. The girl helped me up, but I sprained my ankle. Lean on me, okay? I got you. Her name was Gianna, and we became best friends. But everything else about that place sucked. The only good thing in my life was Gianna. When we were 13, we started talking one night about how much we'd like to leave this place, and we made a plan to escape. But just when we'd reached the back door, the warden caught us. We weren't allowed to leave our room for 2 weeks. But I was determined to try once more. What if the warden catches us again? Let's forget about it, Mary. Maybe we're better off here anyway. What if it's terrible out there? But what if it's not? What if it's amazing? And as long as we're together, it'll be fine. A few weeks later, we set a spot where we would meet and run off. But I kept waiting, and she didn't show up. Just then, I heard some footsteps, and it was the frickin' warden. And I ran. I didn't stop running till I'd left the orphanage far behind. But I was devastated to leave without Gianna. I vowed I'd be back for her soon. It was exciting to be out. But as it got dark, I started feeling scared. Just then, 2 homeless boys came out of a dark alley and grinned at me. "You lost, little girl? You can share our garbage dump." I panicked and ran off. As I turned a corner, I crashed straight into someone. I looked up to see a kind-looking lady who asked me why I was all alone. When I told her everything, she offered to take me to her place, and I felt I could trust her. A blonde girl my age opened the door. Her name was Zoe, and she looked really happy to hear that I'd be staying with them.
Ooh, a sleepover. I love slumber parties.
Yeah, me too. I had no idea what she was talking about. The next few days were some of the best ever. The lady got me clothes and gave me my own room. Zoe and I got along really well, and we watched tons of videos on this awesome channel MSA that she introduced me to. One night, we were out for dinner, and I was so excited to see the huge spread. I piled my plate high with food and started gobbling it up when some kids started laughing at me. "Look at her, eating like a horse. Haven't you seen food before, weirdo?" Oh, I guess some nice people brought this homeless girl here for food. Look how skinny she is, and her wild hair. Before I could reply, Zoe had returned to our table, and she smacked her plate in the kid's face.
Mind your own business, you limp noodle.
I loved the way Zoe stood up for me. She reminded me so much of Gianna. I soon discovered that Zoe's mom owned a beauty salon. One day, she gave me a makeover, and I was shocked at the results. She even managed to tame my crazy hair. Whoa, are you some kind of magician? Oh, I didn't have to do much. You're a beautiful girl, Mary. And it felt amazing to hear that. And a week later, I was officially adopted by them. I had a real family. Soon after, Zoe's mom got me enrolled into the same school as hers. One day when we came back, I was shocked to see so many guests at our place. Mom had organized a surprise party to welcome me into the family. She introduced me to everyone, and they were all so nice, except for this one nasty relative. Do you even make enough from your awful makeup business to take care of another child?
Oh God, I can't forget the horrible makeup you did on me once.
That made me mad. Well, sometimes all the makeup in the world can't fix some faces. Mom and Zoe laughed out loud while the lady turned red and stormed off. I wasn't letting anyone be a jerk to my family. The only thing that was bothering me now was thinking of Gianna at the orphanage. Mom said she'd help find a home for her too, and we went to see her. But I was shocked when the warden told us she'd been adopted. She wouldn't tell us where Gianna had gone, but in my heart, I was satisfied. She had a family, like me. Life was good, and over time, I picked up Mom's love of makeup, and she taught me everything she knew. When I was in 10th grade, Mom took me to a shoot once, and the model I worked on absolutely loved her look. The next day, Zoe woke me up excitedly and showed me my Insta account. I had thousands of followers, thanks to that model who had tagged me in her picture. I started attracting tons of clients to Mom's salon. Then one day at school, I saw a familiar face in the corridor, and my heart skipped a beat. Oh my God, it was Gianna! I ran to her and she screamed in delight as the two of us hugged and jumped around. I feel like I'm dreaming. I thought I'd never see you again, Gianna. I can't believe it myself. I'm so happy to see you, and you look amazing. Gianna and I had so much catching up to do. We were in the cafeteria when Zoe came and sat next to me and started eating my food, and Gianna snatched the tray away from her. Hey, what are you doing, weirdo? Get your own lunch. Excuse me? Who are you and what's your problem? Whoa, guys, calm down. This is my friend Gianna. I've told you about her, remember? And this is my sister Zoe. Sister? Yeah, her favorite sister in the whole wide world. And also her current best friend. So get in line, Gianna. The two were smiling, but I could sense the tension. And now the three of us were hanging out together all the time, but I just knew they didn't like each other. Zoe and I were both in the football club, and a few days later when we had a training session, I was surprised and happy to see Gianna was there too. But Zoe clenched her teeth and ran out to the field. We had such an intense training session, and Zoe and Gianna were being so aggressive. Suddenly, Zoe was racing towards the goalpost with the ball when Gianna tried to take it from her, and Zoe crashed to the ground. That's a foul. This cheater pushed me. No, I didn't. You just slipped. Don't be such a crybaby. They were about to attack each other when the coach stopped them and told everyone to take a break. As we rested in the locker room, we suddenly heard screams from the bathroom next door. We went running to see Zoe standing there and Gianna on the floor. Mary, stop your crazy sister. She pulled my hair and flung me against the wall. What? I barely touched you. Zoe, are you insane? It's just stupid football. Just then the coach walked in, and when she saw everything, she suspended Zoe from the club for a month. Zoe stormed off in tears while I helped Gianna up. What had gotten into her? I decided not to tell Mom anything yet and went to Zoe's room to talk. And she was furious with me. How could you take her side, Mary? Zoe, she was hurt and lying on the floor. What did you expect me to do? She came into the bathroom and kept mocking me, and I only pushed her aside to get out of my way. I never pushed her that hard or pulled her hair. She's lying. Why would she do that? Because she's a psycho. But if you want to believe her, go ahead. She pushed me out and slammed the door shut. I didn't know what to believe. I thought I'd talk to Gianna the next day, but I found her limping on crutches. She said she'd sprained her ankle during the fall. But Zoe said she barely pushed you. So, you think I'm faking all this? Why would I do that, Mary? Zoe attacked me. Your life, and you know it. I did know Zoe was unhappy since Gianna had arrived. Later that day, when Zoe saw me and Gianna sitting in the cafeteria, she turned away furiously and went to sit at the farthest corner. This was a nightmare. A few days later, our English teacher, Miss Amy, was getting married, and she'd invited all her students. She'd even hired me as her makeup artist, and Gianna came along to help. Just when I was done with her makeup, I finished it off with a setting spray, and Miss Amy started screaming. Oh my God, my eyes, they're burning. And my skin, what have you done, Mary? I stood there in shock as Miss Amy ran off to wash her face. I use this spray every day. I was about to test it on my skin when Gianna stopped me. Hey, don't. Didn't you see what just happened? Give it here.
And with that, she opened the bottle and sniffed it. Mary, this is frickin' pepper spray. What? How could that possibly get mixed up with my makeup? Just then, Zoe and some kids walked in, asking why Miss Amy had gone screaming to the bathroom. Oh, I think we have our answer, Mary. There's only one person who could have switched this out for pepper spray. Zoe, are you frickin' mental? Mary, don't listen to her. If anyone would do something that crazy, it's Gianna. And how would I do that? You live with her. You had every chance to mess with her makeup. I've just had it with you. And with that, Zoe pounced on Gianna. As the two wrestled, they didn't even notice when Miss Amy walked back in and went crashing straight into her. Get out, all of you. And you, Mary. I'll never forgive you for ruining my wedding day. We were all thrown out, and before I knew it, Miss Amy had posted pictures with her swollen red eyes and face on Instagram. She tagged me and Mom's salon, telling people never to get makeup done from us. People were resharing her pictures like crazy. I couldn't bear to see anyone and shut myself up in my room. I couldn't believe someone would hurt me. It was either my sister or my best friend. I had been appointed as the football team captain recently, and the next day, when all the players were gathered, I made an announcement. I feel that I cannot lead a team where all the members can't play well together, so I've made a decision to let one player go, and that is Zoe. Zoe stared at me in shock, and then she pounced on me. Seriously? You pathetic jerk. I welcomed you into my home. I made you my sister, and this is what I get? I hate you, and I'll never forgive you. I wish we could throw you back in that orphanage. As some kids pulled her away, she stormed off furiously, and I ran off to the bathroom. Gianna came running after me. Wow, Mary, I can't believe you actually chose me over your stupid sister. Now, you've lost her, and that makes me really happy. What? What do you mean? I mean, I want you to suffer. Just like you made me suffer when you left me at the orphanage. That night, when we were running away, I didn't come to the meeting spot thinking you wouldn't go without me. But you did. You just abandoned me. You didn't come on purpose? I thought the warden had caught you. And I didn't abandon you, Gianna. I came to the orphanage again looking for you. I don't believe you. You just left me and got yourself a sister. You replaced me. Yes, I did fake being hurt in the bathroom, and I did mess with your makeup, so you could hate her. And now, she hates you. Oh no, I don't. I heard everything and recorded it too. Zoe stepped in just then, and I turned to a shocked Gianna. You see, I wasn't sure about the bathroom incident, but after the makeup thing, I decided it had to be you. Zoe would never do something to hurt me or Mom's business. We faked the fight outside, hoping you'd be really happy and admit something. Why are you like this now? What happened to you, Gianna? Gianna snarled and leapt at me, but Zoe pushed her off and we locked her in the bathroom. We told the principal everything, who then called in her adoptive mother. And we found out from her that Gianna had been in therapy before for a personality disorder, which made her think everyone was against her. I was sad to hear that, but luckily, she had a loving mom who took her away to rehab for some time. I'm really sorry about your friend, Mary. Really, friend Mary. Really. And I have to admit, I was jealous when she came back into your life. I hope she'll be better soon, and maybe we can be friends again someday. But you've got nothing to worry about, Zoe. You are, and always will be, my sister.
I stared at the horrors in my mother's basement as I realized the truth. She was a total psychopath. I had to get out of here. I should have never been here, and I wouldn't have been if it hadn't been for that day, the day I found out I was adopted. The revelation just came out of nowhere. I was 13 years old, running around in my house when I heard my parents arguing. They were fighting about when was the right time to tell me I was adopted, that I wasn't really their baby. This discovery threw me for a loop. I couldn't tell my parents I knew the truth, but at the same time, I felt irritated and angry at them, no matter what they said or did. After many arguments, I became distant at home and school, slowly losing my friends and pushing my family away. I just couldn't stop thinking about my real parents. I knew it was time to find them. One night when my parents went out for dinner, I snuck into their room and found my adoption papers. There was a photo of my real mother in the file. Her name was Mary. She'd given me up for adoption 15 years ago. I started searching for her on the internet, and I found a Mary who looked exactly like the woman in the picture. Wait, what? She lived in my city. Her address was only 5 miles away. I couldn't believe my real mom was this close. I felt even angrier at my parents. They probably knew it. The liars. The next day after school, I rushed straight to the address I'd found. I reached a crazy-looking place with weird objects lined up inside the window. A large crystal ball sign read, Mary's Fortune Telling. Fortune Telling? Great, my real mom's a cook. I was skeptical and curious as I stepped inside the strange shop. There was one table in the middle of the shop, and 2 people were sitting at it. I recognized Mary instantly. I can see your question, Chris, Mary said to the man across from her. You want to know if your business venture will succeed. I've done everything right this time. I've prepared everything, Chris said. I just need to know. What do the planets say? I sat down by the waiting area to watch the session. Mary closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She went on to tell him that she sensed a bad aura around his business, and it would be better for him to shut it down till the planets aligned in his favor. That sounds so lame, I thought to myself. But the guy was totally buying it. He looked really disappointed and said this project was his only dream. Mary just waved him away and said the session was over. He had to come again next month. He left. And that's when she noticed me. $100 for the session, cash payments only, please, she said. I didn't know how to say it, so I simply blurted out the truth. I'm not here for a reading. I'm your daughter. You gave me up for adoption 15 years ago. For a few seconds, her face froze in shock. With all her abilities to see into the future, she clearly hadn't seen this coming. She recovered soon enough, smiled, and pulled me into a hug. I couldn't believe it. I was hugging my real mother. We sat down and I demanded that she tell me everything about herself and why she had given me up. Looking ashamed, Mary said she was very young and poor when she had me, and she wouldn't have been able to give me a good life. She told me she had a true connection with the planets and spirits. That's why she became a fortune teller. I was rather doubtful about her powers, so she decided to do a reading for me. You're my daughter, so this one's on me, she said, winking at me. I had to admit she was pretty good. She knew just by looking at my palm that my parents hadn't told me the truth about my birth. She knew that I'd been depressed and I had no friends at school. She knew my grades were falling. I wanted to know more, but another client came in and Mary had to excuse herself. She said she was really busy these days with back-to-back sessions. That's when I got an idea. I could work here. That way I could get to know her better. She agreed. Now that I have gotten to know her better, I wish I hadn't. That week, I began to intern at Mary's. As we bonded daily and I felt happier, I stopped being irritable and began to joke around with people at school. I told them about my fortune-telling mom to seem cool and interesting. Allie, the head cheerleader, and Brandon, a football player, asked me to get them a session with Mary. I happily agreed because I really wanted to get in with the popular kids. This was my chance. A gang of cheerleaders and football players joined me as I went to Mary's shop that day. Everyone was excited to hear Allie and Brandon's future. Mary was very pleased to see new clients and began the first session right away with Allie. Allie wanted to know if she would win the upcoming fashion contest in school. No, Mary replied after reading her cards. The signs aren't in your favor. Allie was upset, but Mary refused to change her answer. Then it was Brandon's turn. He nervously asked Mary if his team would win the football game on Friday. Yes, you will win. Brandon was delighted by her reading and began to ask her more questions. Many other kids got their readings done, and it was night by the time they all left. Mary told me to go home and said she'd leave later. When I packed up my bag and looked back, Mary was no longer in the shop. I looked around, but I couldn't find her. Was this one of her powers? News of Mary's abilities spread around school. It was all everyone was talking about when the day of the fashion contest came. The contest began, and one by one, girls started to walk on the stage in high heels and dresses, smiling and waving to the crowd. Allie walked in with confidence. She'd barely taken 4 steps across the platform when her heel twisted and she came crashing down to the ground. The entire auditorium fell silent. Mary's prediction had come true. Allie had lost. I was amazed that Mary had been right. I rushed out to the parking lot to call her and tell her the news. That's when I noticed a figure in a thick coat running away from the auditorium. I squinted, but I couldn't make out who it was in the darkness. I called Mary 3 times, but she declined my calls. I assumed she was in a session and went back inside. The next afternoon, the whole school gathered in the stands for the football game. It began like any other, but then something strange happened. The quarterback of the opposing team clutched his chest. He was clearly having difficulty breathing, but he was trying to fight through it. It didn't work for long. He was off the field within a few minutes. His replacement was brought in from the bench. The other team had no chance without their star player, and our team thrashed them. It was an easy victory, and Mary had been right again. While the whole school screamed with joy, I stared at the field in amazement. Could my mother have true powers to see through time? And if she could teach me her ways, would I be able to do this too? I called Mary to tell her about the contest and the game. She wasn't surprised. She laughed and said she was never wrong. I wanted to learn to do what she did, so the next day I reached the store early so I'd have time to ask her questions. 2 people were shouting loudly in the front of the shop. They were Mary and Chris, the first client of hers I'd met. "You predicted that my business would be ruined," the man yelled. "And then you set my shop on fire to make it true. That is nonsense," Mary snapped. The man screamed that neighbors had seen someone outside his shop just minutes before the fire. Mary wore a creepy smile and said that she never predicted that his business would fail on its own. Then a large man appeared. He seemed to be a friend of Mary's. He threatened Chris until he finally fled. When Mary realized I'd seen the whole fight, she looked very displeased. "Why are you here early?" she asked me harshly. "I didn't mean to interrupt," I said. After a pause, she relaxed. "It's fine. Some people just can't handle my gift," she said. "I want to learn," I told her. "All your predictions come true, and I was hoping you could teach me how to do this." "It's not something that can be taught," she said. "There had to be some way that you knew about the game and the fashion contest. You somehow knew that guy's business would burn." "How?" I asked. She refused to answer. She said I wouldn't understand. I was disappointed, but I thought that was all there was to it. Until Monday at school. Allie came to me during lunch. She said she wanted to show me something. She took me to a room where Brandon was waiting with a laptop. They played a video for me. "This is the day of the game," Brandon said. "That's the opposing team's bench. Look at what happens to the quarterback." The quarterback was drinking a sports drink. When he went to go warm up, someone sidled over to the bench. It was the same person I'd seen the night of the fashion contest, running away from the school. They wore the same trench coat and their face was mostly hidden by the collar. The person put something in the bottle. "The quarterback is allergic to ginger," Brandon told me. "He went into shock on the field. Someone basically poisoned him." I told Brandon I'd seen this person in the trench coat after the fashion contest too. That's when Allie played the next video for me. It was the same person walking into Allie's dressing room minutes before the performance. "She broke my heel," Allie said as we watched the hunched figure handling Allie's shoes. "I was sabotaged too." I was shocked, but I could see it was true. Both predictions Mary had made came true, but not all on their own. I remembered Chris, the man who accused Mary of burning down his shop. Could he have been right? I told them what I thought. Allie and Brandon told me to call the police, but I refused. There was no way to prove that it was Mary in these videos. If my mother was truly a fraud, more than that, a dangerous criminal, I had to find out myself. I went to work that day and pretended everything was normal. Mary went out that afternoon to get supplies, which is when I began a full search of her shop. If she was using some kind of trick to make her predictions seem right, there had to be some proof in her workspace. I was right. I found a secret trapdoor hidden under her carpet. I yanked that door open and stepped inside the dark basement. The moment I switched on the flashlight on my phone, I saw why Mary had kept this secret. Pictures and detailed information about all her clients covered the walls. So many intimate details about their lives were here, ready for Mary to use. There were even police files. She knew about every single parking ticket these clients had ever gotten. I went through the papers on the table and found a report on the opposing team's quarterback. The police had driven him to the hospital once due to an allergic reaction to ginger. I also found notes about the fashion contest and a detailed diagram of the layout of my school. This was so creepy. The last file I found was mine. It clearly showed my school test results along with pictures of me fighting with my parents at home and sitting by myself at school. Mary had clearly been stalking me long before I even knew she existed. Just as I was about to faint under the weight of what I'd just discovered, I heard Mary speak behind me. "So you have found out the truth," she said. There was no way to hide what I'd found. I turned to confront her. "You were stalking me?" I gave you away. I can check up on you, she said. You gave Ginger to that quarterback? I asked. That's how you made sure we won? Yes, she admitted. It was easy to slip it into his drink. And Allie? I asked. A simple broken heel, she said. I wanted to weep now. This was my mother? Did you really set that guy's shop on fire? I asked her. You already knew the answer, she said with an evil grin. You won't get away with this, I told her. I have to report you. I have proof, and soon everyone will know what you've done. She literally cackled at me and rushed out of the basement. I do what I have to do to survive, she said from the top of the stairs. I always have. She slammed the trap door shut. I froze. Was I locked in? I rushed to the trap door and banged on it with all my strength. It didn't budge. I checked my phone for a signal but had nothing. I went back to banging on the door, feeling more and more frightened with every passing second. Why had Mary locked me in here? What was she going to do to me? Was she just going to leave me here to starve and die alone? That very thought terrified me so much that I screamed. I screamed and screamed, but no one heard me. I spent 4 days in that dark hole. During that time, the trapdoor only opened twice. Once when Mary threw in some candy bars and bottles of water. Before I could get up the stairs, it shut again. The water and scraps of food kept me alive until the door opened again 4 days later. It was the police. They pulled me out and I found my parents outside sobbing with relief. They hugged me tightly and wept as an officer updated me about the situation. Mary was gone. She'd packed up all her things and disappeared. Her con was up in this town, now that I knew the truth. The cops asked me to tell them how I met Mary and what I knew about her. I told them all the whole truth. My mother was crushed to hear that I'd been suffering alone. I cried at my foolishness, knowing now that I'd ignored my loving mother for a psychopath. The police officers asked my parents for my adoption papers so that they could get more details on Mary. We were all shocked when we learned that Mary had given up 10 babies for adoption in the past 15 years. She had done this under various fake names. 10 babies in 15 years? These numbers were ridiculous. If they were true, that meant I had 10 siblings out there somewhere. I wanted to track them down, and this time my parents helped me. We found one of my half-sisters, Elaine. She said she knew Mary. She'd met Mary, and then Mary had broken into her house, robbed her parents, and skipped town. I was horrified by this, but the true shock was yet to come. Elaine told me that after Mary disappeared, her parents had gotten a DNA test done. She just couldn't accept that she was related to that psycho. The test came back negative. Mary wasn't her mother, and chances were she wasn't my mother either. They supposed it was just another one of Mary's cons. My head began to spin. Was it possible that I wasn't related to Mary at all? We did a DNA test again with some of Mary's hair found in the shop. It came back negative. Mary and I weren't related in any way. I was so relieved to learn I wasn't related to that psychopath. News of Mary kidnapping me had spread like wildfire through my school. People were a lot kinder to me now that my family's struggles were known. Everyone was curious about my psycho fake mother, and while I enjoyed their attention, I still had a question in my heart. If Mary wasn't my mother, then who was? My parents helped me search, and it took them several months to find Ruth, a woman who'd given birth to a baby girl in the area where I was born, on the same day. The moment I saw Ruth, I knew I'd found her. We had the same green eyes, the same square jaw. This was my mother. My parents introduced themselves and told Ruth who I was. She was very confused. She said that her baby girl had disappeared soon after the birth. My parents asked her if she'd ever seen the baby. Tearfully, Ruth said no. When we showed Ruth a picture of Mary, she recognized her instantly. She said that Mary was the nurse who'd informed her that the baby had been stolen from the hospital. My stomach sank. That baby was me. Mary had been disguising herself as a nurse in small-town hospitals and stealing people's babies. Then she put up these babies for adoption under her own phony names. She waited, and when the children got older and came looking for her, she took them for everything she could get. A federal investigation was launched against Mary, and they found her 3 years later, working in a senior's home where she was stealing from the elderly. All 3 of my parents and I testified against this monster. Today marks the 5-year anniversary of Mary's imprisonment. While I hated my psycho fake mom for what she did to me, I am in love with the life I have today. I have 3 loving parents and a very cool story to tell. "Get up, Dana. We're leaving now." My mom rushed inside my room in the middle of the night. I got up, still half asleep, as my mother packed my stuff. "What is it, Mom?" I asked. "It's your grandmother. She asked all the family to come together at her place." Everyone was holding back tears. We all got emotional. That is, everyone but my mom. My mom seemed impatient, always looking away. I didn't want to think about it at the time, but she looked almost excited. She acted proper enough in front of family, but once we got home, she went insane. She started smashing things and slamming doors. I went to try to calm her down, but was immediately to regret it. She told me that I was going to take all of my stuff and move into the basement. Our basement wasn't even finished, so I just moved a basket of my clothes and some sleeping stuff on the cold, wet cement flooring. When dinner came, she refused to let me sit at the table with her and Daniel. After they would have finished eating, Daniel brought me down some of their leftovers. It was just some half-eaten chicken wings and cold mashed potatoes. He told me that he was sorry and gave me a hug. Before he could comfort me, our mom yelled at him to come upstairs before he had to sleep on the basement floor with me. I thought she was just angry about something that happened at the party, so I waited a few days before asking her if I could move back into my room. She got all offended, saying I was so greedy. That's when she let me know that Daniel was moving into my room because it was bigger. "So what?" I asked. "I'm just supposed to move my stuff into Daniel's room?" She gave an evil chuckle and laughed a bit. "No, actually, I was thinking about turning it into an office. You seem to be doing fine in the basement," she stated. I was waiting for her to say it was a joke, but she was dead serious. She even started painting my walls with colors she knew I hated. I argued with her that the basement was cold and covered in mold and bugs. She said that I needed to contribute more to her life, to give in to her demands. "What have you done that makes you so special?" she asked. I was just 14. Just like that, I went from the favorite of the house down to Cinderella. I tried everything to get back into her good graces. No matter what I did, she complained. Daniel could do the bare minimum and would be rewarded while I was punished for no reason. Like, take my junior year of high school as an example. I came home with straight A's. My mom's response? My classes weren't even that hard, and I was purposefully taking easier lessons so I could brag about my GPA. Daniel got a C, and she took him out to a fancy dinner for all of his hard work. I did all the chores while Daniel had no responsibilities. When I brought up how unfair it was and that we could try to share duties, she told me that doing chores was the least I could do for her to put up with me. She complained about the way I washed dishes or how the laundry was never folded properly. She also constantly threatened to kick me out on the street. If it wasn't for laws forbidding it, I'm sure she would have loved to drop me off at the curb like a trash bag on a garbage day. Daniel tried to do nice things for me, but she always found out somehow. For our 15th birthday, he got me a really pretty dress. My mom found it and ripped it up to pieces, forbidding Daniel from ever wasting his money on me again. Seeing as I couldn't depend on her for anything anymore, I decided to get a job. I worked as a cashier every day after school. She complained about how embarrassing it was for me to work at a grocery store. She said that all of her friends mocked her for having such a stupid daughter. That certainly didn't stop her from taking all of my money, though. She said that it was for rent and food, but I was still living in the basement and getting table scraps. Meanwhile, Daniel did absolutely nothing. Daniel may not have defended me even once, but he was never a jerk with me. I could tell he felt bad about how I was treated. He snuck me doggy bags from restaurants, and even though our mom forbade it, he would sneak me little gifts like chocolate or stickers. He was trying his best not to get on her bad side, and I didn't resent him. In fact, he was my best friend. I'll admit it, I was a little jealous of his life at first. One day, I came home from my shift to an empty house. I knew Daniel had arrived earlier, but it was nearly midnight and highly unusual for no one to be home. Around 3 a.m., my mom showed up, and she was in the worst state I had ever seen. I asked her what was wrong, and she chucked a vase at me. "It should have been you," she screamed before running up to her room. I decided to call up Daniel to see if he knew what was wrong. A couple of rings later, I heard a voice, but it wasn't Daniel's. The woman on the phone explained that Daniel wasn't able to talk right now. He was currently in the hospital because he'd been in a horrible accident. I immediately took the bus there to go and stay with him, angry that my mom told me nothing. He was in surgery for hours. I even fell asleep in the waiting room. A doctor woke me up and had a very grave look on her face. She told me that things were not looking good for Daniel, and he would have to undergo further emergency procedures. He needed a blood doctor fast. Luckily, since I was his twin, there was a super high chance we were compatible. Of course, I immediately agreed to be tested. The doctors were so sure that it was going to be okay, but they were all confused when they looked at the results. They drew my blood 2 more times just to be sure before they said that we were not a match. But that wasn't the most shocking news. My blood type was O, meaning that both my parents were O. Daniel's blood type was AB. Not only was this the rarest type, but it also meant that neither of his parents was O. In other words, Daniel and I were not twins at all. In fact, it was possible we weren't even siblings. It was a lot to take in. I'm not embarrassed to admit I passed out right on the floor. I woke up a few minutes later and frantically called my mom. She had a lot of explaining to do. I thought my mom would have been ashamed to be caught red-handed in a lie. She just shrugged and said, "Oops, yeah, I forgot to tell you that you were adopted." I was in tears, but she couldn't care less. She told me to stop being a drama queen and have consideration for her feelings as her son was in danger and she was overly stressed. I argued that he was my brother and I had the right to be confused. Her response? "That charade is up to you, Dana. We both know he is not your brother." She even had the audacity to complain that I couldn't even donate blood, like it was a choice. I ran out of the hospital crying hysterically and went straight home. I did not sleep, though. Instead, I picked up a few of my things and ran away. I always thought that being kicked out of the house was the worst thing that could have happened to me. I was wrong. Finding out I had been lied to my whole life was actually the worst thing. My life had crumbled. Running away always looks easy in movies, but it's pretty hard. For a couple months, I lived on the streets. Homeless shelters were pretty full, and my job at the grocery store barely made enough money to keep me fed. I had to sell my laptop and smartphone, and I stopped showing up to school so I could take more shifts at work. I wanted to learn more about my family, but I didn't know where to start. What if they also hated me? They did give me away to that woman, after all. After living on the streets for nearly a year, I was in for the shock. "Dana?" a familiar voice asked. "Is that you?" I looked up to see Daniel. He was limping a little bit and still in physical therapy, but he was alive. I felt horrible that I had ran away like that and never checked in on him. I started to apologize when he pulled me close and hugged me. He explained how he missed me so much and tried to call all the time. He also said that our mom told him quite a horrible tale. See, our mom told him that I ran away because I said I didn't want to give anything to him. She told him that I didn't care if Daniel lived or died. He also said that he knew it wasn't true, but he only just got out of the hospital the other week. I didn't know if it was the right thing to do, but I explained what really happened. I was surprised to see that he wasn't shocked at all. You knew I wasn't your twin this whole time?" He begged me to let him explain, but I was already running away in the other direction. When I showed up to my shift at the grocery store, my boss let me know that someone left me an envelope. I opened it and saw that it was from Daniel. He gave me around $500 cash and an address. He instructed me to buy a ticket and visit the address, and they could explain everything. $500 was a lot of money, especially for someone living in a cardboard box on the side of the road. My mind debated simply using the money for a security deposit on an apartment. For all I knew, my mother had left the envelope and wanted to send me far away from her and Daniel. Now, don't judge me for what I'm about to tell you. I decided to take the money and go on this wild goose chase to nowhere. I took a week off and booked my train there. It was about 9 hours of travel. I arrived at the address around 9 a.m. and decided to knock at the door. A woman answered the door and immediately looked uncomfortable. I recognized her as one of my cousins who had sometimes visited my grandmother. She shifted on her feet uncomfortably and asked what I was doing there. I explained everything that I had heard, and she told me that she didn't want to get involved and tried to slam the door in my face. I stopped her and asked her what she was hiding. She explained that she was my mother, like my birth mother. She was my mom's sister and Daniel's aunt. She had wanted to put me up for adoption, so my grandmother stepped in. She did not want me adopted out to some strange family. Instead, she convinced my mom to adopt me. I had so many more questions, but the woman simply said that that was all she knew. That's how I ended up with my mom. She and Daniel were actually my cousins. She said that she chose to get rid of me years ago and never regretted it. My real mother told me that she, unfortunately, had no interest in me, but she would do the right thing and pay for my ride back. I was devastated. It was bad enough to have one mother who hated me, but now I had two. When I got back home, I decided to confront the woman who raised me about everything. If she didn't want a daughter, she should have left me be put up for adoption. Daniel was excited to see me, but she was absolutely livid. She tried to close the door in my face, but I told her that showed me at least an explanation for all the lying. I don't owe you anything, Dana, she sneered, so leave my house. I deserve an explanation, I yelled. You want an explanation? You'll get one, she shouted back. I was tricked into taking you. You took everything from me. Apparently, my grandmother told her that if she took me in, she would make some changes to her will. My mom was a single mother struggling to support Daniel, and my grandmother was very rich. She thought that the changes in the will would get her rich. At my grandmother's party, she found out that she actually left everything to me. Even Daniel was shocked to hear this. She even left me with a generous trust fund for a goodbye gift. I never saw a dime of it. She felt like she wasted her time raising me for nothing but stress. She was jealous that I would get to live rich and fancy while she slaved away by raising a kid that wasn't even her own. I screamed at her about how selfish she was. All she cared about was money, while all I wanted was family. I had never felt so betrayed, and I bolted out the door. To my surprise and relief, Daniel followed. He let me know that I didn't have to give him any money at all. He just wanted to be a part of his twin sister's life. I got in touch with a lawyer and gained access to my trust fund. I am literally a millionaire now. If my mother had just treated me properly, then I would have happily shared it with her. Last I saw, her house got foreclosed on, and Daniel doesn't even talk to her anymore. I was able to afford to move Daniel and I out with my grandmother. She knew nothing about the drama in our lives and thought I had simply ditched her after gaining access to the account. We all live together now, in a huge mansion in a tropical region. I never imagined I would get to trade a moldy basement floor for a luxurious room with a view of the sea. But I guess anything is possible with family at your side. I couldn't believe it. I just wanted to scream and dance on top of a mountain in happiness. Jacob, the cutest and nicest boy in school and my longtime crush, was now single after 2 freaking years. This was finally my chance to be his girlfriend, and hopefully I'd be the last one. The competition might be tough, but I had the upper hand. We'd been seatmates in almost all of our classes, and I usually got a hi from him in the hallways. One day in the canteen, I saw him sitting at a table alone. I wondered why he wasn't with his friends. Holding my tray of food, I casually passed by his table, expecting him to notice me, but he didn't, and it made me sad. I stepped back and blurted out, "Oh, wow, pizza! Did you know that you can order it from space?" He turned towards me looking surprised. "Wow, really? That's so cool." He seemed impressed, and I felt relieved. My hands were shaking. I was so nervous, but I had to do this. "Can I sit here?" "Sure." As soon as I'd settled in my seat across from him, his face suddenly brightened up as he read a message on his phone. He looked so happy at whatever it said. "You can have all the pizza, Dana. I have to go." And he left, just like that. At least he'd given me his pizza. I'd just have to try harder next time. Over the next 2 weeks, I continued trying to get closer to him, and he was nicer to me, but he often seemed to be in a hurry. It disappointed me when I realized that he was giving other girls the same treatment. Ugh, I hate that feeling when you think you're special but you're not. This is not good. The next week was crucial. Something had changed about him. He looked so preoccupied whenever I saw him. He was always on his phone, smiling, and I didn't like what that might suggest. My gut feeling was confirmed when a piece of news left me speechless. Jacob had a new girlfriend already, and he'd posted their official couple photo on Instagram that day. It was Sam, a girl from another class. Why her? I mean, sure, she looked nice and delicate, and she always wore these modest, girly dresses, but what made her so much more special than me? I ranted and raved to my friends later that day. I really couldn't believe it. All my efforts had been a total waste. I tried to stalk Sam on Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok, and every other possible platform, but she didn't have any of them. She was clearly a very private person. I had to find out more about her. I had to know if she deserved Jacob. One night, while out buying some cleaning sponges, a familiar face caught my attention. It was her, Sam. She was wearing a huge black hoodie with the hood almost hiding her entire face. She looked so different. She had her hands deep in her pockets as she was talking to a tall and muscular older guy with tattoos who was also wearing the same black hoodie. They were talking about something seemingly very private in a corner of the store, neither of them holding a basket or anything to buy. They looked suspicious. I hid behind the toiletries rack as I secretly observed them. They then went outside and continued talking in front of the alley. They kept cautiously looking around as if they were hiding from someone. I sensed something fishy. What was Jacob's new girlfriend up to? And what was her relationship with this guy? A few more moments passed, and the older guy handed something to her. I didn't get the chance to see what it was because she immediately shoved it in her hoodie pocket. They then walked into the alley, and I immediately ran to follow them. I squatted behind a smelly garbage can as they checked if there was anyone around. I couldn't hear what they were talking about. They looked like they were planning something, but why in an alley? I suddenly screamed when a huge rat crawled out of the garbage and jumped onto me. I instinctively sprang up and flung it off. Sam and the guy turned their heads in my direction, and I buried my face in the garbage can as if I were a beggar looking for leftovers. I almost puked at the smell. I absolutely stank when I went home that night, and I had to shower 3 times just to get the smell off. You're going to pay for this, Sam. I wasn't able to sleep well that night. I kept thinking about Sam. I could sense that something was wrong with her. If Jacob didn't end up with me, at least he should find a decent girl that he deserved, you know? But it would be really good if it were me. I wanted to chat with him to tell him about what I'd seen earlier, but I was worried that he'd think I was stalking his girl because I was jealous. Of course I was, but I had to keep it low-key. Boys should chase the girl, not the other way around. The next morning, while I was on my way to my locker, I accidentally bumped into Sam. Sorry, she apologized. She dropped her bag in the process, and some books slipped out. I squatted down next to her to help her and was stunned when I saw one of her books. It was a huge black book about witchcraft. I lifted my head and met her cautious eyes, but she looked away immediately and snatched the book away. With narrowed eyes, I watched her as she rushed towards Jacob at the end of the hallway and excitedly showed him something on her phone. I was itching to know more about this girl. I went to the same grocery store that night and expected to see Sam again, and I did. She was wearing the same black hoodie again, but this time she was talking to an old lady with a crooked nose and a hunched back. The old lady was also wearing a black hoodie. Was that their uniform or something? Sam whispered something to the woman, and the woman nodded back. They then went out of the store and continued talking in the alley. I took my phone out and started recording a video of them as I followed them. I was careful not to be noticed this time. It was a bit foggy in the middle of the alley where they were standing. The lady carefully handed something to Sam, and they continued walking and disappeared in the fog. I played the video back and paused to the part where the woman gave her something. I zoomed in and realized that it was a knife. Oh no, this Samantha girl was definitely bad news. I then heard a short crying sound somewhere in the fog. What was happening there? I left my hiding place and walked further to spy on them. I needed more evidence to show Jacob. I finally made it out of the fog, but they were nowhere to be found. All I saw were car tracks and a dirty white shirt on the ground. Wait a minute, was that red stain on the shirt? I checked and realized it was blood. Oh my God, Jacob had to know about this. His girlfriend was dangerous. The next day at school, I couldn't concentrate on any of my classes. I was itching to tell Jacob what had happened last night. As soon as class was over, I gathered up the courage to finally talk to him outside the classroom. Hi, Jacob. Can I talk to you for a second? Sure, Dana. He seemed to be in a hurry, but I didn't care. He deserved to know the truth. Listen, I trailed off when Samantha appeared from behind him all of a sudden. There you are. I was looking for you everywhere, she exclaimed as she hugged him from behind. She then turned to me and smiled. Hi, I think you're the one who I bumped into yesterday. Sorry if I left so suddenly. I was in a hurry. No problem. It's Sam, right? I pretended to be cool, but deep down I was fuming. How dare she act so nice and innocent when she was holding knives in alleys at night? Yeah, and you're Dana. Nice to meet you. Sam shook my hand while giving me an adorable smile. Who would ever think that this girl was involved in such seedy stuff? As the couple walked away, Jacob looked back at me and said, "Oh, hey Dana, I forgot to tell you something. Justin will be throwing a party later at his house at 7. It would be cool if you'd come." Wait a minute. Did he really invite me to his best friend's party later? I temporarily forgot about my problem with Sam in all my excitement. It was the first time that I'd be going to a party where Jacob was, and I could barely contain myself. When the party came, I had my eyes on the new couple for the first few hours, but I got temporarily distracted when his best friend Justin came up to me and asked me if I wanted another drink. I was flattered to be noticed by him, as he was so close to Jacob, but when I returned my eyes to the couple, I couldn't see them anymore. I looked for them everywhere, but they'd already disappeared, just like that. The night was still early. Where the hell did they go? I looked up at the night sky and saw how bright and full the moon was. And then I remembered the witchcraft book and the old lady with the crooked nose and white hair. Oh my God, was Jacob in danger? I had to save him. I continued looking and saw his car roaring out of the driveway. I immediately hopped into my car and followed them, hoping that they wouldn't notice me. We arrived in a seemingly abandoned neighborhood. Jacob and Samantha finally got out of the car after stopping near a huge old house. They walked side by side with Jacob's arm around Sam. They were even giggling. Weren't they afraid of such a weird place? After parking my car in a secluded spot, I continued following them. I hid behind the bushes, a tree, a huge rock, and whatever came my way whenever they looked back to check if someone was following them. They finally arrived at the front porch of the old house, and the door was opened by the same suspicious old lady from last night. I got scared as a cold breeze gave me chills. The woman really looked like a witch. I remembered the black book and blood-stained shirt. Were they going to do some sort of ritual on Jacob? Or would they sacrifice him? Oh no. To my bewilderment, Jacob seemed pleased to see the woman. He even hugged her. Don't tell me she was Sam's mother. They went into the house, leaving the door slightly open. I took a peek inside and was shocked to see how bright and lively it was inside, with many people of different ages milling around every corner of the house. I was still watching them, processing what could possibly be happening, when the door suddenly swung open, and I gasped to see Samantha looking at me with a knowing grin on her face. "We know that you've been following us," she revealed, which made me turn as red as a tomato. I bowed my head as I fiddled with my fingers. "It's okay, Dana. You can join us if you want." Jacob appeared in front of me, and what he said relieved me. "What is this place?" I asked. "This is one of my grandfather's old properties, and my father and I decided to make it a home for beggars and homeless people," Sam started to explain. "So, those nights in the alley?" I trailed off. I needed more answers. Sam explained further. "Whenever I have time, I look for beggars and bring them here with the help of other people. There were a lot of them in the area, and some of them even had injuries from fighting for food. That's why you saw me there." She then introduced me to the old lady, who was her latest recruit. They also revealed that every other day, Jacob would go with Sam to help her and her mom while tending to these people's needs, such as food and clothing. I was speechless about what I had found out. I watched the new couple as they bonded with the beggars while they ate. They looked so happy with what they were doing, and as Jacob and Sam looked into each other's eyes, I felt the love and connection between them. This melted my heart way more than Jacob's smile. Samantha was actually an angel, and indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. At that moment, I finally realized that she was perfect for Jacob, and I didn't feel jealous at all. I ended up being good friends with them from then on. I also helped them from time to time. About my feelings for Jacob, I didn't understand why, but I just woke up one day realizing that I had finally accepted that we weren't meant for each other. A year passed, and we were only a month away from graduation. While the three of us were having lunch at a fancy restaurant to celebrate the birthday of Sam's dog, Jacob's best friend, Justin, showed up late. He was panting as he sat next to me and across from the couple. "Sorry I'm late. I got stuck in traffic," Justin explained. Despite the messy black hair and sweaty forehead, Justin still managed to look cute. He had this bad boy thing going on, but that was only his looks because he was actually timid. He scratched the back of his head as he sat beside me. I noticed that he was always nervous whenever he was near me. Or was I just assuming things? "Come on, dude, ask her already," Jacob urged Justin as he leaned back in his chair looking impatient. Will you go to prom with me?" Justin stuttered as he asked me. I had been waiting for him to ask me out, and finally he'd done it. I nodded at him as I blushed, and the boys did a happy fist bump. After graduation, Justin became my boyfriend. And throughout the years, Jacob and Sam inspired me and made me more mindful of homeless people and those in need.
Hi, I'm Claire from New York. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my amazing single mom who had a tough time raising me on her own. As I grew older, I was determined to work hard and give her a good life one day. I got into a great high school on full scholarship and helped her out by waitressing on weekends. One evening, I was dashing like crazy at the subway station. I was so late for my shift. Suddenly, I bumped straight into someone, but I just shouted an apology and ran off to my train. Just as I was about to get on, someone gently took my hand. I turned around to see the most gorgeous boy ever. "Hey, you dropped this." He placed something in my hand, and I gasped. It was my bracelet. "Thank you so much. I would have been devastated if I'd lost this. I'm so glad I found you. No, you found me. I mean, the bracelet." His smile went all the way up to his warm brown eyes. "You're welcome. Do you think we could maybe..." Just then the door started closing and I shouted, "Sorry, gotta go," as the train pulled away. I felt like such an idiot. I didn't even ask for his name. For the next couple of months, I kept hoping I'd bump into him on the way to work, but no such luck. Summer break was over, and I was really looking forward to seeing my best friend Tessa, who'd been away on vacation. We hugged excitedly, and she put her arm through mine as we walked to class. There's so much I have to tell you. But first, did you ever find the train guy again? No. It sounds stupid, Tess, but we had an instant connection. He almost asked me out, and now he just disappeared.
Aw, Claire.
We'll hunt the whole city down till we find him. Now come on, let me introduce you to my new boyfriend, David. She walked up to a tall guy, and when he turned around, my heart almost stopped. It was the freaking train guy! He didn't seem to recognize me as Tessa introduced us, telling me how their dads were friends and they'd met on vacation. His family had recently moved to our town, so he'd joined our school now. Of all the guys in the world, Tessa had to meet him? The first class we had that day was English literature, and to my dismay, the teacher chose me and David to read out something from Shakespeare. I picked out a scene from Romeo and Juliet, but David muttered loudly, "Jeez, kill me now." What, you don't like it? No. It's a story about two people who were so dumb. I was happy when they died. It's so lame. Oh, is that your expert opinion as a world-famous writer? No, it's my expert opinion as someone with good taste. It's not romantic, it's stupid. Dying for love is stupid? The dumbest. You have the emotional depth of a teaspoon. At least I have a brain. But fine, you want me to be stupid Romeo? I'll do it. No, I don't want to now. I pulled the book away from him as he held onto it tight, and suddenly we both fell down, ripping it in half. Everyone was staring at us, and the teacher told us to go back to our seats. Ugh, this guy was so annoying. It wasn't a great start, but because of Tessa, we both made an effort to be nicer. And I wanted to hate him, but I really couldn't. He was smart, funny, sweet. He was kinda perfect. For Tessa, of course. Some months later, we had a big calculus assignment to work on, but when I went to the library, only David was there. He told me Tessa wasn't feeling well, and I sat down awkwardly. As we got busy working, I suddenly noticed David looking at my notebook. You're doing it the wrong way. My answer is the same as yours. But why use such a long method when there's a shortcut? Because shortcuts lead to mistakes. Watch and learn. He pulled his chair closer and started scribbling away. I could hardly focus. Gosh, he smelled so good. There, done. Okay, you're a genius. I'm calling it a day. I gathered my stuff and started to leave, but he followed me. Have I offended you? Why does it always seem like you're mad at me? No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Am not. Just tell me, Claire, why are you angry at me? Suddenly, the words just came spilling out. Because you didn't remember me. Wait, what? Nothing. It's nothing. I'll see you around. And with that, I ran off. Why did I have to say such a dumb thing? A few weeks later, we had the spring dance at school, and I accepted when a boy from class, Eric, asked me to go with him. I was actually having a pretty good time, and when I stopped to rest, Tessa and David joined me. That Eric seems like great boyfriend material, Claire. Yeah, I guess he's nice. But you're still hoping to find the train guy, right? Oh my god. Tessa, please shut up. Train guy? Oh yeah, babe. This guy found Claire's bracelet on the train station, and they had this, electric romantic moment, but Claire left and never saw him again. She even tried looking for him, but nothing. I just wanted to magically disappear from the most humiliating moment of my life. Eric came just then and whisked me off to the dance floor. The next day, I was just really distracted at work. I broke 2 glasses, knocked over a jug of water, and then I bumped into a waiter, sending food flying everywhere. I was pretty sure I'd be fired. But that night got even worse when I suddenly noticed my bracelet was gone. I broke down into tears, and the staff helped me look all around the kitchen. The manager even let me stay back and search the restaurant once the customers were gone, but I didn't find it anywhere. Feeling crushed, I finally left and walked straight into someone outside. Hey, what's wrong? My bracelet! It's gone. It's the last birthday gift my dad gave me. David pulled me into a hug, and I buried my face in his shoulder. A minute later, he spoke. Claire, you mean this bracelet? I stepped back to see him taking off the bracelet stuck to my coat. Gosh, I feel so stupid. Thank you once again. And suddenly, last evening came rushing back to me. Listen, I did tell Tessa I met some guy, and I thought maybe we had something, but I was wrong. I've only ever thought of you as a friend since we met in school, and I don't like you that way, okay?
Well, that's disappointing.
Wait, what?
I would have looked for you myself, but I left town the next day. And when I saw you in school, I did remember you, Claire. I didn't say anything because what was the point? I'm with Tessa, and I've tried so hard not to like you that way either, but it's not working.
He pulled me closer, and my heart was pounding. He leaned in to kiss me, but I snapped back to my senses. No, I can't do this to Tessa. Please, don't follow me. And with that, I ran. How could I even come this close? I really wasn't looking forward to seeing David in school, but I found his seat empty. Tessa told me his dad was unwell, and David had to go back to his hometown to take care of business. I thought he'd be back soon, but days turned into weeks, and then months. The school year ended, and one day during summer break, Tessa called me to tell me she and David had broken up. What? Why? The long-distance relationship made us realize we weren't that good together. I'm sure we can still be good friends, but that's all we'll be now. I hardly knew what to say. I wanted to call him and ask him how he was doing, but I decided against it. A few weeks later at the restaurant, I walked over to a table to take someone's order, and I nearly fell back when I saw David sitting there. David, you're back. It's been so long.
Well, I'm here now. I guess you heard about me and Tessa?
Yeah, sorry it didn't work out.
It was the right thing for both of us. Claire, do you think that maybe...
Just then, Eric walked in and kissed me on the cheek.
Babe, is your shift almost over? Oh, hey man, you're back.
David tried to hide his shock as he realized I was dating Eric now. He'd asked me out a week after the dance. Suddenly, he got up to leave.
I just remembered something important. I'll see you guys in school.
Gosh, we really had the worst timing. Some weeks later on my 16th birthday, Eric turned up in a limo to take me to dinner. But when we got to this fancy restaurant, I was shocked to see my entire class there. It looked like he'd booked the whole place. But to top that, Eric jumped onto a chair suddenly, holding a mic.
Happy birthday to the most amazing girl. To show you how much you mean to me, I'm gonna embarrass myself now with this song I wrote for you.
He started singing, and I couldn't stop laughing. He was ridiculous. Just then, the mic suddenly died, and everyone heard David saying,
"What a loser."
There was a pin drop silence as everyone turned to him, and Eric was furious.
Dude, is there a problem? Yeah, just one thing. I don't understand what Claire sees in you.
God, he was so rude. Before I could tell him off, Eric leapt forward and grabbed him by his collar. David pushed him back and he ended up falling in the cake. He attacked David again, and they both went crashing into another table. Oh my God, stop it! David, what's wrong with you? I pulled him outside.
Your boyfriend attacked me first.
You deserved it. What's your problem with Eric?
He's so annoying and lame, but I guess you like that. He's your Romeo.
I like him because he's sweet and caring
and really rich.
I suddenly slapped him hard. Did you just call me a gold digger? Gosh, you're being such a jerk.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. And I don't hate Eric. I just hate that I missed my chance with you again. I wished every day I'd followed you on that train, and things could be different.
Oh, so what was I in the middle of all this? A mistake? We turned around in horror to see Tessa behind us. So, you did find your train guy, Claire? And all this time we were together, you two were in love? Were you secretly making out? No, Tessa, of course not. Why should I believe you? You lied to my face for so long. I tried to stop her from leaving, but she pushed me to the ground. I'm done with both of you. She stormed off furiously, and I just went back inside. This was a nightmare. The next few weeks were awful. Tessa refused to talk to me. I refused to talk to David, and everything was a mess. Then Tessa didn't come to school for a couple of days, and I began to feel worried. I finally asked the teacher, and she told me Tessa and her sister had been in an accident. Oh my God! I went straight to the hospital and found Tessa in the waiting area. I rushed forward and hugged her tight, and she hugged me back. I'm okay, but my sister's in surgery. I'm just so glad you're here, Claire. I held her hand through it, and we were so relieved when the doctors told us she was going to be okay. We took a walk outside, and Tessa turned to me. Claire, how could you be so stupid? Why didn't you tell me David was the guy? You would have hated me even if I had, Tessa. And it doesn't matter now. I'm with Eric. Just listen to yourself, dummy. You're with Eric, but you're not in love with Eric. I just ignored her. I wasn't hurting Eric now. I'd messed up things enough. A few weeks later, Eric was having a Christmas party at his place. When I came down all dressed up, Mom said a package had arrived for me. I opened it and gasped. There was a beautiful pair of earrings inside that perfectly matched my bracelet. A note fell out. This was supposed to be your birthday present. I'm really sorry for everything, Claire. I'm leaving tonight and I'll be transferring back to my old school. I hope you and Tess patch things up. David. What? I couldn't believe he was leaving for good. I went to the party with a heavy heart, and there I had another surprise waiting. Eric immediately pulled me into a room and popped out a freaking diamond ring. What are you doing?
Claire, let's just get engaged. My family would be so pleased if we announced it tonight. We won't get married right away, of course, but...
Eric, please stop. I can't.
He looked at me in shock. It's because of David, isn't it?
Well, yes and no. I don't want to be engaged. I don't want my life planned out for me. You're a great guy, but I'm not ready for this. I'm sorry. He quietly kissed me on the cheek and just left. And I immediately called an Uber to the train station. I looked around frantically for David, and just then I saw him climbing onto the train. As I hopped on after him and took his hand, he turned around in shock.
Claire, what are you doing here?
Taking a train ride with you? Also, I broke up with Eric. We're both single now, so what do you want to do about it? He smiled like the first time I saw him.
Do you think we could maybe get dinner sometime?
Finally! Yes! And he pulled me in for a kiss.
The way my hands feel on your body, we were dancing in the dark. With every move I make, you're falling.
I struggled against the ropes, feeling the chair roll slightly beneath me. A cold breeze hit my face, and even my toes felt cold. Wait, were my shoes off? Hello? Is anyone there? If this is a prank show, you guys took it way too far. Suddenly, the blindfold was yanked from my face, and I realized I was on a rooftop with no boundary walls. And standing before me was a tall woman, smiling like she was about to enjoy torturing me.
Josie Hart. So you're Alexander Kingston's new girlfriend. Though I cannot understand why he dates so beneath his league.
Yeah, I get why you're confused. I really do. But that's no reason to kidnap me. We can discuss this on the ground floor of a really nice cafe. My treat. My heart jumped into my throat as she kicked my chair closer to the edge.
How much do you love Alexander?
Oh my god, are you one of his exes? I swear, I don't love him, and I know he doesn't even like me. We're just pretend dating.
Pretend dating?
Yes, completely fake. Why would he date me for real? I'm no one important. I can't even pass the bar exam. I failed 3 times.
Yes, I did a background check. I know you're a loser. Also, you're just as heavy as you look in your pictures. I thought the camera was adding 10 pounds.
Look, you obviously don't relate, but some of us eat carbs when we're stressed. Like, I could really use a family-sized bag of chips right now. Ah! Please stop. Why are you ruining your lovely go-to-bus kicking me around?
My... what?
You know, your go-to-bus? My sister has the same designer heels. I'd hate for you to scuff them. Okay, I'm shutting up. Just tell me what you want.
Josie, since you're suddenly Alexander Kingston's new sweetheart, fake or real, I don't care. You're going to help us retrieve something from him.
Something? Like his soul? His dignity?
He lost that the moment he met me. Lols.
No. He recently bought an artifact at an auction that once belonged to our family, and it holds something very important to us.
What? Sentimental value?
Sorry, humor is my coping mechanism. She smiled coldly, then gave my chair another nudge. My feet dangled over the rooftop's edge.
Oh my god, I'll get the artifact! I'll rob him blind! I'll even lose 10 pounds! Don't let me die! I haven't arranged anyone to clear my browser history, and please don't let my family find my body in these stockings! Wondering how I ended up like this, literally hanging on to dear life? Let me rewind and show you exactly how I became the Mafia's most unimpressive hostage. Not that my life's been smooth sailing before this, but things seriously started spiraling last month, the morning I had my 3rd attempt at the bar exam. And it's not like I'm dumb or something, it's just that whenever I'm under pressure, my brain decides to take a hike. That morning, I jolted awake to total silence, instantly realizing my alarm didn't go off because Lord Voldemort had drowned my phone in his water bowl. Why do you hate me? I picked you up from the garbage and made you a prince. I grabbed my bag and bolted out the door. Of course, I missed the bus, stole my 7-year-old neighbor's tricycle, pedaled furiously to the exam venue, and still didn't make it on time. The security guard just wouldn't let me in. Please, I'm begging you. I'll name my firstborn after you. Actually, I can change Lord Voldemort's name today. He just stared at me like I was crazy and walked off. As I sank to my knees in despair, I noticed a guy approaching me with a smile. Oh God, he's cute.
This fell out of your bag.
Can you please just walk away and pretend you never met me?
As if I hadn't had enough humiliation for a year, the next evening, I had Thanksgiving dinner with my family. My very accomplished, very overachieving family.
Okay, everyone. Let's take turns saying what we're thankful for.
Please just let the turkey explode or something.
I'm thankful your father and I just completed our groundbreaking anti-aging research on mice. In a few years, we'll look young enough for people to mistake Josie for our mom.
My older sister Emily smiled smugly.
I'm thankful I got to fulfill my lifelong dream of becoming an astronaut and going to space this year. They say the sky's the limit, but clearly it's not.
Cousin Ava chirped in next.
I'm thankful I married the love of my life in a magical castle wedding in Scotland. Fairy tale dreams do come true.
Next, my brother Lucas announced,
I'm thankful that Forbes listed me in there 30 under 30 again.
Oh, for crying out loud. Then everyone turned to me. I'm thankful that this is the year I decided to grow my own herbs. The parsley and basil keep dying on me, but the mint is thriving. I have it with my instant noodles, my eggs. Of course, it's great with chocolate, makes good tea, and I have minty fresh breath all the time.
Josie, honey, your time will come too.
Thanks, Dad. You make me sound like an avocado waiting to ripen.
Speaking of unripened avocados, we heard you tanked the bar exam again.
How did that remind you of that?
Anything interesting going on in your love life to distract you from your career failures?
As everyone stared at me, I felt my cheeks and neck burning. Just then, I spotted the muted TV behind Dad's head. Alexander Kingston was on screen, smiling and shaking hands at some charity gala. He was the billionaire heir who had just returned to town to take over his family's luxury hotel empire. My best friend Mia, who worked as a secretary in his office, was swooning over him like 24/7. And suddenly, words I didn't know my brain had decided on flew out of my mouth. Oh, actually, yes. I am dating someone, and it's pretty serious. It's him.
Him who? Josie, imaginary boyfriends are only cute when you're 5 years old.
Him, Alexander Kingston. I was both thrilled and a little offended at the disbelief on everyone's faces.
The guy on TV right now?
Yep, that's my boyfriend. My very serious boyfriend of 3 months. Mia works for him. She introduced us. We've been keeping it on the down low because he's a public figure, so keep it to yourselves for now. But I'll send pictures of us in the family group chat. Surely I could bribe Mia into getting me a few chummy selfies with him.
Wow. Can't wait. Also, I'm visiting your town next week. I'd love to meet him.
Even better. He'd love to meet you too. Oh God, what had I just done? Of course, the next logical step was to fall on my knees and beg Mia for help.
Josie, it's not like he's the cute barista down the street. He has bodyguards, and he already has a restraining order against a stalker.
Mia, I know I messed up, but my psychotically perfect family has a way of pushing me over the edge.
And what happens when Emily turns up next week?
Well, I'll just have to dump him by then, won't I? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, I have to show them something, or look like an even bigger loser for lying.
Ugh, fine. The event photographer at Alexander's gala tomorrow called in sick. I can give you her badge. Please don't make me lose my job, and just act normal for once.
Oh, please. Normal is my middle name. Okay, it's actually Lauren, but close enough, right? I promise, I'll be the picture of normalness. The next evening, I was wobbling around the glamorous gala in a gown, lugging a camera I'd borrowed from my neighbor. I just had to inch my way close to Alexander, take his pictures, and then request a few selfies. I could act convincingly, like I was covering the event. How hard could it be? I aimed the camera at a couple having a heated discussion and snapped a series of blinding photos.
Excuse me? Does it look like I want the moment my marriage is falling apart to be captured on camera?
Oh, I am so sorry. You're just so photogenic when you're frowning. Carry on. I quickly turned away and snapped another random picture, startling an elderly man and causing his drink to spill down his tux. Oops. My apologies. Great shot, though. Very fluid and dynamic. Realizing my lens was smudged, I decided to clean it. And then I accidentally set the flash off in my face. I staggered backwards, then tripped on my gown and crashed into someone, pushing us both straight into a 12-foot flower arrangement. Before I could catch my breath, I was lifted off the ground by men in suits, and I realized the person I'd crashed into was Alexander Kingston. A moment later, I found myself seated in a back room, Alexander glaring at me.
What's the name of your agency? I swear, I'm gonna fire that secretary of mine!
No, please don't. I found out the photographer hired for the event was sick, and I stole her badge.
Why? Who are you, the paparazzi? I need to know who sent you.
I sent myself. Listen, I'm Josie Hart, and I just need a couple of selfies with you, where you need to look like you're rather fond of me. Even in love, maybe? So you can't be glaring at me the way you are right now.
What?
See, this is all because my mother is Benjamin Button, and my dad called me an unripe avocado, and my sister's an actual astronaut, my cousin's a Disney princess, and my brother is Elon Musk, and all I've got is enough mint to start a toothpaste factory, a garbage cat, and a pretend billionaire boyfriend. And that's sort of where you come in, you lucky guy.
Pretend boyfriend?
I may have accidentally told my family we were dating. Just a little bit.
And you picked me? Because you have a crush on me or something?
No, your face was on the TV screen at that moment. Trust me, it was exactly as random as all of this sounds.
You're insane.
Really? No one's ever said that to me before. He turned away and walked over to his bodyguards, saying something to them in hushed tones which made me even more nervous. Eventually, he came back and sat down opposite me.
Fine, Josie Hart. I'll be your boyfriend.
You'll what now?
So the thing is, my ex-fiancé dumped me a few months ago.
Wow, that's rough. I guess we're both losers. No, only I'm a loser.
Here's the deal. I'll be your fake boyfriend, and you'll help me show her I've moved on. It'll be extra intriguing for her thinking it's someone like you.
What was that supposed to mean? Nothing good, I was certain. Are you serious?
Completely. Think you can walk back into the party without tripping over your face?
We're really doing this right now?
That's why you came, isn't it? Are you in or out?
My heart was hammering as Alexander led me back to the gala. The room felt quiet. Hundreds of curious eyes on us.
Sorry about the interruption earlier, everyone. Allow me to officially introduce my girlfriend, Josie Hart. a talented event photographer. We've been keeping our relationship very private up till now, so my security team tonight mistook her for an assailant. As you can see, she has a habit of crashing into things. And that's how we met a few months ago, when she crashed into me and spilled her coffee all over my favorite suit.
The crowd laughed and started talking excitedly. And suddenly, there were cameras flashing everywhere. I plastered on a smile, hoping I didn't look as nauseous as I felt.
You're smiling like the freaking Joker. Just act normal.
I wish I understood what that means.
Oh, one more thing, Josie. Please don't go and fall in love with me, okay?
Like I'm that cliched. He smirked and placed a hand on my back, making my heart skip a beat. Get a grip, girl. The moment Alexander publicly declared me his girlfriend, my life turned into a media frenzy. Within hours, every news outlet was obsessed with my awkward deer-in-the-headlights expression, and my phone nearly exploded from nonstop messages from my family, congratulating me like I'd won the Nobel Peace Prize. And Mia showed up the next evening at my apartment, looking frazzled.
Seriously? Your fake billionaire boyfriend got you bodyguards already? I had to answer 10 personal questions about you before those trolls let me into the building. I answered 6 of them wrong, by the way. Those guys are idiots.
Sorry, Mia. I've had paparazzi following me everywhere. Things have gone completely nuts. I swear, it's not my fault.
You literally crashed his gala and then crashed into him. This is entirely your fault.
The next morning, an entire glam squad invaded my tiny apartment. Apparently, Alexander's PR team insisted I needed a makeover, which was very painful. Hours later, strapped into couture tighter than a vacuum-sealed frozen turkey, I waddled toward Alexander when he came to pick me up for the next event.
Wow, you look different.
Good? Different? It better be after all the hell I've been through.
Yeah, you look good. But there was nothing wrong with you before.
Did he really mean that? Doubt it. I took a deep breath, or at least I tried, wondering how I'd managed to trade my simple life for suffocating clothes, glamorous parties, and national scrutiny. Though, it didn't feel half bad being on the arm of someone like Alexander. He was smart, charming, confident, and he could give Henry Cavill a run for his money. His smile was as bright as Emily's future, and his eyes deeper than my regrets after eating a whole cheesecake. If Mary Poppins pulled out her measuring tape for him, he would measure practically perfect in every way. This guy didn't have a weakness. Boy, was I wrong. Ow, Alexander, you're crushing my ring finger. You know, I might need it one day, despite my family's doubts.
I'm so sorry. It's just that, well, gosh, Serena's here.
I followed his gaze to a girl who was a dreamy vision in lilac chiffon. Of course his ex looked like America's Next Top Model. And he looked like a pale, sweaty loser right now.
Oh God, she saw me. She's coming this way. Jane, what do I say? What do I do? What's happening to my voice?
It's Josie? And please, wipe that sweat off your upper lip, clear your throat, and be cool.
Is calling a girl shorty still cool? Like, hey, shorty? Or more like, hey, shorty.
Please don't say that to anyone, ever. Up close, Serena was even more poreless. She just ignored me as she swooped in to kiss Alexander on the cheek, and then fixed his collar.
Alexander, you look good. The shade of blue always did bring out your eyes.
Thank you. You look great in lilac, too. Well, I don't know if there's a color you wouldn't look good in.
Lime yellow. She would look like she has jaundice. You're welcome, babe. Hi, Sabrina. I'm Josie, Alexander's girlfriend.
It's Serena. And really? I just thought it was a paparazzi scandal. I mean, wow, that's surprising. So, how did you two meet?
Well, like all good stories, ours starts from a mental asylum, too.
Haha, she doesn't mean that. She's not really crazy.
I didn't mean I'm from a mental asylum. I'd just gone to the mental asylum to see my Aunt Hilda, like I do weekly. And the staff told me she'd somehow managed to run away. And I had to go to the police station to file a report. But on the way, I stopped for a caramel latte. And then it hit me.
You figured out where your aunt went?
No, a ball hit me. Some kids were playing in the coffee shop and it hit me on the back of my head. I lost my balance and fell straight into someone's arms. Guess who that was? I'll give you a hint. It's not Aunt Hilda.
I'm guessing it was Alexander.
10 points for Celine. Yes, that's how we met. And we've been inseparable ever since.
Right. Well, you're very unique, Josie. Not Alexander's usual type.
Maybe he was looking in all the wrong places before. Because we're definitely soulmates. We love all the same things. We practically finish each other's...
Sentences?
No, silly. Sandwiches. You know, those sandwiches you love, but you can never finish them, so I have to eat yours too.
Oh yeah! I'm so lucky I never have to feel guilty about wasting food again.
Well, Alexander, I hope we can catch up some more soon.
She squeezed his arm gently and gave him a look before walking away. Well, someone's regretting dumping you now. You're welcome.
Oh, thank God. I wasn't just imagining it. She was flirting with me, right? Josie, this is fantastic. I think I have a chance with her.
You want her back? I thought you just wanted to rub your relationship in her face. Like a mature adult?
Yes, and if she's jealous, it means she still cares about me. And you just saw her, right? Why wouldn't I want her back?
Ugh, why were men so dumb? And, as luck would have it, Serena was seated at our table. Well, practically seated in the lap of a very good-looking, very Italian guy at our table.
No, babe, it's pronounced cupcake.
Ah, cupcake.
Has anyone ever told you that you're just too cute?
Alexander pulled me close to him and brushed some hair away from my ear.
Please smile like I'm whispering sweet nothings to you. Now listen, there's no way she's dating that guy for real. She's just trying to make me jealous after seeing us together. It's working. So keep acting like the world's most affectionate girlfriend, okay?
Seriously?
Weddings are just so romantic. Babe, do you remember that magical sunset in Capri when we kissed for the first time?
Boo-boo! Do you remember that time we watched that sunset on YouTube because we were too busy cuddling on the couch? And what was it, our 10th kiss? Serena definitely looked annoyed. And then she started feeding Lorenzo chocolate-covered strawberries. I shoved a breadstick in Alexander's mouth, who started choking.
You make every day feel like Valentine's Day. I feel so loved.
You make every day feel like, Thanksgiving. I feel stuffed and sleepy.
Lorenzo gave me this bracelet of rare blue diamonds. When they catch the moonlight, they reflect constellations that can only be seen from his family's private villa in Tuscany.
Wow, fancy! Alexander gave me this watch from Target. If you press this button, it lights up neon green. And if I angle it just right, it blinds pigeons.
That's your own watch, Josie.
They don't know that. Suddenly, Serena rose from the table and glided over to the wedding band, grabbing the mic.
There's so much love in the air tonight, and I can't help getting caught up in it. I want to dedicate a song to the guy in my life, my handsome Italian boyfriend, Lorenzo.
I rolled my eyes, but her annoyingly pitch-perfect rendition of I Will Always Love You had the whole crowd in tears. As the applause died, Serena gave me a look that made my blood run cold. Oh no!
And now I'd like to ask my friend Josie to sing something for the man in her life.
Oh, no, I can't.
Josie, you have to, please.
I walked over to the mic with jelly legs.
She wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts. She's cheer captain and I'm on the bleachers, dreaming about the day when you wake up to find what you're looking for has been here the whole time. You belong to me.
My face burned as I saw guests visibly cringing. When I stopped, there was complete silence, and I dropped the mic and ran off. As I caught my breath outside the wedding hall, Alexander came out too.
Hey, it wasn't that bad. Honestly, it was cute-ish.
Oh, shut up, Alexander. I sounded like a dying seagull. You made me make an absolute fool of myself. Do you think Serena's impressed with your idiot girlfriend?
I'm sorry, I really thought...
Thought what? If you made Serena think you'd moved on with some loser, you'd have her attention again? How pathetic are you? Chasing after someone who broke your heart and is still playing games with you? Or are you so blind that you can't even see it?
Listen,
Which one is it? Pathetic or blind?
Josie.
No! You can go embarrass yourself chasing Serena. I won't stick around to be humiliated anymore. Before he could respond, I stormed off. As my heels clicked furiously on the pavement, I barely had time to notice the black van screeching to a halt beside me. The door suddenly opened, and a pair of arms yanked me inside. Then suddenly, everything went dark. And when I regained consciousness, I found myself hanging off a rooftop with my life flashing before my eyes. After which, I was dragged down into a room with expensive villain layer vibes. I was seated at a table, and the woman sat opposite, placing a file in front of me.
Open it.
Oh, cool! Is this your scrapbook of people you've murdered and enjoy revisiting in your free time? 'Cause same girl, same! When I came across a photo of a shiny, jewel-encrusted egg straight from a fairy tale, she placed a blood-red fingernail on it.
This is what I want.
Okay, but why would Alexander even buy this?
Because that is a one-of-a-kind Fabergé egg, crafted for royalty once, worth over $30 million, and currently holds a drive with information that could destroy a lot of powerful people.
And Alexander knows about this drive?
Highly unlikely. He probably just bought it because it's expensive and shiny.
God, rich people are wild.
We don't know where Alexander's keeping it. So who better to find it for us than his girlfriend? You have 1 week.
Okay, but I'm not very competent. There's a high chance I'll trip up, literally and figuratively.
Josie, what do you want from life?
You mean existentially? Like inner peace, a sense of purpose, that kind of thing? Or more practically, like a personal jacuzzi, soft serve machine, affordable skincare?
You get me that egg, and I'll make sure you pass that bar exam. I have an exceptional skincare line, too. You can get free supplies for life.
Seriously?
You don't? And we kill your whole super cool overachieving family. And then you. Slowly.
Okay, that escalated fast. But also, wow, really motivating. By the way, is there a name I can call you by?
Sure. Black Orchid.
Cool. You can call me Blue Spinster. I don't know why I said that. Josie's fine. And 10 minutes later, I was dumped behind a taco truck. So, I had 7 days to betray my fake boyfriend I may or may not be developing feelings for, steal an invaluable egg, and somehow not die in the process. Easy peasy. Alexander turned up the next day at my apartment with a cheesecake and an apology.
I may be a fool for Serena, but I should never have pushed you the way I did.
I overreacted too. I mean, this was the deal, right? Being your fake girlfriend to make your ex jealous.
Yeah, but we can end this if it's too much for you.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'll have a lot of disappointment to face when my family finds out this relationship has ended. But maybe we can keep it up a little longer? Just don't ask me to sing in public again.
Not even in private.
Just a week more, and I'd be out of his life for good. Knowing how hung up he really was over Serena, I knew I had to guard my feelings and just keep my eye on the ball. The egg, I mean. I had free access to Alexander's mansion, and while I went there under the pretense of taking a dip in the pool or relaxing in his home theater, I took every chance I could to snoop around. And after 3 days of exploration, I knew he owned more cashmere sweaters than anyone could ever need, only had books about how to become a successful person, and like all rich people, loved horses. But no egg in sight. I still had to explore the study where he held his meetings. So one evening, when he was out of town, I snuck in. I was going through the cupboards when my phone started ringing loudly. Gosh, what is this volume? Lord Voldemyau's work, of course. It was Emily calling. Ew. Hey, Em.
Hi, Josie. Mom, Dad, and I just landed in town for a conference, and we'd love to meet your boyfriend. We're free tomorrow evening. Does that sound good?
I guess. Just let me check with Alexander.
Well, I've made a reservation at a trendy new French bistro for 7 tomorrow, so see you both there.
Then why'd you even ask? But she'd already hung up. I took a deep breath and refocused on my mission. As I had my head stuck up the fireplace, I suddenly heard loud voices from the hallway outside. One of them definitely sounded like Alexander. He wasn't supposed to be back till midnight. I had no time to hide. Oh God, think of any excuse, dummy! Just then, the door burst open and in jumped Alexander Kingston. Wearing a velvet cape, a shiny breastplate on his bare chest, and a full VR headset on his face.
Who dares enter the realm of Zorg Lord, defender of the Sky Kingdom?
He swung his fake sword around aggressively and impaled a poor ficus. Okay, so I was right in front of his face and he had no idea I was here? I wasn't used to such incredible luck. I tiptoed to the door and was almost there when suddenly he came charging straight at me. And before I could dodge him, he crashed into me and we were both on the ground. Ow! I think I've cracked a rib.
Josie, what the heck are you doing here?
What are you doing here? You said you were out of town. And seriously, what are you doing, Zorg Lord?
It's a stress relief program recommended by my therapist.
Level 3? Battle for the Sorcerer's Amulet? Cool therapist. Love the costume too. That breastplate is so shiny and so plastic.
It's a fully immersive experience. Ugh, okay, fine. I'm into cosplaying and video games. It helps me blow steam. And I really needed it today. Serena messaged in the morning about wanting to meet. I've just been so nervous that I canceled everything and decided to relax at home. Can you please forget everything you just saw?
There it was. That pang I felt hearing Serena's name. Trust me. I'm gonna go home and stick my head in the microwave or something. Listen. I kinda have a favor to ask. My family's in town and they want to have dinner with us tomorrow.
Of course I'll be there.
You don't have a ribbon-cutting gala or a yacht launching ceremony or Comic-Con?
I'm available, Josie. See you tomorrow, and don't tell anyone about this.
Your secrets are safe with me. Oh, mighty killer of ficuses and defender of the sky realms. I was almost at the mansion gate when I realized I'd left my bag in the study. I went back for it, and that's when I saw it. Alexander was at the far end of the study, standing in front of a sleek panel I hadn't noticed before. Suddenly, a small circle lit up and beeped as it scanned his eye. Then a click. A smooth, dark wooden door opened, and Alexander stepped inside. And I decided to leave without my bag. Seriously? A retinal scan? How was I supposed to get in there? I had to postpone thinking about it for another day, because I had that family dinner to get through. They seemed super impressed by Alexander, but I knew they'd find ways to put me down soon enough.
You should get appetizer number 2, Josie. You always loved that one, remember?
I knew exactly what she was doing. You get it, Em.
But it's your favorite. Go on, order it.
Fine. We'll have the charcuterie board. Some things never change. Josie's tongue always did get tangled over the simplest things.
Honestly, I couldn't pronounce it for years either. Once at a business dinner, I asked for the charcuterie platter, and the waiter stared at me like I'd requested a raw dolphin.
As we all laughed, Alexander squeezed my hand under the table.
I really have to say, Alexander, you're the most normal guy she's ever dated. Josie has such a unique dating history.
Remember that magician, Josie? What was his name? Danny, the disappearing boyfriend?
Oh, and that clown who made balloon animals? Besides the fact that he had no future, I liked him.
Speaking of no future, Josie, are you thinking about taking the bar exam again?
You should, honey. They say 4th time's the charm.
No, Dad. The third time's the charm. And, well, that's fast. You know, you should think of a career change. I mean, it's not like your career's even started yet, right?
Alexander set his fork down on his plate a little too hard.
Josie's one of the smartest people I've ever met. And she knows what she's doing with her life. You all seem to have an unhealthy obsession with her. Which I kinda get. I'm obsessed too. I feel lucky she picked me out of all the billionaires in the world.
I almost choked on my drink. Yeah, it was between you and that prince from Monaco, but he didn't have the waffle station in his kitchen.
See? Josie knows exactly what she wants and isn't afraid to go for it.
If I wasn't already halfway in love with Alexander, that dinner might have pushed me over the edge. The only thing standing in my way now was Serena, a retinal scan, a Fabergé egg, and a mafia woman who was dressed to kill. Oh God, what was she doing here? She gestured at me to come outside. I made an excuse to go to the bathroom and joined her and her goons across the street. Way to blend in, guys. You look like the Grim Reaper's PR team.
We just came from a man's funeral. Beautiful ceremony. Casket stayed closed. For good reason.
Wonderful. I'm sure he didn't suffer.
Not for long, anyway.
Okay. So, progress update. I think I might know where that Fabergé egg is. I discovered a hidden room in his study, but it requires his retinal scan. The mafia woman drew out a Swiss Army knife from her bag and tossed it to me.
That's easy. Just take his eyeball out.
You know, I mean no disrespect, but your sense of humor is terrible. She smiled and reached into her bag again, this time tossing me a sleek device.
This is a portable retinal scanner. Just hold it close to his eye without him noticing.
That's not even the weirdest thing I've done this month.
Good girl. Oh, and Josie, you're doing so well. Don't make us go to more funerals.
Later, after we'd said goodbye to my family, Alexander and I took a walk around the block.
So, tough crowd. I understand why you lied about dating a billionaire now.
Right? They really know how to push my buttons. Thank you for everything you said today. I didn't know you could be so charmingly passive-aggressive.
Didn't say anything I didn't mean. Except for the charcuterie part. As you can see, I can pronounce it just fine.
Didn't doubt that for a second. As he smiled at me warmly, I felt my heart sink. It was getting so much harder to steal from him. I didn't sleep a wink that night, trying to think of ways I could casually scan Alexander's eyeball. But the universe must have taken pity on me, because the next morning, Mia called.
Alexander's sick, like full-blown flu, delirious with fever kind of sick. He just called to cancel everything, and then asked me to buy 1,000 lottery tickets. I mean, what?
I dropped everything, grabbed soup, and headed straight to the mansion. It felt wrong to be this excited about someone's immune system collapsing, but this was my chance. He opened his bedroom door, dressed in dinosaur pajamas.
Hey, it's Josie. You're glowing, girl. Glowing like a firefly's butt.
Okay, wow. You're very sick.
What? No, I feel great. I took 4 of those green pills, or maybe 6, I don't know.
I guided him to the couch and handed him the soup. He immediately spilled half of it on his lap.
Oh no, my thighs. Are they burning? Was that soup hot?
No, it got cold on the way. You're fine.
Why would you bring me cold soup, Josie? Why?
I sighed, got him some paper napkins to clean up, and sat beside him.
You smell like lavender and betrayal.
What now? Oh, that's just my shampoo. It's called Floral Deception.
Ah, it's nice. You know what, Josie? I'm very confused about Serena. She wants me back, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm not sure if I really love her.
That made me freeze.
She never really made me feel good about myself, you know? It's not like it's with you. With you, things are easy. I don't feel like I have to prove anything. I can just be a regular guy. Can you clean my nose?
Well,
Serena's perfect. She'd make anyone feel like they're not good enough. And I'm a walking, talking disaster. So I probably make people feel better about themselves. Like, hey, at least my life's not as messy as Josie's. Or, I've got it more together than she does. He sat up suddenly, grabbing me by the shoulders.
Don't say that. You're amazing, Josie. You're funny and smart and pretty. And you have these eyes that make me want to do stupid things. Like kiss you right now.
Okay, whoa. This isn't real. It's just the meds talking.
No, really. I want to kiss you. Unless you don't want to. Which is fine.
My heart was pounding, and I defo wanted to kiss him. But I had to stay laser focused. If you're serious, then look deep into my eyes first. His gaze locked onto mine like a lovesick puppy. And then I whipped out the scanner and hovered it near his eyeball.
Did something just beep?
What beep? No, you're just hearing things, sweetie. You should sleep. He leaned in suddenly with his lips puckered. He kissed some air and passed out face first in my lap, snoring like a walrus. Mission accomplished. But did he really mean that about Serena? And what he'd said about me? Ugh, even if he liked me, I was stealing his egg. We could never work out as a couple. I put a blanket over him and then made my way towards the study. Once inside, I locked the door, stepped up to the hidden panel, and whipped out the scanner with Alexander's retinal image saved on it. There was a click. Yes! And the door opened. At the end of a small passageway was a room full of collector's items. But in the center, covered with a glass box, was a glittering Fabergé egg. Okay, I really didn't think an egg could be so pretty. I lifted the glass cover like I was defusing a bomb, then carefully picked up the egg and made my way back to the study. Great. There was no way this thing was fitting in my handbag. I spotted a trash can filled with tissues and receipts, so I put the egg in and slung the trash bag over my shoulder. But I barely made it 10 steps down the hallway before a housekeeper appeared out of nowhere.
Ma'am, why are you taking out the trash? Here, let me.
No, you stay away! I mean, this bag is full of Alexander's highly contaminated tissues. It really doesn't look like the regular flu. His snot has a weird color. I've already been exposed, so I'll just dispose it off somewhere. You stay healthy, drink orange juice, and yeah, bye! I burst into my apartment, locked the door shut, and collapsed onto the floor. Once I'd caught my breath, I took the glittering egg out. And with bated breath, I opened it. It was empty. I turned it around and upside down, but I couldn't see anything concealed anywhere. My lifespan has probably gone down 7 years with the amount of stress I've dealt with this week. And for what? I tried to calm down and tilted the egg one more time. And that's when I saw a barely visible seam near the base. I pressed gently, and a tiny compartment popped open. Inside was a micro USB drive. Well, hello there, my sneaky little friend. What are you hiding? I plugged the drive into my laptop, and files exploded onto the screen. Folders with names of politicians, celebrities, judges, details of offshore bank accounts, and more zeros in those accounts than my eyes could even make sense of. It didn't take a genius to figure out that this was very incriminating evidence of very high-level corruption. And in the middle of all this, the word Kingston suddenly glared at me like a neon sign. Alexander's grandfather was on the list. Oh my God. Alexander doesn't even know this egg's got evidence that could turn his family to toast? Oh no, you get off this laptop, Lord Voldemort. I can't have you accidentally uploading this to Facebook. My week wasn't up yet, and I tossed and turned all night, wondering what I was supposed to do. And I reached the conclusion that I had to tell Alexander the truth. I just couldn't hand over information about his family like that. The next morning,
I went to the sketchiest cafe on the outskirts of town in disguise and messaged him my location, telling him it was urgent. When he arrived, he kept looking around and was walking straight past my table when I grabbed his arm.
Hey, what the? Josie? What are you doing?
Sit down. Act natural.
Says my fake girlfriend in disguise. Okay, whatever this is, it better be good. I still have fever, and now I'm also coughing up phlegm.
Alexander, I stole your egg.
You mean from the kitchen? You can take as many as you want.
No, that big, glittery thing hidden in the vault you open with your eyeball, that egg? Alexander's eyes grew wide, and then his face twisted with anger.
You did what?
Shh, don't make a scene.
You thought it was a good idea to talk about this here?
Yes, a very smart idea. You can't scream or throw things at me in public.
Josie, how? What? Where do I even begin? Why?
Maybe because I was threatened by a mafia lady who said she'd kill me and my whole annoying family if I didn't find the egg? Look, I am so terribly sorry I stole from you, but I really didn't have a choice. Believe me.
Okay, can you start from the beginning?
After I told him everything, he didn't exactly look shocked.
I already know about the drive.
You do?
I didn't at first. I bought the egg at that auction because it was rare and, yeah, glittery. But I did find the drive inside eventually.
And Black Orchid wants it to blackmail the world's most powerful crooks?
Looks like it.
I'm curious. Why didn't you destroy the drive?
Because if I did that, I'd be helping to cover up my grandfather's crimes. But I haven't had the courage to do the right thing either yet. He isn't alive, but if this news gets out, it'll destroy our legacy and reputation forever.
I'm sorry. Really. That's a lot to have on your shoulders. The egg's in your court, but you have to make a decision soon. And I'm gonna need your help to not get killed by that woman.
I'm still confused about one thing. How did you break into my vault?
We don't have time for this right now. Waiter, check please. The next day, I arranged a meeting with Black Orchid, who told me to come to the same building where we'd first met. Wow, you're really working that smoky eye. And love your little gookie scarf.
Thanks. It's strong enough to choke a grown man.
Why do things get so morbid with you so fast? Anyway, here's your egg. She pulled out the Fabergé egg from the bag, then turned it over immediately and clicked open the hidden seam. The compartment was empty, and her face turned dark.
Where's the drive?
Look, I was too scared to even open the egg, and I certainly didn't know about any hidden compartments. I have no idea.
You're lying.
I swear, on Lord Voldemort's life, I don't know anything.
Fine. Let's call in Loverboy.
I think he has a very full schedule today. Meetings, stress naps, crying into his money piles. You know, billionaire stuff.
Oh, don't worry. I know how to make a man come running.
And there I was again, tied to a chair on a rooftop. The mafia woman sent a photograph of me to Alexander. And sure enough, 20 minutes later, Alexander burst through the rooftop door. Wow, mans really did come running. And he'd be looking hot while doing it. Ugh, shut up, brain. He silently gave the drive to Black Orchid, then strode over and started untying me.
I thought you said you could stall her for a while without ending up in a life-threatening situation.
I tried, man. Things just always escalate really fast with her. Black Orchid plugged the flash drive into her laptop, and it was the first time I'd seen her smile widely. So creepy.
Oh, yes. This is the real thing.
Glad you approve. Can we go now?
Of course. Josie, you can expect a Lord Grey and a box of skincare soon.
Amazing. You'll send the skincare every month, right? I thought that was the deal.
You know what? I like you. You've actually been very useful. And I could definitely use a lawyer willing to break the law now and then. I'll be in touch. Ta-da!
She was almost at the door to the stairwell when suddenly one of her goons spoke.
Boss, you need to see this.
He showed her his phone, and her face twisted.
Breaking news. Elite corruption files leaked in bombshell data dump.
I told that idiot journalist to wait a couple of hours.
Did you account for the time difference since he lives so far away? Black Orchid turned to us, her eyes burning.
You leaked it. You exposed your own family!
Yeah, I did. I don't want to inherit a dirty legacy.
And you can't use the files to blackmail anyone now since they're out there anyway. Your name's on it too. You might need an actual lawyer. And then suddenly, she screamed like a banshee and came running at me. And before I could even react, she pushed me over the rooftop. Alexander lunged forward to grab my hand and went over with me. Ah!
Josie, open your eyes.
So I can see the pavement I'm gonna smack my skull on? Ah!
And then suddenly, I hit a springy surface, bounced off of it, flipped, and landed straight on Alexander. What the heck? Did we just land on an inflatable mattress?
When she sent that photo of you tied up, I had my team set up these landing pads on every side of the building, just in case she tried something.
Oh my god, I love rich people so much. I could just kiss you right now.
Yeah? What's stopping you?
His face was so close to mine, and suddenly, my heart wasn't just pounding from the near-death experience. As we both leaned in, a pigeon suddenly pooped on my head, and the moment was gone. So, the good news was that Black Orchid was arrested on 7 counts of money laundering, illegal arms deals, and, oh yeah, kidnapping me and pushing me off a rooftop. Also, her actual name was released on the news. Janice Mildred Witherspoon. Meanwhile, the corruption scandal exploded, and Alexander was buried in lawyers, press conferences, and damage control.
You took down the mafia and exposed all these crooks. You, Josie Hart, the girl who once got banned from IKEA for accidentally setting off a fire extinguisher thinking it was air freshener.
Yeah, I still can't believe it either. I'm not the kind of person crazy exciting things happen to, only crazy stupid.
So the fake girlfriend gig is over?
We haven't had a chance to talk, but yeah, I should think so. Serena wants him back, and that's what he wanted, right? And with this scandal all over the news, I think my family won't take our breakup too badly.
And you're gonna let him go just like that?
Yep. So, I just went back to my normal life. If you can call baking a dozen loaves of banana bread every day and sobbing into a pillow watching Pride and Prejudice for the 100th time normal. One morning, as I was eating chocolate ice cream, the doorbell rang, and I found Alexander outside, looking slightly tired, but as good as ever.
Hi, I should have called before coming, I guess, but I assumed you'd be home.
Because what? I couldn't possibly have plans?
I missed you, Josie.
You mean that? What about Serena?
Ugh, that insufferable woman. So I figured I'd just been hung up on her because she dumped me, and I didn't really want her. And I went to tell her just that. Except she rejected me first, again. She said after my family's scandal she didn't want me. I really gave her a piece of my mind. I was bold, eloquent. I even quoted Shakespeare.
Oh, what did you say?
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? No, I shall not, because a summer's day is not a witch.
That's really something.
Thank you. Also, I had Mia send your application for the bar exam again. Honestly, after the pressure-filled situations you've been in, I have a feeling you'll breeze through it now. But if you need me to, I can buy a law degree for you.
That's very sweet, but maybe you stay away from doing illegal things, okay? And yes, I'm free for a date tonight. Can you send your styling team over, though?
No, I like you just the way you are, Josie Hart.
Turns out, maybe I am the kind of person exciting things happen to. And maybe, just maybe, I'll pass the bar exam next time. If not, at least I've got a really hot backup plan. When I was in the first grade, and after I was done doing the task Miss Janice gave us, I started reading a book. The teacher looked at me through her thick glasses. "What are you reading? Show me." I slowly pulled out the book from my lap. "You're reading Shakespeare's sonnets?" I'm sorry, miss. "When did you learn to read this?"
When I was 4, Shakespeare is my favorite poet, and Agatha Christie is my favorite author.
Miss Janet looked really surprised. She and I had so much in common, and we got closer over time. One day she said, "Why don't I walk you home today, and I can have a little chat with your parents?" I led Miss Janice to my house, and to my horror, we walked straight into one of Mom and Dad's screaming matches. "How many times do I have to tell you the same thing? It's a ketchup stain. Stop lying to me. I know that was lipstick." "Mom, Dad, we have a visitor." The two stopped short and turned to look at us. "Hi, I just wanted to talk to you about Sarah. We want to put her in the Gifted Kids program and..." "Yeah, whatever. Anything you want me to sign before I leave?" And with that, he was out the door. I hated their fighting, but I was too happy to care for a change. He'd be back soon enough. But this time, he just didn't come back. Hi, my name is Sarah, and this is my story about how I made money being the babysitter of my own mother. Dad just disappeared, and he had even blocked our numbers. And Mom just became a depressed couch potato. I had to keep up with all my schoolwork and do all the house chores. At 14, I was already busy preparing for my SATs and applying to colleges. One day, when I was studying at home, I got a phone call that shook my world. Mom had been in a terrible car accident. I called Miss Janice and we rushed over to the hospital. The doctors told us that Mom had suffered a severe head injury and was still unconscious. A week later, Mom finally opened her eyes. The doctor came to check on her, saying everything seemed normal. When we asked her what her name was, she pouted. "It's Candace, duh." "And what day comes after Tuesday, Candace?" Mom flung a plastic cup at his forehead. "I don't know, poop face. I want my mommy." The doctor said he needed to do a brain scan. Mom kicked up such a fuss as the nurses took her away. The doctor made the most shocking discovery ever. Mom now had the brain of a 6-year-old. He said it was possible she might go back to normal, but it could also be a permanent condition. My mom had turned into an actual baby? My life just turned into a nightmare after that. I had to leave Mom at daycare before going to school. I could see all my college dreams slipping away as I dropped out of my SAT classes. I had enough on my plate right now with Mom and the housework, and boy, was she the brattiest 6-year-old ever. One day, when I just finished making dinner, I went to her room and found her busy pulling out everything from the cupboards and throwing it on the floor. "Oh my God, Mom, Candace, stop it. Who's gonna clean that up?" "Not me." And she ran out, cackling like a little witch. When I went downstairs, she was already at the dinner table. "Get your feet off the table, please." A minute later, I got hit by something on my face. Yuck. I hate broccoli. "I want Doritos." "Well, too bad. You have to eat your greens and..." "Can't hear you." And she stuck her finger in her ears and started shouting gibberish. "Fine. Put on your shoes and we'll go to the grocery store." As I paid at the store, I saw her looking at the Barbie dolls display. I told her we had to go, but she just looked stubbornly at me. "I want one." "No, let's go." What happened next is something I'll never forget. Her eyes filled with rage as she unleashed a scream that was shrill enough to wake up the dead. She knocked over the entire rack of Barbies and then she threw herself on the floor and started kicking and crying. Horrified, I apologized to the staff and quickly bought a doll. I couldn't get out of there faster. When we finally got home, she took one look at the Barbie and tossed it aside. "Nah, it's really ugly." And she skipped off to her room happily. Just then, the doorbell rang. I opened the door to see it was Miss Janice. The minute I saw her, I hugged her and started crying. "I can't do this. I can't be my mom's mom." I told her I wanted to sell Mom. I would just post it online, "Mom for sale." Miss Janice just laughed and hugged me tight. When I felt better, she said she'd found me a part-time job at the local library. I was so grateful to her. But soon enough, I discovered the worst thing about being an adult: paying bills every month. How was I going to pay for everything being a library assistant? That evening, I stopped at an ATM and withdrew the last $100 I had. I almost threw away the receipt without looking, when suddenly, I froze. I stared at my account balance. $13 billion. I looked around, half expecting a camera crew to pop up behind me and tell me this was a big fat joke. I ran back home and logged onto my computer to check again. Someone had anonymously sent me $13 billion. When Miss Janice came to visit me, I told her about the money. I asked her if I should tell the bank because it was clearly a mistake, right? No one sends someone $13 billion by mistake, love. Seems like you've got a mystery guardian angel. It's yours to enjoy. And enjoy it I did. The first thing I did was hire a chef, a maid, and a nanny for Mom. I'd now come home from school to a clean mom, folded laundry, a clean house, and fancy food on the table. I started my SAT classes and college applications again. I could go to any university now and take Mom and the nanny with me. One day, I walked into the lounge to find Mom watching Frozen for the millionth time. When she saw me, she ran over to me excitedly. I want to be Princess Elsa on my birthday. Look, I'll show you these birthday parties on YouTube. Looking at my mom's eager face, I just couldn't refuse. I hugged her and said she could have anything she wanted. I threw her a grand birthday party and invited the whole neighborhood. Mom made a special entrance in an actual carriage. She almost tripped on her flowing blue dress as she stepped out. I could see all our neighbors staring and snickering. Sometime later, I went to the bouncy castle to look for Mom and saw her in a corner crying, while the other kids shouted, "What are you doing here, you weirdo? You're a grown-up. You look so stupid and ugly."
I just wanted to be Princess Elsa.
I climbed onto the bouncy castle and snatched the tiara from the mean girl. No one talks to my mom like that. Come, Mom. We are going to cut the cake now. As Mom excitedly blew the candles, I made a silent wish too. Please, let Mom be normal again. When everyone had left, Miss Janice turned to me, smiling. You did a good thing for your mom. She looked really happy. You should sometimes be a kid and have fun too. She was right. When the weekend came around and my classmates invited me to a party, I didn't turn them down. Just as I was ready to head out, I found out that my babysitter had bailed on me. I didn't know what to do, so I decided to take Mom with me. My mom threw a tantrum the moment I arrived and wanted to go home. Everyone was staring and laughing at us. I grabbed my mom by the shoulders and yelled at her to shut up. She looked at me with tears in her eyes, and then she burst out crying. I felt sorry immediately and hugged her, and we went home. I had enough money to move out and settle down in another town where I could attend college. Miss Janice was sad that I was leaving. I bought a mansion that was especially made for toddlers and included all kinds of games. On my first day at college, Mom cried so hard and didn't want me to leave her with the nannies and the servants. But I put my hands around her face and kissed her forehead. You will be just fine, Mom. But I was wrong. 2 hours later, I got a phone call and knew that Mom had hit her head again. She was in a coma for 2 days. The doctor said that part of my mom's brain still thought she was an adult. That's why she was taking these risks, because she thought she was big enough. I just realized that leaving for college was still a bit too early. I spent my time at home and started writing. Writing was my only escape. I created my own blog, and it seems like people liked my stories. I was inspired by Agatha Christie's novels and wrote many detective stories. People were calling me the modern version of Agatha Christie. They believed my stories were too addictive, and I couldn't be happier. Until one day, I entered my mom's room and found her reading something, which didn't look like the children's storybooks I'd given her to read. What are you reading? Show me. She slowly pulled out the book from her lap. You're reading Shakespeare's sonnets? I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't. When did you learn to read this? I started before we moved out. Shakespeare is my favorite poet, and Agatha Christie is my favorite author. Was my mom a genius kid now? I knew how it felt to be a genius with neglected parents, and I just wanted to support Mom and help her improve her talent. But I didn't only want to help Mom. I thought all the kids around the world should have a chance too. I volunteered to build huge libraries around the world for gifted and all kinds of kids. I understood that education and science are more important than money. I had billions, but they couldn't bring me happiness. I have everything I love in books. And my mom? She was and still is my #1 fan. Also, I found out that my mystery benefactor was a rich man who'd caused Mom's accident. He felt so bad that he'd looked us up and sent me the billions. I'm really thankful for that man. Not for hitting my mom, of course. but for giving me this great opportunity to make a little change in this world.
Ever since 8th grade, my best friend Leah and I promised that we would take each other to our senior prom. We'd even sworn it in blood. So this was a legit pact that we wouldn't let either of us break. At the time of our story, it was January, the beginning of the new year and the new semester at school. Leah and I were headed to the lunchroom when she felt horrible pain in her knee. This pain was so bad that she lost her balance and fell to the ground. I grabbed her by her arm and pulled her up. She was shaking and her face was white. "Leah, are you okay?" I asked. I wanted to try to get her to the lunchroom quickly, thinking that maybe she was just hungry and needed to sit down. She sat with her hands in her knees for a few minutes before finally answering me. "Simon, I think something's really wrong with me. My knee has been hurting ever since I got kicked 2 weeks ago at the soccer game." She started to limp to the office, which was opposite of the lunchroom. I tried to stop her. "Let's just get some food." "No, I need the nurse," she said as she hobbled to the office. I helped her along the way, but as soon as she got there, she told me to go to lunch. Leah didn't make it to lunch that day. In fact, her mom picked her up early to take her to the hospital. I kept texting her all day long, hoping she would answer me and let me know that she was okay. It wasn't until around 8:30 that night that she finally texted back. She sent me a picture of an MRI, which is an X-ray of your body, and hers was of her knee, her lungs, and her neck. All of them were covered in spots. I didn't know what that meant, so I sent her a question mark. Almost instantly, my phone lit up. Leah was FaceTiming me. I pushed accept and saw her face for the first time since lunch. It wasn't as pale, but she looked tired. "Hey, what's going on? Did you go to the doctor? Are you sick?" I asked. Her eyes looked red and her hair was a mess. Leah could barely get the words out as she stared off the screen. I could see tears running down her cheeks. "I have cancer," she stated, before bursting into tears. "All of those pictures were of my body. I have tumors in several spots. They told me I may not make it to graduation." She set the phone down and all I could hear were her high-pitched wails and her mom in the background trying to calm her. Instead of listening to my best friend sob, I decided to drive over to her house even though it was late and I was going to miss curfew. I had to see her, to hug her, in case I didn't get the chance again. When I got to her front door, I didn't even knock. I just barged right in and ran to her room. Her mom was there hugging her, and I scooped in next to them. We all cried for a bit, and then when things calmed down, Leah turned to me. "I have to start chemo next week." I nodded. I didn't know what to say. I grabbed her hand so she would know I'll always be there for her. A couple months passed, and although Leah was doing good, she wasn't out of the woods. The tumors were shrinking, some of the chemo was working, but she was still struggling to live her day-to-day life. There were only a couple more days left until prom, and I was excited to finally pick out a corsage to put around her wrist. She was doing so good that the doctor told her she could go to the dance, but she had to sit down for most of it. She was allowed to slow dance, but no crazy dancing. She was okay with that. And so was I. My other best friend Malik and I were out tux shopping. Leah's dress was going to be maroon and she wanted me to match. So I was going to every tux rental store I could find to try and match the perfect shade of her dress. It was harder than you might think. While we were at the 57th shop, my phone started to ring. It was Leah's mom. I answered, my voice already shaking. "Hi, Simon. Leah's back in the hospital. She wants you to come up here when you can." I didn't even hesitate. I said goodbye and started to walk out of the store. Malik stopped me and told me to at least rent my tux. I told him Leah was in the hospital and probably wasn't going to make it to prom. That's when he got a big grin on his face and grabbed the first tux he saw. "We're getting this," he said, pulling me over to the register. "It's not even the right color," I said. "It doesn't matter. If Leah can't come to prom, we'll take prom to her." That sounded like a genius idea. Malik and I visited Leah in the hospital that night. She wasn't doing well. Her eyes were sunken with dark black circles around them, and her thinning hair was messy and damp. I asked her mom to please make sure Leah feels beautiful tomorrow when we come back, and she asked why. That's when I pulled her into the hallway and told her we were going to plan the biggest prom party for Leah we could imagine. Her mother grinned. I hadn't seen her smile like that in months. She gave me the biggest hug and kissed me on my cheek. You are a beautiful person, Simon. We love you. I love you too, I said as I walked away. Now, it was time to plan the prom that would hopefully bring Leah the dream she deserved. That night, I went on Facebook and invited all of Leah's best friends to come to the dance we were having. I went to Target and got some fairy lights, a bunch of streamers, and finally to the florist to purchase a beautiful corsage for the most beautiful girl in the world. We advised everyone to get dressed up in their prom attire for the next evening, as we were going to have a shindig whether Leah could go to prom or not. She deserved to be treated like a queen. Although some people declined our invitation as they didn't want to miss their own prom, many of our closest friends said they would come and even planned to bring food, drinks, and other things to make Leah feel like one in a million, which she was. Malik came over the next afternoon and we loaded up his truck with all of the things that we got over the last day and a half, including a Bluetooth speaker and a fog machine that Malik found in his sister's room. We got dressed in our tuxes and made sure that everyone that said they were coming would be there. Even Malik's girlfriend decided to come along. She got Leah's dress from her house and was going to do her hair and makeup before the dance. I couldn't wait to see the surprised look on Leah's face when we showed up. All night, she was texting me about how sad she was that she was going to miss prom, and she kept begging me to go without her. I told her that wasn't happening, and to just be happy, and I'd see her tomorrow. She didn't know we'd have all this for her, and I couldn't wait to show her. The drive to the hospital was filled with anticipation. Leah's mom met us at the front door to take all of the decorations. Leah had been sent to another room to do some tests, so we had time to set up before she got back. In just under half an hour, the hospital room sparkled with fairy lights and had gorgeous blue and green streamers running along the bed and window. Malik set up the fog machine, which the doctor said wasn't a good idea, so we had to leave it off. The music was playing softly, and we moved some of the furniture and medical equipment out of the way so we could have a dance floor. Leah arrived, and although she looked pale, her eyes lit up at the sight of what was ahead of her. At the same moment, she started to cry. "You guys, I'm not dressed for prom," she giggled and came over to hug me. "That's okay. We got everything that you need right here. Take your time. Ashley is going to help you with your makeup and your dress. We'll be waiting out here as long as you need." It seemed like forever, but it was probably only 20 minutes later. Leah emerged from the hospital bathroom with her hair in a braid that wrapped around the top of her head, and her beautiful maroon dress that clung to her in all the right places. It was sparkly and made her eyes glow. This was the exact moment I realized that I was in love with Leah. It seemed like everything had stopped when she walked out of the bathroom. I was so happy to see her so happy. I went over to her and gave her a huge hug. I pulled her hand up to mine and said, "I'm the luckiest guy in the world to have you as my prom date." Then I slid the corsage on her wrist. Malik got the party started, and we all began to dance, have snacks, and crack jokes about how lame the other prom probably was. After an hour, I could tell that Leah was struggling to keep up. "Hey, you can sit down if you need to." She grabbed onto my arms as I helped her sit in the chair. She was looking pale again. "Are you okay?" I asked. She waved me off. "Yeah, I'm fine, just all the medicine and tests today. I'm tired. But I'm having a great time, and I am so happy and so thankful that you did this, Simon. I really appreciate it. I love you." I know she was saying I love you as a friend, but it made my stomach fill with butterflies. "I love you too, Leah," I said. There must have been a look in my eye that told her I didn't mean as a friend, and that's when she leaned over to kiss me. I had never kissed a girl before. Don't judge me. I know I'm a senior, but it was never something that I thought about. Kissing Leah felt like home. I just didn't want to break her. I knew she shouldn't be kissing me right now. I don't think she cared. We pulled back, and I smiled at her. She rested her head on my chest, and we watched as the other couples danced and threw popcorn at each other from across the room. Thinking back on that night, I am so happy that I was able to give Leah her wish of being my prom date. After everyone left, her and I cuddled on her bed some more. We kissed, and I told her that I loved her again. She pulled me close and set it back, staring into my eyes. Then we both laid down. Leah was getting ready to go to bed, and I was getting ready to head home. Her mom walked in and told me to get out before I got yelled at by the night nurses. We hugged, and I left feeling triumphant, ready to take on the world. At 7 the next morning, I received a phone call from Leah's mom. She had passed away in the night, sometime soon after I left the hospital. When she told me, I was speechless. I had plans to go to the hospital today and bring Leah some books she'd wanted to read. There was a big stack of new bestsellers sitting on my desk. I wasn't much of a reader, so the books broke my heart. I started to weep. I haven't cried that hard since I was a little boy, but it felt good to let my emotions out. I was practically wailing when my own mother barged in my room to see me laying in the fetal position on the floor. "What's going on, Simon?" she said, terrified. I could barely say the words. Leah died. My mom knelt beside me and hugged me for what seemed like hours as I cried. Leah was my best friend, my second half, my one true love. I know it sounds corny, but she was. I just realized over the weekend that I love this girl more than anything in the entire world. She was always there for me, she never gave up on me, and she was always passionate about what I wanted in life as much as she was about her own desires. I will forever be thankful that I was able to spend Leah's last night with her and with our friends having a blast. I'll never forget the smile on her face and the love in her eyes that night. Although I have to go through the rest of my life without my other half, I'll be okay. Leah's family will always be a part of my life, and I'm hoping they'll continue to want me in theirs. I do make some pretty incredible hamburgers after all. Leah was caring, gentle, and willing to try anything. So, today, I'd like you to try and be a little more like Leah. Thank you all for coming. The entire time I was speaking at Leah's funeral, I couldn't stop staring at the photo they used for her memorial, her senior picture. She had all of her beautiful blonde hair cascading down her back, her huge blue eyes shining in the autumn sun. This was one of her favorite pictures, so I was thankful they shared that with everyone. After I finished my piece, her parents came to hug me. We all cried together, and they thanked me for loving their daughter. That happened over a year ago now, and I'm still recovering from the death of my best friend. Leah's parents are good. We get together every weekend for board games and burgers. I'm hoping as the years go on, we can continue to have this strong bond, and that whoever I end up with will be half the woman Leah was. I'm sure she'll help me out from where she's looking down on us. Thank you for listening to my story. What was something crazy you did for a friend? Please like and subscribe.
I was walking upstairs to give my dad a goodnight kiss before going to bed when suddenly I heard a loud crash from his room. Oh my God, Dad! I can't show you what happened because it's too much for YouTube, but I can tell you that the last words my dad said were, the attic, before he fell into a coma. Hi, I'm Miley, and I live in Finland. I'm sure everyone will learn something from my story. That's why I decided to share it on this channel. I felt the world crashing down around me. Ever since Mom and my older siblings had left, Dad was the only family I'd had. I knew they hated him, but I had to tell them about this. After all, he was their dad too. I called Katie, and she seemed too busy screaming at her loser boyfriend to even pay attention, and just hung up. I tried Bree next, and she said she was really busy at work and I had to deal with this myself. These girls were just heartless. I called my brother Ed next. He wasn't too happy to hear from me. What? Wow, no hello. Dad's in a coma and Yeah, I know why you're calling. I don't care about him. And don't even think about asking me for money. With that, he hung up. I just stared at the phone. What had just happened? I was on my own. No wonder Dad disowned them. Just then, the doctor came in and told me how expensive it would be to keep Dad at the hospital, and I needed to come up with the money very soon. Later that evening, as I was going through his stuff, I suddenly remembered Dad's last words, and I rushed up to the attic. I opened a box with Dad's stuff in it. There was a document in there with instructions for me. I had to meet a guy called Eric and use the secret word green apple. I quickly called the number it said and agreed to meet him the following day. I couldn't wait for school to be over the next day so I could meet this Eric guy and figure out what the big secret was. I was so lost in my thoughts I didn't even see Chris when he sat next to me. Thinking about me, are you? You wish. I'm so sorry about your dad. If you need anything at all, you let me know. I'd do anything for a beautiful girl like you. I smiled and nodded. Chris and I had grown up together, but lately I was getting butterflies every time I saw him. Oh, snap out of it, Miley. As soon as the bell rang, I was out the door. Eric had told me to wait for him on the park bench beneath a big tree. I felt like a secret agent as I waited for him. After a while, some guy came over and sat next to me. I jumped when he spoke to me. What's your favorite fruit? Was this guy crazy? Oh, wait. Green apple? The guy took off his cap and introduced himself as Eric. Okay, he was definitely not what I was expecting. I was expecting an old guy with wrinkles, but this guy was babelicious. I was already picturing our wedding. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, I'm sure. What? I'm sure you wanted to be sure. Why couldn't my brain and tongue work together? Yeah, anyway, your dad's $28 million is all yours. It'll take a few days to sort out, okay? What? $28 million? He must think I'm slow or something. Yeah, sure. You might want to have an adult with you to sort this out as you're under 18. I ran off after the meeting, still reeling with shock. This was too much to handle. I couldn't think of anyone else, so I texted Ed. Of course, he didn't reply. In the evening, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I was shocked to see Ed with his wife and kids. And so many suitcases? What are you doing here? Come on, little sis. Did you really think I'd leave you alone to deal with this? Now be a doll and set up a room for us. Ed's wife and kids just went on in and made themselves right at home. A little while later, the doorbell rang again. I ran downstairs, and to my surprise, Bree, my older sister, walked in, dumping her bags in the doorway. You can take these up, right? Thanks. Bree worked for a fashion magazine and could easily be on the cover of one, but she was so rude and stuck up, we'd never gotten along. She hugged Ed and gave air kisses to his wife and kids. Oh, aren't you guys cute? No, hey, don't touch my bag. That cost more than your parents' car. She said she was really tired and had to get her 10 hours of beauty sleep, so she went straight up and set up camp in my room. Bree, this is my room. Go and sleep in the guest room. It used to be my room, and it gets the best sunlight. I gotta do my yoga early in the morning. Now get out. I grabbed my stuff and slammed the door. I was halfway down the stairs when Bree started screaming. When I opened the door, I couldn't stop laughing. Get this monster away from me! Relax, Bree. Meet Tiny. He's my pet. Bree grabbed her blanket and rushed out of the room. I gave Tiny an extra treat for getting rid of that evil witch. The next morning, as I was about to get ready, the little devils pushed their way into the bathroom and ran off with a toothpaste. As I ran after them, I felt like something had stabbed me in the foot. Damn these Legos. I hobbled to my room and quickly ran out of the house to get away from all the madness. I told Chris about how my siblings had shown up and how annoying they were. Don't worry, babe, I'll come over and help you. Right now, I just needed help staying awake in class. I'd barely slept the night before. I just felt so overwhelmed. The day flew by and I sleepwalked through most of it. As I was walking home, I saw Eric outside a coffee shop. My heart skipped a beat as I saw him. I didn't want him to think I was stalking him, but just as I was about to walk away, he waved to me. Hey, I've been waiting for you to call me. Was I being pranked? Eric had been expecting me to call? Have you decided about what you want to do with the money? Yeah, we're still figuring it out. He asked me to join him for coffee. I had no idea what he was talking about. I was lost in his beautiful eyes. I was so happy when he offered to walk me home because I could listen to this guy's voice forever. When we got home and he turned to say goodnight, he suddenly leaned in towards me. Oh my God, was he about to kiss me? I closed my eyes and suddenly felt him rub my cheek. Got it. There was something on your face. Good night. And he just left. Man, I was so disappointed. As I opened the door, I tripped and fell. Katie, my other sister. She was very gangster. Was that a new tattoo on her arm? As I stood up, I saw she was very pregnant. Where's your stupid boyfriend? We split up because he decided he can't be a daddy, and I don't have the money to have this baby alone. I should have known. Only money could have brought all of them here. As I walked into the lounge, I was horrified. I looked at Ed's wife, thinking she'd stop them, but no. I told her to make them behave, but she just shrugged and kept filing her nails. hope she breaks her nails, the airhead. Suddenly there was a loud crash, and I saw in horror that the younger idiot had knocked over the angel ornament Dad had given to me. I was furious and devastated. Chris! I was so grateful to see him heading towards the back door, and I went running to the kitchen. I broke down in front of him. He put his arms around me and hugged me. I could hear his heartbeat. I looked up at him and I could tell he wanted to kiss me. Just as he leaned in, someone pushed us apart. I swear I wanted to kill these idiots. Katie walked into the kitchen. Looking for a new baby daddy, are you? What if I am? I felt a pang of anger and jealousy. Chris was mine and she couldn't have him. I needed to get away from these psychos. I went to see Dad. It broke my heart to see him like this. Please wake up, Dad. Things are really hard. I can't do this without you. The next couple of days were hell. I was in over my head. The only silver lining to my gloomy days was Eric's texts. He'd been checking on me regularly. What a sweetheart. The next day, Chris picked me up for school. As I sat in the car, he handed me a rose and asked me to be his date for the spring fling dance. I know there's a lot going on right now, but I thought this would take your mind off it for a while. I didn't see that coming. I hadn't told him about Eric, but I just couldn't bring myself to say no to him. He was so sweet. At lunch, I was surprised to see a huge group of guys and cheerleaders gathered at a table. I had no idea what was going on over there, but then I caught sight of her stupid blonde curls. Bree! She was sitting in the middle, and of course, all the boys were drooling over her. Wasn't it enough having to deal with her at home? What are you doing here? You dropped out of high school a long time ago, remember? She just looked at me as if she didn't know me and said, "Leave me alone." That evening, I confronted all of them and asked them to leave. I'd had enough. Ed stood up and I saw the rage on his face. You really think we'll leave without the money? You took Dad, this house, and now you want the money too. You're so greedy. I hope he never wakes up and we never have to see him again. Just give us the money. If you and your mom had stayed out of our lives, we'd still be with Dad. What are you talking about? Dad was just a selfish man who only cared about himself and kept having affairs with other women. Dad took you in when your mom went away. Our mom couldn't deal with seeing you every day. Neither could we. This wasn't true. My dad wasn't like that, and my mom was their mom. This was too much for me to process. I needed fresh air, and I ran out of the house. I bumped into someone. I was about to fall back, but a pair of strong arms grabbed me. Eric! Hey, what's wrong, Miley? I just fell into his arms and sobbed. I was devastated. I told him I didn't know who I could trust anymore. My whole life had just been turned upside down. He looked me in the eye and softly said, "Miley, you can trust me." With that, he kissed me. Oh my God, this was so much better than I had imagined. Miley, I quickly turned around. Chris. He looked at me with pain and disappointment. Chris, but he just turned and walked away. I felt guilty and wanted to run after him, but Eric asked me out for dinner and I excitedly said yes. He kissed my forehead and left. As I entered the kitchen, I froze. Bree and Katie were busy cutting me out of the pictures in the frames. Bree whispered something to Katie and they started laughing. I knew Bree was evil, but they were crossing the line. Ed walked in. You think you're super smart, don't you? Trying to woo the money man and keep us from getting our share? I erupted. I was so angry at how they kept blaming me. I didn't even know any of this, and I wasn't responsible for what Dad did, but you're a constant reminder of it, you selfish girl. I stormed off to my room to try and relax. I got up super early over the weekend and snuck out. With the bombs they dropped on me, I needed to clear my head. I went on the swings like I used to do with Dad. Oh, Dad, I miss you so much. I had to grab onto the chains as someone started to gently push me. Chris! Hey, Chris. You just ran off yesterday. Sometimes, Miley, you're so dumb for a smart girl. I was in no mood for riddles. What do you mean? I care about you, Miles, and I just want to make sure you're okay. Eric isn't a nice guy. But I don't know who to trust except Eric. You do know he's just with you for the money. You're so jealous. I didn't need to stand there and listen to another person telling me what to do. When I got home, everyone was in a frenzy, and Katie was screaming. Ed's kids were dancing around shouting, "And Katie's gonna have a baby!" I wanted to go with them to the hospital, but they left me to babysit the kids. Just perfect. I knew it would be a while before everyone got back, so I asked Eric to come over. I quickly changed into something nice and cleaned up the place as much as I could. There was a knock on the door, and I rushed to open it. Chris? Why was he everywhere? What are you doing here? I wanted to apologize for this morning. Where is everyone? I told him they'd gone to the hospital with Katie. I don't know which part he thought was an invitation because he just walked straight in and started playing with the kids. They seemed to like him and did as he said. I was kind of glad he was there. Ding dong. Oh shoot, how would I explain everything? I opened the door. Eric looked charming. As we walked into the lounge, Chris and Eric just glared at each other. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Why'd you call me if he was already here? He just showed up. You could have sent him away. Anyway, I have a surprise for you. He told me he had the money and I could pick it up from him tomorrow. Chris was a natural with the kids, but I noticed Derek kept giving them dirty looks and tensing up every time a kid got close to him. I spent the most awkward evening with the two of them. Before Chris left, he warned me about Eric again, and they both left. The next morning, everyone returned with Katie's newborn. He was so tiny and cute. Everyone was so happy for once. If someone saw us, they'd think we were one big happy family. Suddenly, I saw Eric walking up to the front door. I stepped outside to meet him. You're glowing today. Look how happy everyone is. I turned to him and said that I was thinking of sharing the money with everyone. I was shocked to see Eric suddenly get angry. Babe, you can't be serious. Why would you give those vultures anything? You should keep it for yourself. Chris's words rang in my ear. Just then, I got a call from the hospital. My heart stopped. As I hung up, I told him Dad was awake and I needed to go. I went in and told everyone that Dad was awake. Surprisingly, they all decided to come with me. Yes, all of us. He was shocked to see everyone there. Seeing you all together again has made me realize how much I missed this. I'm sorry I hurt you, all of you. He turned to Katie and held out his hands. I had never seen Dad so emotional. It was a classic Hallmark moment. He went on to tell us how he had savings and he wanted to include everyone as his heir. Silence took over. You could probably hear a pin drop. No one objected to splitting the money between us and everyone was happy about it. I think that my dad waking up from a coma and seeing Katie's baby gave us the old feeling of being a family again. I told Dad how I'd gone to the attic and contacted Eric like he said, and that he was giving me the money tomorrow. Dad's blood pressure shot up. He said he'd found out before the coma that Eric was cheating him out of his business. Me and Ed decided to go see Eric before it was too late. He wasn't too happy to see us, but quietly handed over the money. You were only with me because of the money, weren't you? I hoped he would deny it, but he just lowered his eyes. I was heartbroken. The next day, we brought Dad home. As we entered the driveway, there he was again, Chris. Bree winked at me and said she'd help Dad inside. I ran to Chris and jumped into his arms. What? Yeah, you were right. Now just shut up and kiss me, you fool. And we had the most magical kiss anyone can imagine. Aunt Miley is having a baby.
Hey MSA friends, I'm Rain from Belgium, and this is my journey. Don't forget to smash that like and subscribe button. New MSA merch alert, our latest bottles and notebooks are out now. Grab them via the link in the description and upgrade your gear. I've lived in an orphanage for as long as I can remember, wishing for a family of my own. My mom was still around, and she was, well, a bit different. She couldn't take care of me full time, but she'd pop in now and then with her wild stories and crazy outfits. One time, she showed up during lunch with a huge purple cape covered in shiny bits, telling everyone she was on a secret mission.
Rain, my star! You're glowing today. Must be those good mashed potatoes.
Then, right there in the middle of the room, she tried to make a spoon float in the air. Okay, so she was holding it with a string, but we all pretended to be shocked anyway. When she hugged me goodbye, she slipped a small rock into my hand. A piece of the moon for you. It was just a regular old rock, but in her world, it was something magical. You might think that the kids made fun of me because of my mom or something. Nah, let me tell you that I was respected and feared in the orphanage, along with my friend Leo. Leo and I were like the bosses of the orphanage. When we walked by, kids would stop talking and make room. Everyone just kind of knew to stay out of our way. One day, Leo and I were headed to our usual bench in the yard, where a group of kids were celebrating their good grades with a big cake. They saw us coming, and the laughter stopped. They looked at each other, then at the cake, and without a word, they got up to leave.
We're leaving, I swear. But is there a chance we can take the cake?
The whole thing seems a little much, don't you think, Leo?
Tell you what, we will give you the big, huge third, and we will only take the tiny 2 small thirds.
Oh, thank you, really. You guys are cool. I've been dreaming about you both. They say you dream about people you think about a lot.
Wait, is that peanut butter in there? You know what? Just take the whole cake. I can't stand peanut butter. Yeah, this is how things were back then. One afternoon, when we were 12, as Leo and I were planning our next prank, the warden called us into her office. She told us we were getting adopted by the Morgans, a rich family with a pool and a daughter around our age. I was excited, but also scared Leo might like the new sister more than me, so I blurted out, "No thanks, I'll pass. But they want to adopt you both. That's their condition.
Why do they want both of us?
Who cares? We're getting our dream, being adopted together. And don't worry, I'm not gonna love her more than you. No rich girl can match your wild craziness.
So I gave in. When the Morgans came to meet us, they were super nice and smelled like flowers. Look at you two, just adorable. Leo was practically starstruck by the Morgans and began spouting off random facts to impress them.
Did you know the country is pronounced Iran and not Iran? Also, I'm a whiz at geography. And hey, fun fact, the Earth isn't round or flat. There's a big chance it's shaped like a donut.
I hung back, not saying much, but there was one thing on my mind. Where's your daughter? They pretended they didn't hear me, so I asked louder, and they looked a bit hesitant to answer. Then the mom just said that their daughter Emily was sick. I'm not an expert, but that looked like a lie. Even though the Morgans were nice, something about them just felt weird to me. Leo thought I was making a big deal out of nothing.
Chill, they've got an awesome pool.
Why are you so crazy about the pool? You're not a sea dog.
Hey, I don't mind you insulting me at all, but please keep your voice down. I have a reputation to maintain around here.
I just shrugged. Whatever was going on, we were moving to the Morgans' place in a month. A month flew by, and then boom, Leo and I were at the Morgans. It was wild, like stepping into a movie with their huge house, and yes, the epic pool Leo wouldn't shut up about. We had a blast that summer, splashing around and living it up. The Morgans even signed us up for a fancy private high school. Everything was pretty awesome, except we hadn't met Emily yet. Emily's spending the summer with her aunts in France. She'll be back when school starts. A week before school started, Emily finally arrived. She walked in with her suitcase, looking totally different from what I'd pictured. She was our age, but acted like she was something else. She had this snobby vibe that got on my nerves. And well, it was hatred at first sight. I could tell we weren't going to be friends. Hi, Emily. Sweetie, how was your flight?
Mom, stop asking me about my feelings. Just ask sensible stuff, okay? I'm not a little kid anymore. You know, you are a kid. And don't snap at your mom like that. If you want us to get along, you've got to be nicer. Who are you, anyway?
Emily, these are the kids we've adopted. Remember? We talked about this.
I know why you brought them here, but I'd prefer if they didn't talk to me. I already don't like them.
What reason could that possibly be?
Let's just say it's better we don't talk. My IQ is 151. I'm a genius. You and I, we're not on the same level. Nope, that's not how it works. I'm the boss around here, and you'll do what we all want. The boss? Please act your age, not your shoe size. Mom, Dad, I'm going to my room. Just bring my dinner there.
Who did she think she was? Treating us like we were beneath her? Kids, don't take it to heart. Emily is unique, and she can be tough to deal with, but give it some time. She'll adjust.
I'd rather go back to the orphanage than deal with this nonsense.
Rain, come on, it's not that bad.
I can't stand her already. I think I even hate her. Leo leaned in, whispering.
Guess we can both hate her together, huh?
He was spot on. I wasn't about to back down. I was the boss, and I would make sure to teach Emily who was running this place. The first week of school was tough. Emily seemed to have everyone charmed with her smarts, and Leo and I felt like we were fading into the background like nobodies. But we weren't giving up that easily. One weekend, the Morgans went out, leaving us three at home. I was still super angry because of Emily's attitude, and I decided it was time to make a point. I glanced at Leo and said, "Watch this." I snatched Emily's laptop and dashed outside. I heard Emily's footsteps pounding after me.
What are you doing with my laptop?
Without a word, I flung the laptop into the swimming pool. It hit the water with a loud splash, sinking quickly to the bottom.
Oh my God! Why would you do that?
That's what you get for thinking you're above us. We're in this together, whether you like it or not. I left her there and walked back inside. Leo caught up to me, whispering,
"You know this means war, right?"
But to my surprise, Emily didn't do anything. She didn't even tell her parents when they were back. So I continued. I started by hiding her favorite shoes and replacing her shampoo with green hair dye. Then, during dinner, I'd imitate her snobby tone, making Leo snicker. Each prank was my way of showing Emily she wasn't the boss of our new home. But she never reacted or even told her parents anything. After weeks of our pranks, Emily started doing something unexpected. She was being nice to Leo. One afternoon, she helped him with a tough math problem he'd been struggling with for hours. I saw them laughing together, and something twisted inside me. What's happening? I thought we were in this together.
I know, Rain, but she's really good at math. She just wanted to help.
So that's it? She does one nice thing and suddenly she's not so bad?
It's not like that. Maybe we've been too hard on her.
But you said we'd hate her together.
I know, but maybe maybe it's time we gave her a chance.
How dare you! I pounced on him, throwing punches. When Emily jumped in to save him, I swung at her too. But just then, my parents burst in. They pulled us apart and kept calling me for a family meeting. But I ignored them, including Leo, the dumb traitor. A week later, Leo approached me, looking serious.
Rain, I hate seeing you upset. Tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. Anything to make things right.
Fine. You want to make it up to me? Then wreck her precious science project. She needs it for the competition tomorrow. And without it, she can kiss her chance to go to NASA for summer camp goodbye.
Rain, that's extreme. She worked so hard on this.
That's exactly why. I'd do it myself, but it's too heavy and I don't want to hurt my back. Reluctantly, Leo agreed and sabotaged the project. The next morning, when Emily discovered it, she was in a panic, but only for about a minute. Then, she calmed down and started to repair the project, hardly showing any frustration. And yes, you guessed it, she didn't tell our parents about this either. Turns out, Leo didn't do a good job of destroying it. Emily managed to fix it in just half an hour. I was convinced he did it on purpose, so I swore I'd never speak to him again, even though he kept saying sorry. Just go hang out with your new sister. She's all you need, right?
Rain, come on. We were a team at the orphanage, cool and respected, but now you're going too far.
I didn't listen to him and just walked away. A few days later, Emily won her scholarship, and the Morgans planned a huge celebration. But Emily, in her usual snobby way, insisted that I go to bed early and not attend the party. It was so arrogant of her, and it made my blood boil. The night of the party sounded amazing from my room. I could hear the laughter and voices, with Leo out there having a blast, that idiot. Then I had a brilliant idea. I called Mom and told her we needed her show for the party. She arrived 20 minutes later. I was expecting her to ruin the party with her silly acts, but then Leo sent me a photo on Instagram. To my surprise, everyone was actually enjoying Mom's performance. Ugh! That night, I decided to try a new tactic. I'd be nice. My plan was to get close to Emily, understand her better, and then, as her friend, I could easily manipulate her to become her boss. The next morning, I prepared breakfast and took it to Emily's room. Everyone was shocked. Did you put poison in this? Want Leo to taste it first? Leo showed up from behind her door. Obviously, he was eavesdropping.
No thanks, I want to stay alive.
To my surprise, Emily said the breakfast was delicious. From that day, I was nicer to her. I even tricked Leo into keeping Emily busy so I could set up a birthday surprise in her room. In reality, I wanted to snoop through her things for answers, but I found nothing. Weeks passed, and I was getting along better with Emily. I was secretly messing with her though, like turning off her alarm so she'd miss her weekend lessons and hiding her homework, but I was done with petty pranks now. So one morning before school, I came down crying frantically.
I can't find my necklace. The one Mom gave me, the gold one. I've looked everywhere. I swear it was on my side table. I can't lose it. I just can't. It's the only thing my mom's ever given to me.
Everyone in the family comforted me and helped me look, but obviously no one found it. I cried some more on my way to school and kept crying in class too. Yeah, it's a talent I have. I can make myself cry whenever I want. Leo and Emily looked really worried, and as we were heading out for recess, I decided to put the second part of the plan into action. I reached for the gold necklace that was in my pocket all along and pretended to trip over my shoelace. As I tried to break my fall, I grabbed Emily's open bag and it came tumbling to the floor with all its contents spilling out, and in the chaos, I purposely dropped the necklace too. I slowly crept to the necklace and picked it up, and Emily's eyes went wide with shock. This fell out of your bag.
You stole it? How could you do this to me?
Rain, hold on. Maybe we should talk about this later?
No, Emily, you are the biggest witch I've ever met. You have everything. Your fancy parents and your fancy braid and your fancy house, and you just can't share all that with anyone, can you? You hate having me around so much. You decided to take away the one precious thing I had too. Who steals from an orphan? Only someone heartless.
A crowd had gathered, and then the principal walked in on the scene and took Emily with her. Ha! Miss High and Mighty would surely get suspended now. But when I got home, I found the entire family gathered in the hallway, standing next to my packed bags. My biological mom was waiting too.
Sweetie, I'm so happy you can live with me now. I'm doing so much better with my new meds, so I can take care of you. You're moving out.
Rain, I know what you've been doing. I tried to make you feel like family, but you need to leave. You have problems.
What? I didn't do anything.
We know everything, sweetheart. This has to end.
Oh, great. So living with my crazy mom will fix everything?
That's not a nice thing to say.
Maybe if you were a better mom, I wouldn't act like this. And you guys, you're no better. You let Emily boss us around.
No, Rain. Emily was fine. I mean, not the greatest, but also not evil. You need help.
Help? You all think I'm crazy? Fine, I'll show you crazy. Then I stood there for a bit.
We're waiting.
Well, I wanted to attack one of you, but that'll prove your point that I'm crazy. I'm not, but I like things to be under my control. Always. Come on, Mom. Let's go home. These people don't deserve me. Weirdos. I went with Mom, but honestly, I missed the Morgans a lot, including Emily. Leo and I kept in touch. I thought living with my biological mom would be the hardest part, but I was actually learning and thinking about new things. One day, after Mom's street performance, a girl asked her,
"Can I be brave like you when I grow up?"
Bravery isn't just about doing daring things. It's also about being kind, accepting others, and understanding that we all have fears.
On our way home, Mom talked about her past, how she pushed people away and felt lonely. She wished she had learned the importance of connection sooner. I was so busy being different, Rain, that I didn't realize I was alone in my own world. For the first time, I didn't see Mom as just crazy. She had her issues, but I realized it's never too late to change. She had improved, and now she was raising me with love. Then it hit me, and the next thing I knew, I was apologizing to my adoptive family. What I did was wrong. I'm not asking to come back. I want to live with Mom, but I want us to be friends.
You're forgiven. We're more than friends. We're sisters, and always will be.
I hugged everyone and left for my first therapy session. When Sally went downstairs, she almost fell back in shock to see Bella sitting in Alan's lap. She felt so foolish for believing his lies.
Oh, we broke your heart?
Sally started to walk away, but Alan pushed Bella aside and went after Sally, gently grabbing her wrist.
Alan, what is wrong with you? What do you think I am? Some toy for you to play with? I don't want you coming near me again.
Sally, you need to listen to me.
No, she doesn't, you jerk. And with that, Bella attacked him. Sally tried to pull her away, and then Bella attacked her.
What is going on here?
Sally turned around in horror to see her dad, and he looked really mad.
Sir, this was my fault, not hers. Oh, is that so? Then you will be marrying my daughter next week. I'll talk to your father tonight. Sally, leave my house. Now.
Sally decided she couldn't hold it any longer.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Charles, because there's something I need to...
I don't want to hear another word. Leave, please. Leave my house.
No, you need to listen to me. I'm your...
Just then, they all heard a loud voice from the hall.
Is Sally here? I need to see Sally, please.
The door opened and a really handsome boy walked in. His eyes instantly met Sally's across the room. She wondered who he was, while he was thinking he'd never seen anyone more beautiful in his life. Mr. Charles walked up to the boy and hugged him.
Oh, Jake, this is so wonderful. I had no idea you were in town.
It's good to see you, Uncle Charles. Dad and I had to come for business suddenly, and we're staying at a hotel for a few days.
At a hotel? Of course not. You'll be staying here with us.
Just then, an older gentleman walked in, and he and Mr. Charles hugged. They were good old friends. All the drama happening before was forgotten as Mr. Charles led his friend to the other room, and everyone else followed. But Jake stayed behind with Sally.
You're Sally, right? I was looking for you.
Yes, I am. And why? Jake handed Sally her wallet, saying he'd found it outside by the gate. Sally thanked him, and as he was leaving, he suddenly turned around.
I was looking for your ID, and I found the letter inside. I'm sorry, I really wasn't snooping, but I did read the letter.
Are you Mr. Charles's daughter?
Does he know?
Sally had kept a copy of the letter with her in the wallet. No, please, don't say a word. No one here knows. They just know me as Cynthia's babysitter. I've been trying to find the right time to tell him, but I haven't yet. Can you please keep it to yourself?
Don't worry, Sally. Your secret's safe with me.
Just then, Alan barged into the room.
Sally, are you
He stopped short when he saw Jake and Sally standing so close.
What's going on here?
That's none of your business, Alan. Please, just go back to Bella and leave me alone.
Fine, whatever.
Alan stormed off, and Sally quickly left the room too. As she ran out, Jake bent down and picked up an earring Sally was wearing. He smiled and put it in his pocket. The next day, Sally was in the garden reading a book, and Jake was really happy to catch her alone.
I just came by to return this earring. I believe it's yours?
How many times are you going to come to me with lost things?
Wow, was that your thank you? Why do you keep losing your things? Sorry to bother you.
As he got up to leave, Sally suddenly took his hand and his heart skipped a beat. I'm sorry, I should have just said thank you. Would you like to go with me for a walk to the lake?
Sure, but what about your boyfriend?
He's not my boyfriend. He's nobody. So, are you coming or not? Jake smiled and nodded, and the two walked away. Sally thought to herself, he might help her forget that stupid Alan. Cynthia's mom was watching the two of them from a window, and she turned away with a disgusted face. This Sally is a very cunning, ill-mannered girl. One day she's running after our Alan. The next she's trying to trap Jake. She's clearly a gold digger.
She seems like a lovely girl to me, and you don't sound very nice when you're gossiping about other people. Don't do it with me, please.
And with that, Mr. Charles left the room. Bella and Alan were also walking outside when they spotted Sally and Jake from a distance. Alan felt crazy jealous when he saw them holding hands. He started walking back towards them angrily, but Bella suddenly stepped in his way and pushed him back.
What do you think you're doing, Alan? Do you need me to remind you of the agreement between our families? Want to talk to my mother again?
Alan felt furious, but he turned around abruptly and stormed off to the house, thinking how he'd like to punch that Jake. Later that night, Sally heard a knock on her door. The minute she opened it, Bella pounced on her and pinned her down to the ground.
I know what you're trying to do, Sally. I'm a girl like you. I know all your games.
Sally pushed her off and leapt to her feet. What are you talking about, you psycho?
I know you're just flirting with Jake to make Alan jealous.
Oh, is that so? Well, maybe I am, and I hope it's working.
In your dreams, witch. You'll never get Alan, so stop acting so desperate. I swear, if my stupid sister wasn't in love with you, I'd have your butt kicked out this second.
Bella, I'm just tired of you acting like a big baby. Just get out before I punch your stupid face.
I'm watching you, Sally. Don't cross me.
Bella walked out, and Sally slammed the door hard behind her. But as Bella walked away, she looked down at Sally's wallet that she'd sneaked out as she left the room.
Time to find out more about this stupid witch.
As she went through her stuff, she came across the letter. Her eyes flew wide open in shock. The next morning, when Sally went down for breakfast, Jake was waiting for her in the hall. But just then, Alan came forward and gently pushed him away.
No one really wants you here, man. When are you leaving? What's your problem? I'm here as a guest, and I think Sally wants me here. Well, Sally's just a worker here, not the owner of the house. She doesn't decide anything. You're not the owner here either. And what do you mean, just a worker? Just a worker? Like a useless maid or something. Did you just call Sally useless?
And with that, Jake shoved Alan roughly. Alan lost his temper and punched Jake in the face. Alan, stop it! What's wrong with you? Just then Bella came running down the staircase.
Stop fighting over this stupid bimbo. Look what I have here. It's a letter saying Sally was pregnant and had a miscarriage. God, you disgust me, Sally.
Sally stared at Bella in complete shock. How did she have the letter? And was Bella so dumb that she thought Charles was Sally's ex and not her dad?
What? When? How? Aren't you too young for that?
Sally had no choice but to pretend it was true. She leapt forward and snatched the letter from Bella. Well, it happened, and it's no one's business but mine.
I always told you she was rotten, babe. Just shameless.
Alan stared at Sally in shock, then turned around and left, with Bella running after him.
I can't believe she stole your letter, but it's good she didn't figure out the truth.
And how dare that Alan call you useless? At least we're rid of him. He won't bother us anymore. Us? What are you talking about?
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I just thought maybe we...
There is no we or us. I just want everyone to leave me alone. And with that, Sally ran up to her room while Jake blinked away his tears furiously.
Be a man, Jake. There's no such thing as love at first sight. She doesn't love you, and that's that.
Meanwhile, Sally was furiously pacing in her room, thinking she would just tell everyone the truth tonight. She couldn't deal with all this anymore. Alan was sulking on the bench outside while Bella was going on and on about Sally. Suddenly, he turned to Bella and said,
"Let's have our engagement party tonight. What are we waiting for?"
Tonight? But what about all the preparations? I don't even have anything to wear.
I'll get you a dress, and I'm sure your parents will be happy to take care of everything else. I want to do it tonight, Bella.
Bella looked at him and then shrieked in excitement and went running inside. Mom, Dad, Alan and I are getting engaged tonight. Get the freaking party started. Sally looked at her from upstairs in shock. Alan was getting engaged? Tonight? Alan got a dress for Bella as promised and handed it to her maid. Then he hesitantly walked over to Sally's door and almost knocked. But then he just put the box outside and left. A few moments later, Sally opened the door and nearly tripped over the large box. She carried it in and saw a gorgeous dress inside, and a note fell out. I'm sorry about all this. You truly deserve someone better. Alan. He's saying sorry with a dress for his freaking engagement party? This boy is so confusing. Later that evening, when Sally went down for the party, Jake immediately walked over to her. Hey, listen, I'm really sorry about this morning. I didn't mean to. Just then, Sally spotted Alan looking at her, and she hushed Jake and pulled him in for a kiss. When she stepped away, she saw Alan looked furious. Suddenly, he pulled Bella close and started kissing her. Sally turned around and walked out with Jake to the garden. She didn't even want to see their stupid engagement. After the party was over, Sally marched over to the library determined to tell her dad the truth. But when she entered, she only found Cynthia's mom there. Oh, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to talk to you. About what? About you staying here. After finding out about your disgusting past, I'd love to send you packing. But since Cynthia loves you so much, God knows why, we can't let you go yet. So you'll be moving to the attic and a guard will be assigned to watch you at all times. Because we simply don't trust you. You can't do that. I'm not your prisoner. Well, actually, I can. And that boy Jake? Leave him alone, Sally. His family is respectful and they won't accept some gold digger as his girlfriend. So save yourself the heartache. And then Sally lost it. You know what, Mrs. Charles? I'm just sick of your nonsense. I love Cynthia, but even she can't convince me to stay here another minute. I'm done with all of you, and I'm leaving right now. As she turned to leave, she bumped into her dad and she just brushed past him. Sally, wait. But she was stopping for no one now. Sally headed straight for the front door, and when she opened it, she almost fell back in shock. Mom? Sally flung herself in Mom's arms, and just then, her dad came running behind her. When he saw Sally's mom, he froze in shock. Laura, is that really you? And you're Sally's mom? Is she my daughter? No, she's not your daughter. She's my daughter, and I'm here to take her back. As Mom took Sally's arm and started walking away, Dad blocked her. You told me you had a miscarriage. You lied to me. So what if I did? If I told you the truth, what would you have done? Would you have left your wealth and your family and married a kitchen maid? I don't think so. Not when you could have had a millionaire wife. No, that's not true. But it is, Mr. Charles. Or should I say Dad? I've lived with you people for weeks now, and you're all so shallow. And you think everyone else only cares about money too. I made a big mistake looking for you. Sally, please don't say that. And I'm so sorry, Laura. I should have taken a stand for you. It wasn't about money. We were just so young, and I was weak in front of my family. But I swear, not a day has gone by when I haven't thought about you. Not a single day. Just then, Cynthia's mom pulled him by the back of his coat. Oh my God, you stupid maid. We decided that you'd stay away forever. We didn't decide anything. You threatened me. I disappeared for my safety and my child's. You did what? Well, Charles, someone had to save you from your stupidity. We couldn't have you running away with some bimbo maid. And I would do the same all over again. With that, she lunged towards Laura, but Sally stepped in and pushed her away. Don't you dare touch my mom. Alan, Bella, and Jake had also come running into the hall, staring at the whole thing in shock. Charles, are you going to just stand there and watch? Are you going to choose a maid over me? A sophisticated millionaire? Charles looked at her and suddenly took Laura's hand. I think I am. I don't love you, and your millions can't buy me happiness. I'm not making the same mistake again. Cynthia's mom screamed with rage and stormed off to her room. Just then, Alan turned to Bella and took the ring off his finger. Bella, I'm sorry. I can't marry you. We both know we're doing this for all the wrong reasons. My heart belongs to someone else. Bella gave him a hard slap on the face and stormed off after her mom. As Mom and Dad both hugged Sally, she suddenly spotted Jake leaving and ran out after him. Jake, please wait. Sally, I know you don't love me,
And it's okay, really. I just hope that Alan deserves you. He kissed her on the cheek and left. Sally turned around to see Alan standing behind her.
You know, I'm still mad at you. Like, really mad at you. You were awful to me and said things that hurt me.
I know. My anger and jealousy drove me to do some really stupid things. The truth is, I fell in love with you from the first moment you smacked me with that bat. I love you, Sally, and I'm really sorry. I promise. I'll make it up to you if you let me.
Sally walked up to him, looked deep into his warm hazel eyes, and pulled him in for the most magical kiss. Well, Mrs. Charles and Bella moved out for good, but Cynthia refused to go with them. She was all too happy to find out that Sally was her half-sister. Sally and her mom moved in with her dad, and the house was filled with love and laughter always.
Would you stay till the morning light? Or would you follow me? Or would you let it be if I leave tonight?
Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door.
Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed.
Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, we'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home.
Take me back. This is whack.
I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch.
Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister.
Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross.
She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her.
Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on.
Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled, but we have to learn to accept her.
Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills.
Girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school.
Public school? No!
Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat.
Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she is our maid.
No, she is our maid.
Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and well, I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah. After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer, just a bit, 'cause we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news.
We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that?
The baby came and my parents were so happy.
A beautiful little boy. Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam.
I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat. Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere? I played with Sam every day.
You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands?
Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter.
When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time. That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance. But it's not my fault.
I told you so.
Told me what?
That the brat was a bad idea.
It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here.
You can't just leave me with this thing.
Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door.
No, get away. Leave me alone. Help.
I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy.
I can't take it. Please, come back home.
I thought you hated me.
I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet.
Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby.
Please, I'll do anything. Just come back home.
Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say when I ask.
No way. I'm not your maid.
You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant.
That's even worse.
Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl.
Are you crazy? I can't take this.
Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold mom's ring to his friend. I'll give it to you for $50.
40.
Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead.
We came because our parents have leukemia.
Oh my God. No. She means anemia.
No, I think I meant amnesia.
They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled. Get out! Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things.
Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes.
Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me.
Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV.
Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes.
Get them, my pretties.
A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house.
So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before.
Thank God. I hated being poor.
Now I can go to a fancy college.
Only the best for my daughter.
A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh shoot, I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother.
So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow?
Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date.
Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then.
He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow?
Sounds like a good place to start.
Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guy started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. "Are you okay? What's going on?" "I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself." "Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave."
Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change.
Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. "I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him." "You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine." "Have you seen his face?"
He said he got hurt during football practice.
Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood. "You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today?" I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine. And my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. "You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself." Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision.
"What? You're going to California? That's across the country. I need you here, Les."
"No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change."
"Leslie, please. You're all I have."
"You've got Mom and Dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore."
"But you're my big sister."
"And I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time."